Latin America teams that we've been watching all tournament long. They are going to be playing in these events, which we're going to have a North American League and a European League. So a ton of Unite Esports on the horizon to be watching.
Exactly, and not just that, we're talking about teams that are going to be invited for the regional leagues, but also there's going to be a qualifier. So if any of these teams that have played here at LAIC gathered the experience they thought was necessary to compete to potentially qualify for the regionals, well, yeah, the regional league is going to welcome you to at least attempt to compete and try to win and be one of the last 3 spots that there are in each of the regions. Now, Mandakaru versus CACM. Strong start from CACM, early game. Lovely rotations and central area presence. Is there an angle here for Mandakaru to maybe focus that?
Yeah, potentially. You could try to move away from some of your late game scaling Pokemon, but they've already made a change, so they are going to be selecting that orange side in the draft. So now a couple of matches you and I have casted so far today have actually been choosing that second pick position, really preferring to kind of take a couple of picks early on in the draft and make CACM forced into taking only one selection to begin its phase. The Gengar ban, though, that ain't gonna change. Reggie is not allowed to have that Pokemon. Honestly, I really want this to go to Game 3 now, so maybe Mandakaru will have one chance to rethink that, and of course will allow me to cast Reggie playing Gengar.
Yeah, not this time. Again, with the Megas being very powerful and a very high ban rate, that is no different for this match in particular with that Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard X plus Gengar.
Damn, I should have saved the post. That's my bad. I lost the post that was showing the thing I want to show you guys. It was about the new updates coming to Unite.
Of the lobby, so that means you can counter and leave your specialty and your carry to last.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'm a little surprised that they leave something like Zacian on the table in a draft like this, especially with how important it's been for CACM Esports drafts in the past. However, they do give up the Darkrai in this situation. So select the Elgus, get the Darkrai. I do like Dunlux shifting away from the Inteleon, though, onto the Miraidon. That passive with electric terrain actually prevents enemy Pokemon from falling asleep, which is a bit of a nightmare for Darkrai to have to endure when it can't put those enemy Pokemon to sleep to get those big burst damage. Of course, that passive isn't up too often. It has a wide area, but Darkrai can play outside of it. So it will have to be a bit of a, individual matchup between King Silva and Dunlux.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Zacian still coming through. And I agree with you. It's important to get that very high priority first pick, but if CACM is comfortable enough to just adapt to what Mandakaru is going to be picking, I feel like the Hoopers are very stable, not giving away your strategy choice, so I feel like that might have been what they chose. Now here on the side with that Darkrai, we also add up to Mandakaru's composition, the Buzzwole and the Crustle, and here we have it, that Zacian, and once again, the Scyther for CACM.
All right, maybe some hesitation on Reggie to lock in this Pokemon. Took a little bit longer to hover on that Scyther this time around. It does have a weird matchup into Buzzwole. As soon as Buzzwole gets access to those crowd control abilities, Scyther really needs to aim for the head, if you will. If you don't get that KO, all of a sudden you're locked into a really tough chain of crowd control that you break out of. So Reggie, will see how that plays for them, but if they're confident in their early game, they can outpace Solus. They're not going to have to be too worried about it. King Silva on this Mimikyu, a great Pokemon at shutting down an individual target, of course. I think it's had a pretty solid tournament so far. 46% in the encounter rate. I was thinking we're going to see a lot more Mimikyu in this event, but I gotta say, I'm happy to see it in this game.
It's true. And you mentioned as well how you wanted to see it with the Trick Room, but it's also played, I think it was the Dupes, Next, and Spriggles match just before ours.
Slim was playing it with Shadow Sneak.
Exactly.
But we have seen both this event. We have seen a few different builds of it, but yeah, Toon Slim does seem to prefer that more, I would call it the assassin build. Yeah,
more aggressive, absolutely. But we're getting into this second game of the series, that match point for CACM briefly, and I'm excited because that Mimikyu could be an option that works out really well for Mandakaru to potentially take this to game 3. I like the Darkrai. I feel like you can have good synergy. It just, I don't know. I am a little unconvinced maybe about the way that Mandakaru has been rotating. Sometimes they're just a little behind the clock.
Well, we'll have to see what happens in this game number 2 because like you mentioned, this is an elimination game. So CACM Esports are on match point. This is a game for a top 4 position. Currently, SOLOQ going to have to match up against Frank and Texas. Mamacita there for the backup.
All right, SOLOQ takes quite a lot of damage here from that Astonish, plus Frank just being a true menace on the Zacian, and the fact that it was allowed to come through, it is a little bit, I don't know. The fact that Gengar is more important, I guess, is just mad respect to Reggie, which I guess is also okay.
Yeah, again, I'd really like to see the Gengar, and honestly, just because of how infamous it is at this point in time. SOLOQ's taking a whole lot of damage, Frank, with the early play, but Reggie actually the one for the K opener as they find a way to KO that Gossifleur.
Yeah, looking really good here, CACM, with a very strong offense on the top side. Frank as well gets a lot of that AOS energy, which is good. Reggie on 15 as we get to the 850 Swablu's Altaria. We have a 3v3, and now we're looking to go straight on to King. Wow, they got obliterated, so does Souls. And now Mamacita has to escape the Gossifleur with no berries to run for. They are just gonna go straight back.
Great combination play set up by Texas to make that happen in the first.
Something that I've noticed throughout this tournament, or at least throughout, like, a lot of these teams don't, like, I'm not saying it's mandatory. It's really just it depends on the team, but nobody bans the Scyther from Reggie. But everyone that's been playing against it, what I've noticed consistently is that they always feed it early. Yes, I know you have to ban stuff that is objectively strong, but if you're consistently feeding the Scyther, maybe it's time to consider banning it so it's not there. Like, this guy is level 8.5. He's gonna hit level 9 after another jungle clear, guaranteed. And then your jungler is still 2 levels down, is not gonna hit level 9, because they just hit level 7. It's like kind of painful to watch, I'll be honest. And then, of course, this right here, that should not be happening. 2v2. Like, Miraidon is it's a quote-unquote counter to Darkrai, but you also have to keep in mind, Darkrai's not jungling. So, they don't hit that power spike fast. Like, they don't hit that power spike that they need to, like, hit early on because they're laning. There's a Scyther.
Damage. Scyther is just really slashing through, but Mandakaru will capitalize at least on one of those enemy Pokemon. Now Texas is still there as well, trying to do that engage with the Phantom Force. Does so. Mamacita is in danger, trying to get that knock-up. There's the rest of the team. Shadow Sneak gets a good knock-up here, and we see as well that Meteor Storm just really doing really good work for Donlux.
Yeah, they get a ton of damage, but I think, honestly, all it's going to give them is just a little bit of space to back up, which they did need. Texas does not want to go down in this exchange, especially when they're so close to the Unite move. Mandakaru was able to knock out Reggie's Scyther. However, Scyther is elected to do a bit of split pushing to lick their wounds, as they're going to be scoring on the bottom goal zone and might even solo down that Reggie. Mandakaru's starting off this Reggie Alecki, though, with a ton of burst damage already.
Nicely done on the side of Rama, getting a knock up there with a heavy slam, allowing Mandakaru still having Reggie.
I think Darkrai could have united the Miraidon there.
Together, Reggie Alecki, but fight's still starting. There's a Hoover Unbounded looking really good for the side of CACM because numbers on the half bars are going down.
Buzzwole just in. Like, why? Okay, somebody explain this to me. Look at the Buzzwole. This guy literally has less than a quarter HP. He's walking up like, don't worry, guys, I'm gonna grab the guy. This guy dies before his skill animation even finishes. And that's not the first time I've seen someone do that when they're playing throughout this tournament. It's like they greed so much trying to get kills and then it just backfires on them. And that's not even like a high risk play. It's just like there's such a thing called like a high risk, high reward play. That's not even high risk. It's just a stupid play.
We were watching for a moment, and Brenix actually gets the win. I'm loving what this Darkrai's been able to accomplish, but now they might have a tall task in front of them. They're going to sleep that Reggie Scyther and attempt to just back up, but it's a 1v3 now, and I might be able to...
Okay, it was a little delayed. Hold on.
To actually
There we go.
rally up for that fight. Instead, they just got to clear their own experience. And looks like they're going to set up for a bit of an ambush around this Reggie LAIC, kind of hoping that maybe someone from CACM would try to push with it.
Yeah, they are not going to fall for that bait there. CACM goes straight to the bot side to take their own Reggie. And Reggie Drago in the central as well. So all objectives at this point completely uncontested and taken by CACM.
Yeah, big exchange going on the tier 2 down here, so.
Well, the shooter is going to potentially go down soon, but there's a knockout that actually gets 1v1 to both sides in this match. Now, going into the... onto Frank, well, not going to survive. Rema, neither. And now Mandakaru is actually...
Oh my god, the resets are insane.
Down. Now Texas is the only one here. There's nobody to actually back it up. It's only the Hooper that is remaining. A nice rock tomb just to separate and guarantee the Mandakaru does take the bot tier 1.
They brought the point differential down to less than 100. And Mimikyu got 2 levels, maybe 3, off of that entire sequence of events.
Now they got a Mimikyu at 14, Buzzwole at 13, and Darkrai's leveling up as well. This is, they got a huge wind in their sails. Let's see if they can carry this momentum.
That is a huge swing of momentum. Level 15 Mimikyu because of those kills.
Just gets you that much high up on your own levels. Rama gets a knock up here.
Okay, they should not be fighting. For the record, they should not be fighting. Mimikyu doesn't have Unite move, and he's not there. Like, relax, chill out. Let Eldegoss sustain you guys.
Asking Reggie to fight them so they can enter into that 1v1 state, even if they could just try to delay the Scyther from hitting the rest of their team for a time. King Silva at level 15 on this Mimikyu. We got some absurdly high damage on this assassin build of this ghost Pokemon. Groudon down to about half. Luxuria trying to move in. Poke damage to them important right now.
Oh, that is a huge Shadow Sneak from Mimikyu. Huge!
And the Sovereign Swords are connected, but the damage actually comes from Reggie. No, it doesn't. It's the X-Scissor that goes on to Reggie and takes down the Scyther. That's the win for Mandakaru in this fight.
That's the second fight in a row.
Darkrai, just unite the Snorlax. There you go, there you go.
Steal this buff, but even if they take it down to B1, they are trapped in that dimension with Brenix. They take it away, but it's Mandakaru with the Groudon buff. Miraidon spawns in, but they won't be able to stop the entire tide. Mandakaru trying to take this thing to game 3.
Bring it on a silver platter. The Hondo Buggers are going to be raining down on this dinner table as they keep on pushing 276 to 250.
Oh no.
Storm just pushing people away.
They gave the buff to Reggie.
On the side of Mandakaru,
The resets.
maybe this was a little too much. The resets were just too quick.
Oh my god, they're selling so hard! They're throwing! How did they throw this? Oh my god, it's over. They just clown themselves. GG, no re. Holy shit, the fucking throws on this team are insane.
To extend this lead, it's 50 points. The Texas' score will not be enough. Russell rallying back to the defense, trying to hold on. As Murano attempted to score that 50, the 29 will go in. CACM esports with 20 seconds left on the clock have reversed the lead, and they're going to hold on to it. There's not enough time, not enough members.
You guys had it! How did you fumble this so hard? I don't understand! How? You guys don't know. Oh my, that's just fucking crazy, brother. Yo, this region is cooked, man. This is a top 8 team. There were 4 people dead, 5 Groudon buffs across the lot of you, and you somehow throw that? Oh my god, dude.
Contention for an Asia Champions League spot with this win over Mandakaru. It got scary, but that's the thing with those Groudon buffs. Your lead can evaporate in a moment. You make it towards that enemy goal zone. Amazing defense. Texas setting up those portals that even if one of their members got really low, they had a safe place to retreat to at any time. Impressive play across the board from CACM.
That defense was just absolutely impeccable. They go all in onto the pad. But let's also congratulate here Mandakaru for this push. It was just such great engage, allowed there by those rock tombs, very well positioned, and the damage that was coming in through that Darkrai and the Mimikyu as well. But then reverted, CACM comes out on top, and the way they pushed as well, just the sheer damage that the Zacian plus the Scyther does when everybody's just pulled up together, it's too much.
Yeah, it is so much damage, especially that they added the Miraidon poke to the mix this time around with those charge beams, and then you add in, of course, Frank on a MVP performance. 8 KOs in this matchup, 3 feints, 10 assists, what, 79,000 damage, but also 63,000 damage taken. Frank absolutely brawling in a lot of these major fights. Mimikyu, Buzzwole, Darkrai, even Crystal and Eldegoss throwing a lot of damage their way. Frank able to repel a lot of it.
And it's interesting that you mentioned the damage taken there, because that is a 25% of their team damage taken, while the defender was on 29, so it wasn't that far away.
Yeah, Zacian may not be quite the tanky defense Pokemon as its, you know, partner Zamazenta, but certainly with this sword, it can also block a few shots, especially with Metal Claw and that passive ability of it. But either way, take a look at this stat distribution. Not much in the crowd control potential, but everything else. Frank really stepping up to the plate. 51 total wild Pokemon KO'd. That's a whole lot of burn damage on that Zacian. They are making sure they are in front of these objectives. Great work from Frank. Great work from CACM Esports to be moving even farther in our tournament.
And we are going to hear a little bit, Zoinks, about how it went, as we have an interview waiting on stage with one of the players for CACM.
Here we are up on the big stage with Reggie. What an incredible win. What an amazing fight in those last moments right there. That's the first thing I want to talk about. Of course, there's a lot of exciting stuff to talk about, but talk me through this Groudon fight. It doesn't go well, and you have to push off that tier 2. What was that like?
Contra Groudon, en el cual os ha dado la victoria a pesar de que la partida estaba tan difícil.
Pues bueno, la primera pelea lo perdimos por unos detalles de posición, pero pues con la idea de nunca rendirse, por eso logramos hacer la segunda pelea.
The first fight was almost lost, but at the end they managed to keep up.
Yeah, amazing. It was very intense. I mean, you could hear the crowd freaking out for the Brazilian team. They were very excited about it. Now I have to ask, what does it feel like knowing that you are guaranteed to be playing for a spot at ACL?
¿Cómo se siente ahora que tenéis un puesto en la final?
Pues sí estamos más motivados porque sí queremos ese viaje a Japón.
They are very excited and they are very motivated. They can't wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be exciting to see. Obviously, your team is on an incredible run. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to shout out at home?
¿Hay alguien a quien quieras saludar en casa?
Pues a mi familia, mi mamá, mi hermano, mi hermana.
His family, especially his mom, his brother and his sister.
Amazing, amazing stuff. I do have one more question for you. Tell me a little bit about your team and Scyther.
Háblanos sobre tu equipo y sobre Scizor.
¿Sobre qué?
Scizor, el Pokémon.
No, pues lo usamos porque creemos que es el mejor jungla ahorita mismo. ¿Cómo? Lo usamos Scyther porque creemos que es el mejor pick en la jungla ahorita mismo.
They pick Scizor.
Alright, we got time for one match, guys. One in between solo queue match before the next set because they go on break. How's it going, Red? Bro, everyone is playing Vaporeon, man. I'm already tired of this Pokemon. Of course, the newest defender is somehow stronger than most freaking attackers, and heals, like a Clefable, has the bulk of an annoying defender. Like, I played, so when I was playing a few matches of SOLOQ in between series yesterday, there was literally a prime example of, I'm a level, so I think I was like level 13 or level 12 Mega Charizard X, and the Vaporeon was a lower level than me. I think they were 1 or 2 levels down. I united them in a straight up 1v1, and not only are they sustaining the damage that I'm outputting as a higher level Mega Charizard X, they were also doing more damage on top of that. Like, it was so stupid. Fuck my life, man.
You scream and say I'm the one who's raising my voice. You leave and say everything you did was my choice.
Yeah, I saw the updates. Look, you want my opinion? Everyone always glazes new updates. Look, everyone always glazes new updates because this game gets updated so little. So they have very little to be excited about overall. After about a week or two of playing the game, after they change the game, they're gonna realize that the overall experience of Pokemon Unite hasn't changed. And your average experience of when you play solo queue or casually with duos or trios is gonna be the same as it always has been. I'm not going bottom, like I... That is such a stupid engage.
The final stretch! You're on fire!
Like, you guys are so fucking dumb, man. Oh my fucking god. See, this is what happens when you have a duo that's so fucking brainless, like these fucking clowns. Stupid fucking Tyranitar duo with this fucking dog shit fucking Vaporeon player. no exposure, dies 2v3, pops both Unite moves before Groudon, dead before fucking Groudon, then they come back, they're still useless, they come back and they're still useless again. Like, I hope you guys open my stream just so I can tell you you're a fucking dumb sack of shit that doesn't fucking deserve to play this game, because you're too fucking brainless to even fucking understand anything. Oh my god, what's that? You barely play the game as it is and you already swiped your credit card to spam a fucking broken defender that you can't even play? What's that? You play even less than your other stupid dumb fuck player and you're just fucking borderline garbage? Guys, do you think these updates are gonna fix you stupid fucks that play this game? They're not! Like, when you guys ask me for my opinion, it's always gonna be the same. They're not gonna change anything. It's still gonna be the same shit player base on a day-to-day basis where I'm expected to fucking carry you donkeys that don't know how to fucking do anything. Period. I'm not getting mad at you, it's just more so you guys expect a different answer from me, and it doesn't change anything. There is not a single patch that has occurred in the last 4 years of playing this game that has improved this game for the better. Actually, you know what? That's a lie. There is one update that made the game better. The update was allowing me to mute you fucking idiots for spam pinging. That is it. That was the best update to ever happen to this game. Because at least I don't have to hear, check it out, check it out, check it out, every fucking 5 seconds because you stupid fucks are brain dead.
You scream and say I'm the one who's raising my voice. You leave
Because they think it's the best pick
and say
in the jungle.
everything you did was my choice.
Guess how many beans were in the cup?
Let's get a graphic of just a cup of beans, maybe the one from yesterday.
You gotta guess how
And
many
you gotta
beans.
guess how many beans were in.
Take me to hell and back, I'll still first. I've been blind.
Like, you think Groudon is gonna change the fact that these people are running it down right before fucking Groudon? Like, you think Kyogre is gonna change the fact that these fucking idiots run it down before the last objective just to fucking take a pointless fight and then they have no Unite moves for the actual major fight? Is it gonna stop people from rage quitting? Did they improve the AFK detection system? Nope. Oh, they added a new shiny rank, guys. Keep in mind, it's gonna take longer to get to the next rank for meaningless fucking rewards. Who fucking cares? You know what? You know what makes no fucking sense? People are saying, okay, even if it takes you longer to grind to get to the Master or Legend rank, it's not gonna change anything because you're still gonna get paired with them. So it doesn't matter if you manage to it doesn't matter if you get to Legend rank if you're still going to be getting paired with Master players to begin with. It's not like you getting Legend rank is going to make you only play against Legend rank players, or Master rank people are going to be only playing against Master ranks.
Ready? Go!
So sad you'd never be good enough. I was blind. You do me wrong, I just let it slide.
You've got to be fucking kidding me, man.
You scream and say I'm the one who's raising my voice. You leave, then say everything you did was my choice. Look at what you said.
You're on fire!
My friends who said you'd never be good Look at what you said.
The final stretch! You're on fire! What a goal! What a goal! What a goal! What a goal! You're on fire!
Please don't dream about me. That's gonna emotionally scar you. The only time I should be in your mind is literally if you're in the stream while I'm streaming. That's it. When I turn off stream, don't even think about me.
You win!
The snipe shot looking for it. Here comes the overheat. Oh, I thought he threaded the needle right there. I thought that was perfect. I thought he was making a quilt.
I mean, that was a phenomenal attempt, and when you have an Inteleon, Nemesis just has to exist
Oh,
in the
Nemesis
area
playing.
to have an opportunity to take any objective. Bora Reach feels like they're pretty dialed in, half HP, a Lucky eviscerated, and now they see an opportunity to push this goal zone as everyone from Nemesis is going downstairs. Save that Buzzwole, the Machisler, who's going to go see what's going on their T2.
I think if you're not watching this game right now, if you're just listening to it, you know every time a snipe shot hits, because one of us will be like, oh. I mean, they're just so brutal, man.
They are eviscerating health pools. Look at the snipe shot cover there in our picture-in-pictures. Rex just gets to put in 40, right? And the Mew can't even advance because of these snipe shots, because if it exposes itself, I mean,
2/3 of its HP bar is just going to be gone.
You know, this is where you want to be if you're Nemesis Snacks. You're up by 181 points. You have a strong level situation on your Pokemon, and you have this ranged.
DreamHack have a better team fight though.
DreamHack has to make the play, and you just get to counter what they're doing and chip away at them with snipe shots moving in. Half of the HP par gone on this Suicune as we see 5 members of DreamHack moving up to the top. Deusboom hiding, taking the berry. They may peel off and score right here, but they may be moving around to flank the side of Nemesis. If they can get Bora, they can have a great fight on their hands. It's going to be tough if this just continues to get...
Oh, that Suicune Unite move is huge! Oh my god! Yeah, it's over. It's cooked. It's over. Nemesis out of here. Out of here.
Lucky gets eviscerated, but it's 3 players down for Nemesis. Groudon is not even being looked at. DreamHack wants more bodies. Metallics has to scramble away. Trainer scrambles away, and now DreamHack surrounds the legendary Pokemon in the middle. Metallic's gonna have to look to make a miracle play here, and so does Trainer. They go in and no, Deusboom seals it up with that blue Shifu in what was an amazing.
I like how I make it back in time just to watch NA get absolutely cooked in the last team play of the game. And I even said, by the way, I'm just gonna say this right now. Even before the fight even happened, I did say DreamHack have the better team fight in terms of team composition. The question is, are they gonna throw this game though?
With the back of Chisel and Bora right now. We know Bora can't get frontline, and huge knockout.
They still got a score, by the way. Like, they're still down.
Back the other way. DreamHack is down. Do they know it? E-ball coming through. Metallic low on HP. We need the respawn.
Oh my god, the solar beam!
You gotta be the best duck. LAIC, no! 300, 281. We're in the final throws. The final 10 seconds. And this...
Bro, that solar beam absolutely nuked that toasty chicken bird. Oh my god. Is defense still a Nemesis? I have no idea, honestly. I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe they're like a coach or something or a sub. I don't know.
Region has for its other teams. Tuzi leading the fan section here for DreamHack, representing Brazil. It doesn't matter who carries the flag. We are all supporters here. What a final series, dude.
Amazing. Barely missed that snipe shot right there. There are a couple moments that we could take a look at here if we want to talk about kind of what happened in this fight, because it got so close. I mean, look how close that Suicune was. And then with both of them going down right there, it was just impossible to defend on that goal zone for long enough. Even if that surf hits from Rex, I just don't think Rex can fight 2 on the goal long enough. One of them will be able to get the points in. Kaduzera, 4 knockouts, getting knocked out 4 times themselves. This was a comeback victory for DreamHack.
Without a doubt, it felt like Nemesis was in the driver's seat. And if I could switch this graphic up, I would. And none of the stats that you're looking under Kaduzera matter to me, because the thing that matters the most is Lucky Suicune. Holy dude, Whirlpool freeze, and then you shoot out the Ice Age. 3 players caught, and all of a sudden you have Deusboom coming on the flank with that blue Shifu and just rips through them with a sick combo.
Yeah, it really was amazing. I mean, what an incredible moment for this squad here. Such a great fight. They took it when they absolutely needed it.
Put this up. What's this called?
DreamHack wants us to put up the Telestrator. I did as well.
So I got you right before it happens.
And there are a couple big moments in this fight that we could take a look at. I know our team's going to be ready to head back to draft here pretty soon.
Hopefully we can get this up there. Yeah, I think we just hit play.
Our director said just a second. Faster!
We'll hit it. We'll play
faster, Garen.
We'll hit it in slow-mo, and we'll watch it in slow-mo. So that way we can watch it.
This is the clip I'm going to send when they say, what's your feedback on Garen? I'm going to say, in the moment where it all mattered, he couldn't get it done. That's what I'll say.
Don't be that. Don't be that mean. That was crazy mean. dude.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
I'm not serious about it. Thank you, Garen.
Okay, hold on. But set it up and then hit the slow-mo and we'll
Yeah,
watch
so
the rest.
obviously this is Lucky right here, right? This is our Suicune. It's about to look like this, okay? So this was such a huge way to start this fight. We're going to take this in slow-mo right here if we can. No, here we go. Look at that freeze, dude. We catch 3 in this freeze right here. Unbelievable. And the second this happens, it is on. DreamMax moves forward and takes a huge win in this fight. They're not able to get everyone in this fight. And I want to talk about a big moment here as well as this moves forward and a huge decision that some of these teams have to make. They are going to start ripping Groudon here. Trainer is in trouble, has to peel back. Metallic almost full HP, but it's just Dodrio. The question that happens when it's about right here, Doob Snacks, is does Metallic engage or does Metallic actually not engage, wait for them to take Groudon, and try to mount a defense knowing they're already up? Hindsight 2020. My opinion here is that Metallic makes a mistake by trying to stop this rip. And I could be wrong, because maybe he gets it. But the fact that he doesn't, he also gets a 34-second timer on his KO. Had he not taken Groudon, or not tried to take Groudon, I honestly think their defense would have been a little better. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go back. Okay, so I think what Metallic is keying up for is most likely what Kaduzera on the Blaziken is doing.
Yeah.
What is the overheat status, right? Because if overheat is up, your secure potential is pretty low. If it's not, then maybe Metallic's boosted auto
it's maybe like a 50-50 here?
Is pretty reasonable because he's seeing Do Games is tracking Trainer. Is bubbling out Trainer, which is their next best secure option, right? So let's just see how it shakes out, because I honestly did not notice. We're working Groudon through. We're taking a look here. I mean, the overheat wasn't even charged up, right?
I'm not sure. I couldn't see if the overheat was on it or not on it. Let's see. It might not be on it. We have the Flame Punch. They switched. No, yeah, it's right there. Legs in the air. I think either way for me, and we can head to draft if they're going to it. Thank you so much, Garen. You know I love you. If we can head to draft, but I think for me, when you're up 181 points, you actually peel away and you don't end up trying to take that. If I am a Dodrio that's going to have a 34-second timer, because as it continues to move on, they are just. All they needed to do was KO a couple of them. The entire match is theirs. It's so easy for me in the cheap seats and the cheap sheets. I mean, let's face it, those beds in the hotel aren't amazing.
The cheap sheets, which we're packing.
I'm taking those sheets with me.
Home.
All right, fold them up.
Who was it? Escape Rope and Renegade. You're taking
your sheets home.
Cheap sheets.
Hope you like your sheets.
We need to stop saying that. We're gonna have a cataclysmic fumble here.
We really could have a Freudian slip in some moment. Nemesis, DreamMax, tough one for Nem. They were up in a big.
Oh wait,
when you have a Suicune.
Wait, who are you asking about? Were you asking about Yifen or Rex?
Yeah, I mean, tip of the cap.
I think you were asking about Yifen, right? No, they're not on the team anymore. At least not on the main roster.
Once the Whirlpool freeze right into the Ice Age.
Yeah, Yifen is not on the main roster.
Like, mainly, I'm looking at Deoseboom, who immediately went in and they popped their Unite move instantly with like no hesitation, and that's really what it was able to take a great play and turn it into a game-winning, momentum-turning play.
If I'm Nemesis, of course, I feel a little gutted about how that went as we're taking a look at our draft here, but at the same time, I thought they played great. So if I was Nem, I would say, hey, look, there were a couple things we could have done better. We obviously had an unfortunate moment at Groudon, but even after that, we had a great defense. We almost stopped them, even after they won at Groudon. So I wouldn't feel bad if I was Nem, but of course they must be a little worried. They're one game away from heading home. If they're able to win this series, whichever team wins this series, will have a shot at that ACL spot. Even if they lose the next match, they will still have a shot at it in our 3-4 decider.
Yeah, because we're sending 3 teams as well, and of course between 3rd and 4th isn't just like a placement game, it is to go to ACL. They are taking away that Blaziken, going for the secure, Metallic grabbing the blue Shifu, and Trainer back on the Umbreon. We see Leafeon, Snorlax, Blissey, Miraidon finally makes it into a game here for DreamMax. man, it really feels like Nem took that personally as based on these selections here.
I love it. I love counter picks. Counter picks are the best kind of ban, right? It's not only, I'm not banning it away from you, I'm actually going to play it myself so you don't get to use it. Talon on the side of Nem. You love to see it. I think Talon's still so good.
It is. I mean, look at just, now they have two very solid secure options, right? We've got Rex on a Pokemon that he has played. I'm assuming they're switching Eldegoss and Talonflame here is what we're looking at. But you have Rex, who has played Eldegoss so much, and that's a gutter Zacian.
I didn't even realize we had gotten to the end of the draft and Zacian was available. Wow. Okay.
And it carries at, what, a 88% win rate, something like that?
That's better than you and I.
Yes, our win rate is right now. In the dumpster.
Our win rate at LAIC is not great. Vaporeon sure ain't helping.
Okay, look at this. Bora is the support. Rex takes up the mantle of defense, of the defender, excuse me. And then Trainer back on Talonflame. I love this. This is fun.
That's,
Their back is against the wall, and Trainer is coming here to carry.
I wish more teams would do that, by the way.
He says these fools
Like, I wish people that played UCS were more well-rounded players and had the ability to play different roles competitively. Because, like, a lot of the teams that you see that play in UCS, they main, like, you know, you have a top, like, everyone mains a respective role. But it's not very often that you see people role swapping between lanes. Because then you have more flexibility, especially if you're getting target banned. Like, let's say, for example, okay, so we'll use myself for example. Let's say, for example, I was a one-trick Absol player and I can't play anything else. And the enemy team knows it and they ban out the Absol. Then if I wasn't feeling comfortable playing jungle because I don't have my Absol, I could just, you know, go top lane. And then someone else who's also proficient at jungling could just roll swap with me. So then it's like they waste the ban. Well, not waste, but like then it's not as detrimental because you still have someone else that's competent in the jungle, and then I can just go lane and do something else.
Poor little Chansey is just taking the front line for Kaduzera, who is, again, playing Zacian. Machisel just hanging out. Dorchik not willing to get in the mix, and that's a quick KO as Diose Boom is moving into the middle.
Yeah, I mean, taking some experience away from Nem here. Rex,
the double invade. Leafeon and Snorlax invade.
From the Snorlax,
ouchies.
From the Leafeon. So much pressure already from Dream Max. Now Zacian is going to tick over to 5 here.
Leafeon's on the chase, and I can't imagine Rex is long for this world if the Leafeon actually wants to pick up that KO as they are moving into the middle, and Rex is taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a nice moment for Rex, right? Able to get that level 4 in an easy way, but Deus Boom taking it away from them. However, the Torchic picks up a KO.
That's huge for Nemesis right now. Rex getting let off the hook there by Leafeon, so they're able to kind of get back in the flow, but we still have a fletchling.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got a fight here, possible steal, and it is stolen here by this Leafeon, trying to bully multiple members of Nemesis, and it looks like they're going to get away with it. Here comes Blissey to help them make it out.
Now, okay, Scavalier is there for a reach, still level 3. That's a big KO by Metallic as the Machisler Metallic and all these fighters are going in. They are chasing.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it's over.
What a great fight here between both of these squads, just counter-punching the entire way. Trainer looking for some stacks right now, picking up a berry and trying to get some of this wild Pokemon XP so they can continue getting powered up here. They do score, however...
Bro, look at this top lane, man. This thing, Bro, Nemesis are in shambles right now. Yeah, like, yeah, the points are close, but, like, points are trivial at this stage of the game.
Easy KO when you're stuck like that. Metallic, though, and Rex putting pressure on Kaduzera. That's a great KO.
Ooh, okay, at least they get the Zacian kill.
Pick up on it, but you'll take it any way you can get.
Look how close this is. 89-77. The big news, I would say, is that Leafeon is online with the Unite move. So next time it shows up, if it's fast, it's going to be uniting before anything in the match. Rex now being pushed away, having to run away from this charge beam right here. Bora throwing out the pollen puff, hoping that Rex was going to be able to grab it, but they were a little ways away. Regieleki spawning in the bottom path. 5 members of Nemesis are here.
Metallic going straightforward. The rip is on. Rex is going to have to try and frontline. Do Games can hit at this thing from a distance, just lays in the charge beam, but it's not enough to beat out the overheat. On the backside, Deus Boom puts the pressure onto Trainer, and I don't know if I saw their Unite move used. No, they was just throwing the leaves out and couldn't quite convert.
Reggie Alecki now just being ripped apart by DreamHack. I mean, they have Charge Beam, they have Metal Claw.
Leafeon, press Unite move. Just unite someone. The sooner the better, then you can just use it again.
Chisel now 8, a very important break point for it. We have Talonflame only level 7 right here. You would love to get this online so it can start to carry some of these moments.
We'll see how DreamHack goes. It looks like the Regirock is lined up, secured quickly, and all of a sudden Unite moves are out. Emerald two-step gets the Blaziken instantly. Metallic sees an opportunity. They use their Unite move, but it's not enough. KO streak a 2 for Leaf. And now there's the block trying to split the team up. Heavy Slam's going to come through, so does the Charge Beam. Can we get more knockouts, says DreamHack. The pressure continues. Lucky tries a cheeky score. Not quite enough space to get it done there.
Here comes Machisel, and they have to back away from this moment. Getting pretty scary there for Trainer. We've got the Flame Sweep. It's able to hit Kaduzera, and they're able to peel away from this fight, which is what they think they were trying to do with it in general. This is a Brave Bird Talonflame, and it really soars when it's a high level, a higher level than your opponents, but we haven't got there yet.
No, not yet, and like all Talonflame Unites, it did hit.
Do you think Dignitas is going to win the tourney? I have to see who... I'll give you my opinion once the top 4 teams are finalized. Because I don't know who they can potentially play against.
If we can get this Urshifu in, start chipping away, doing a little damage, you can finish it off with a massive Brave Bird. It kind of becomes your long-range like burst of damage right there. As Deus Boom scoring right in that top path in front of Nem.
I mean, they're like in the game against Peru, their wins definitely weren't clean. It was very back and forth and super chaotic. Oh, the Blissey Unite with the eject button. Okay, that's the support right there. What a homie.
Wow, Rex was able to get that. That's kind of a crazy secure right there. I didn't know who was getting it. I assumed it was heading to DreamHack, and maybe Deus Bomb was able to secure, but no, that heads over to Nemesis. Once again, I don't know if they're going to get great value out of it. Trainer looking for a moment right here, looking for a Brave Bird, lands on the Snorlax as Nemesis continues to push. Flame Sweep right back into it. Reggie Alecki is still here for a moment, finally gone, and here comes DreamHack pushing back against Nemesis.
They were able to force out Lucky's power nap on that Flame Sweep, and now moving back, the exchange is wrecked. Can they hold this path? The thunders from this Charge Beam Miraidon are just pouring down, and so are those meteors from that Pokemon. 2 down, and the huge Heavy Slam counter-engage. DreamHack is on the pad, and that pad is gone.
Yeah, here we go. They're looking for a nice score, and they get it with the Zacian. Now Zacian level 12, Leafeon level 13. Looking over at the side of Nemesis, that Talon only being 11 is pretty tough for them right now. Getting out-leveled by the Speedster on the other side by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a really tough look, like you said.
The lane Talonflame hasn't provided any value this game. I don't know about that pick. Okay. Despite that, for some reason they decided to jump into 2 versus 5. Like that was a good idea.
Just deciding to take Regice as quickly as they can. Here is the overheat secured by Metallic. They can move forward right here. Trainer in a little trouble needing to move back. But no, this could be a good goal zone siege for them.
This is huge. All of a sudden, Trainer is level 13. They're able to close out the goal zone, and they are moving.
Oh my god.
Make it 3, baby. The 3-piece from the Fire Chicken. And now Nemesis needs to back on out of there.
They peel away from this goal zone, but they are able to get right back in this game. 169-203. That level 13 also a massive break point on Talon. If you land on multiple opponents with Brave Bird at level 13, the damage reduction that Talon gets is really key. Reggie Alecki very low, overheat ready to go, plus the Brave Bird. The secure is there.
Exactly. Well, Talonflame was under-leveled, and now they're basically almost tied for the highest level game. Almost. I mean, everyone's level 13 on the side of Nemesis that needs to be at least level 13. Talonflame just hit level 14. Miraidon kind of fell behind.
spot. Let's see how they plays out. Lucky's deep on the engage. Blocks the Machisler back, but they eject back through.
They peel back right now. Everyone's waiting for it. This could be Nemesis' last match here in this tournament. They have to make the right decision. Metallic looking for how they're going to start this fight.
They gotta be careful. Talonflame is right there. Okay, Zacian should have seen the Talonflame.
They move towards Lucky. Are they going to fight? The power nap comes out. Talon looking for Brave Bird.
Okay, there's the Snorlax Unite trading for the Leafeon Unite. Oh, Brave Bird hit 3 people.
Look at that damage. 2 games is gone. Lucky stands. Boom finally uses the Emerald 2-step to take care of Rex. Not a prime target at all. And it's Trainer taking this thing over. And they are the #1 right now for another 3-piece Nashville hot chicken here in Brazil.
Oh man, Machisel putting in 100. Metallic moving towards the goal. There's a minute left, so you can't give up these KOs here. Kaduzera knows that, but they go down. Trainer looking to score. 2 games on the pad, but it's not enough. Continuously getting wiped out by Nemesis. And Doob Snacks, we're heading to a game 3.
Heading to a game 3. Is it our first one of the day on broadcast?
That top lane play fumbled so damn hard.
But no game 3s. And Nemesis, DreamMax looking to deliver on this absolute barn burner.
Yeah, that top lane 2v5 fumbled their lead so hard because not only did they allow people to get the comeback experience. Yeah, like, I don't know, man.
Was when the Bliss Assistance Leafeon got knocked out. That combination is normally disastrous for your opposition when you just
Been juggling tabs, but just realized Trainer's in Nemesis now? Yeah, so... Okay, just to kind of summarize. Kyrios is on Project Mbappe. Otter's on Dignitas. Overlord went to Japan. He's on Reject. Slash went to Thailand, and he's on Exos right now, I think. Exos? And Trainer LGC was the... Trainer LGC said he was retiring before the competitive season, like, at the end of the last competitive season, but he's playing again, so... Yeah, they're all on different teams now. So 3 of them stayed in NA, and 2 of them went to different Asia regions. Funnily enough, guys, when ACL, or like when the Asia Champions League starts, Slash's team is going to be the first team to play the T1 team. The newly sponsored T1 team for Pokemon Unite. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that. I want to see how good those guys are, if they are.
But here, it's probably the biggest 3rd, 4th place decider you're going to see in UCS ever. You will win a spot to ACL if you win that 3rd, 4th place. And you're going to see that match to end our day today.
Now, I mean, this was nothing but Fisher-Price. Lucky tries a heavy slam secure, but in the face of Overheat and Brave Bird, it is not quite enough. And then Nemesis puts the cherry on top of the sundae here with a team wipe on the other side and a bunch of points.
And look at that here. I mean, one interesting stat line right there, 51,000 damage taken as this Talonflame here, but I'm not surprised to see the amount of damage output. 101,000, 13 knockouts. I mean, look, in general, a lot of damage across the board. A ton of brawling happening right here.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising when you see each team having a very stout support healer in the mix, right? It means the sustain continues on and on and on. Look at that heat map.
Yeah. Trainer spending a lot of time in that bottom path early. You know, we saw it. But then once they're online, they're everywhere. Talon also just is, you know, so unbelievably mobile. I do feel like it was a tough one for Trainer for a little while there. They held Trainer down pretty good. But after Trainer got online, they didn't have an answer for it.
No, absolutely. And the reason it was so slow to start is, like, do you prioritize getting Kubfu online? You got to. I mean, that thing is a
You just have to. It's so
right?
bad.
And then in the top path, but I mean, credit to DreamHack, they saw what was going on and they invaded and wasted time and drew attention all over the place. And Nemesis couldn't really find their footing in the early stages. Luckily, they certainly found it at the end.
Daughter from LG2. Guys. This is like the you know they call the off season the roster bonanza.
On the other side of Nem, we see that targeted Zoroark right into a Darkrai. 2 Megas are left on the board. It's possible that one of them doesn't get banned out, but DreamHack, no. They decide to ban out the Mega Lucario. Nemesis now has one of the easier decisions, but they go for Suicune.
Oh boy.
All right, DreamHack, do you have a Mega Char? I mean, we'll see.
They're like, yeah, we do. Oh, yes, we do.
Locking it in. Mega Charizard on the side of DreamHack. This is either going to be the best possible situation for them, or we're going to watch Mega Char lose in some spectacular fashion.
You're making a bunch of funny faces, so I was trying to get your attention to see why.
What was first Blaziken switched up, now back to Blaziken. Is this?
Did you finish the tutorial?
It certainly is.
I like Buzzwole a lot.
Finish it right now. You said, I don't know what to do with myself. Finish it right now.
Scary on the other side, seeing them hovering Comfey for a minute. That would be very scary. But instead, it looks like they might be taking away a weapon here from the side of Nemesis. I think Elgas is a great pick.
Slow, bro?
Also,
Slow, bro.
Really strong counter draft right now.
What tutorial? I bought Kimmy a game because I wanted to play with her. So, obviously, I told you guys that the weekend I'd be streaming LAIC. But I wanted to play Dying Light with her, but I know for us to be able to play co-op, she needs to beat the tutorial before we are eligible for co-op. So I keep telling her, do the tutorial in advance so that we can just play together right away. And she's like, yeah, don't worry, I'll get it done. I'll get it done. Don't worry, I'll do it soon. Just now. And then I keep asking her, did you do the tutorial? She's like, no, not yet. I'm just like, okay. I can give her like a week notice in advance to do something, and she's like gonna be like, yeah, don't worry, I'll get it done. A week later, nope, still not done.
The gutter counter pick here. How are they gonna contend with an Eldegoss, an Umbreon, a Mega Charizard, and what could be Blastoise Espeon?
I mean, if Trainer's carrying, we could see a Mimikyu. It's one of his staple Pokemon. He's so good on it. It just got buffs.
Bro, pick up the slow, bro, man. Pick up the slow, bro.
Able to put your Unite move on it.
Oh wait, they locked an Umbreon. Shit.
But we'll see. We'll see what they want to bring into this match. The Talon looked pretty good, but I don't know if Brave Bird Talon is really enough to deal with this Mega Charizard. Final picks over here for DreamHack. They go with the Espeon, and they go with the Blastoise. And now Trainer locking in the Urshi.
So they want to fight. They are just about that action, dog.
Yep.
That is what they're doing. They're going to have to use Rex.
So Legend is basically going to be what Master currently is.
I mean,
Pretty much, unless there are different rewards. They haven't mentioned anything about rewards, so, or incentive.
On the other side, Espeon, maybe, is their best secure tool?
Yeah, the thing I think with DreamHack is, I feel like this Espeon is just going to have free reign. I mean, they are going to be landing so much damage from far away, and I think it's going to be tough for them to deal with. That's the thing I'm most scared of. Of course, the focus has to be on Mega Char, but I'm most scared of this Espeon and how they're going to deal with it.
No, you're right. I mean, when you have Mega Charizard that takes such priority naturally because of its individual strength, you kind of lose sight of the other things you have to contend with. And I agree with you. This Espeon is very well poised to take over the game.
Here we go. What a game we have for you. DreamHack, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. One of these two teams will continue on and have their shot at ACL, and one is going home.
As they move through Pathu here, Kaduzera gonna be a pathing Blastoise, gonna try and put on some damage. Machizel quickly snatching that Kaduzera with that headbutt, putting pressure on. Reach gonna try and A-press, create space, and it looks like for now it'll at least...
December 4th, Kyogre, guys. That means basically less than 2 weeks until Kyogre.
Secures, which is extremely important. Kaduzera now able to take this for their side. They're gonna send this over to the Buzzwole, and they're
I'm gonna be honest though, The Kyogre buff is a little underwhelming compared to Groudon. Because I don't really care for, I don't necessarily care for defensive stats. Like, defensive stats or HP recovery in a counter push. Even when I'm defending, if I'm outnumbered, that sustain is going to do very little for me. Probably. It really just depends on how much.
Trainer in some trouble, having to peel back. Lucky in trouble on the other side. Let's see if they can pick up a KO. And it looks like no, they might just let them fight over there.
Jimmy, thank you so much for hanging out for 165 consecutive streams. I appreciate that. Oh, I can do that in mode 2. You want to see me wiggle?
I mean, they decided, look, we could waste a lot of time on this, or we could find value elsewhere on the map, which is what they're trying to do. They're actually in the central area here, fighting the Charmeleon on the side of DreamMax, and they're taking some of their experience away, just trying to slow that Charizard from getting online, which, yes, is extremely important.
And now Rex has an opportunity to lay down a big surf here as they're looking for an opportunity. Bora Reach, I think.
Bro, what are they? Why are you trolling so? Oh, they're trolling, man. Why did a level 3 Gossifleur and a level 4 Squirtle try to collapse on a Urshifu? No, 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 no. That's not how you play the game, guys. Come on, DreamMax, you're not some newbies. Oh! The Espeon clutches up today, gamers.
This is where that kind of falls apart, is if you understand that the only thing you really have to fight with on the side of Nemesis is Trainer in backpack mode, if you will. Well then, you know, Mean Look, Psyshock, Mega Charizard, like that becomes a very big wave to try and wade through.
Here we go, Reggie Drago right now being chipped out. Trainer looking for a possible steal here, so is Bora, and they get it.
In like the least exciting fashion.
Just a quick kick. Get him with a quick kick.
Yeah, get in there. Now Rex gonna have the front line here. Lucky sees them. Mean Look on Rex, not Trainer, as Metallic is already working on Regirock. Focus Blast on Do Games. Kadu's Era fades. Now we've got the Eldegoss topping up their HP. Metallic goes straight for him. Espeon Unite is out. Caught in the Mean Look is Metallic.
Oh my god, this Espeon's putting in work with the damage. Espeon, come on! Espeon! No! Charizard, man, you're 20 fucking years too late, brother!
Such a odd play from Mega Charizard.
Bro, Espeon was putting in so much work, but they had no damage or follow-up. They didn't have Blastoise, Eldegoss isn't doing shit, Charizard shows up 20 years later with their Unite move in a 1v4. Oh my god, brother. Blastoise, what are you doing, gamer?
Either way, burnt the Mega Char Unite. They get it back fast, though, Doomsnacks. It's one of the toughest things about that Mega Char.
Yeah, it just feels like it's forever off cooldown. Another objective secure here by Nemesis, doing a great job just prioritizing that and moving across the map. Bora Reach, Metallic Trainer moving forward. We pop the Unite move. We go for our key target here. Lucky is down. No more Mean Looks. We're to the back line. Combo into the wall. Eldegoss is low. Eldegoss is gone. Mega Char fades backwards. And it's Do Games there. Rex surfing through. Hang 10, buddy. Let's see how many bodies we can actually get out of here. And that's another powerful play by Nem.
Great play from Nemesis right here. If anyone gets caught, maybe 1 or 2 before they get home, it looks like. And they are moving forward for it. Charizard, no Unite move yet. They're so incredibly close. They move in for the fight. It looks like Buzzwole misses.
Bro, Charizard didn't have Unite move, man. Charizard!
Would be insane into this squad right now. They do.
You're called Mega Charizard. You're not supposed to be Mega Feeder.
And that happens sometimes with these side ducks. I mean, if one of them's not going to get out, let it be the support duck.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, Lucky with a great.
Like, they're falling so far behind in terms of levels, man.
From Nemesis, and all of a sudden kind of sent them scrambling.
This would be a time to team fight. Psyduck is not there. Blaziken is a little out of position. Go, 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 go! 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 Fight to the death! Gladiator battle to the death! Go! Go! Yes! Fight! Don't be scared! Move up! Get the objective! Get the objective! Okay, now reset. No! No, stop! No, I don't trust you guys. No! Stop! Stop! Stop, you dumb shitters! Oh my god, it's happening. They're throwing. The throwing is real. It's happening. No! No! Reset! Leave him! Leave him! Abandon ship! Maybe if I yell louder, they'll hear me. You guys think if I yell at the top of my lungs, they will hear me tell them what to do?
I mean, it looked like the tide was turned against Nemesis. They held strong, they survived the waves, and made it back to the land here with this team. Reggie LAIC is secured by them. DreamHack can't even step up. However, you look at the levels, and they're not as bad as you'd think.
No, they're not that bad on the side of either of these squads. Very close level-wise. Point-wise, however, it's getting a little out of control. But if you get a great Groudon fight for DreamHack, you send them up in the air with Mega Char, come back down and fire punch multiple enemies. It doesn't really matter how high your score lead is. Take that Groudon, win the game.
I love what Nemesis just did. They knew when
Go! Get him! Get him! Fight! 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 You see two people, move up, you wusses! Go! Go! Okay, okay. You guys might throw here. 50-50! 50-50! Do math! What are you doing? Oh my god. If they lose by 10 points, you know they lost because of that.
Obviously, they didn't need to. Just the threat of Charizard was enough. Now, 112, 344. We're getting ready for Groudon. One of these teams, this will be the last Groudon they see at LAIC, and they will not see one at ACL. Such an important moment. We have Nemesis. They are deciding to prioritize this bottom Reggie. Makes total sense. They also know DreamHack doesn't have a great way to rip apart Groudon, so they're pretty safe here. Even if they position themselves well at Groudon, Rex, the Psyduck staying in the center, looking for members of DreamHack.
Yo, Blastoise needs level 13. Well, I know they're level 12, but like, how close to level 13 are they? They're not close. They're not gonna get it. Not being level 13 Blastoise is such a huge... Like, it's a really big deal because you get 50% damage reduction in your rapid spin. Oh, they're flipping! They're flipping! They're gambling on the Unga Bunga! Unga Bunga! Unga Bunga! Secure! Secure! Blastoise! Oh my god! You Chad Gamer! What a Chad! I said level 13! They don't need level 13! Oh my god! Nemesis with the Unga Bunga NA Capital America throws! Bro, they Avengers assembled to the nearest fucking airport! Oh my god, that's crazy! Crazy! They're looking at each other like, what just happened? Guys, how did we lose this? It's Jover! It's Jover! Oh my dear god. No, it's over. That's the copium talking. Copium beyond belief. Not over?
There is 300 points separating these two teams. Crash landing on pad is lucky. Kaduzera is there. What can Nemesis cobble together? They need to do it now. Trainer is looking for a way in. Can they do anything?
Not over my ass. It was over the moment they lost the Groudon. That is definition of copium right there. You think they're gonna 5-man counter push with no Unite moves and no Groudon buffs? Not today or any other day. Look at them molding at each other. Look at them like, Jesus Christ, guys. Look, I think that's Metallic. They're molding at each other. They're legit molding. They're like, I can't believe we lost this shit, guys. What the F happened? You know what happened? They threw. They threw. Bro, I can hear the mold from over here, man. I guarantee you, Trainer LGC's like, I should have fucking retired after becoming a world champion, man. Now it just goes downhill from here. Downhill.
I'm with you.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming.
Whoa.
We got another Telestrator moment coming up, folks.
Come on, make this thing work.
No, you got it. Just go back in time.
I went too far back.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
I know what you're doing.
Say words,
yeah,
say
I'm gonna
words.
say some words.
Bro, they had like
Match between these two
how much will I? Okay, let me rewind to the 2-minute mark. I need to see something.
for members of Dream.
Bro, they were up like
They're trying to figure out where
they up over 200 points. The only thing you need to do is make sure they're not jumping into the Groudon pit and doing shit like that.
Espeon, so the dominoes can start falling. This is the last Groudon for one of these.
You should have brought the slow bro gamers.
A little bit. Here comes the Blastoise. Groudon's being ripped right now.
Yeah, they're going straight forward, spinning the wind right in the middle. Hydro Pun, Spin Pump. Now we're gonna see all the Unite moves come up. Hydro Typhoon comes out. Lucky
You know what's even crazier?
is there to nab their shield.
I beam a little bit.
Wait.
Here comes the Blastoise. Groudon's being ripped right now.
Yeah, they're going.
Okay, give props to Umbreon for focusing the Blaziken. Mean look the Blaziken. Then on top of that, they get ulted by Charizard. They stalled for enough time.
Groudon's being ripped right now.
So okay, so check this out. First mean look, so Metallic can't get close. There's the Charizard Unite move. And if you look right here, they don't have enough time to charge their overheat. So literally they tried ejecting to just like undercharge it because they didn't have enough time. But unfortunately, not enough damage, and Blastoise secures it.
But now Nemesis looks for bodies. They can't get enough. 2 players down.
Oh my god, yo, look at this, man. Look at the player cams. Look at them just... They accepted defeat right then and there. Skillbender's like, it's not over? Nah, bro. Even Nemesis knew it was over at that point. They're just sitting in base, waiting to get sent home. First class ticket back to base.
Over the top. 4-12, 5-12, 6-12, 6-18. And Dream Max.
And now there's only one. We went from 3 NA teams to 1.
Their ticket to our top.
I guess it was all meant to be. It all comes full circle.
The Brazilian team taking down the North American Nemesis, getting into the top 4. Cachola destruiu a América do Norte nesse jogo, conseguindo entrar pro top 4. Now, you're gonna be fighting for the ACL 3rd place soon. Você vai estar lutando aí pelo top 3 para conseguir para ACL. How do you feel? How are you feeling? Como você está se sentindo?
Cara, é uma experiência muito emocionante, porque é a minha primeira vez em palco. E ganhar de um time difícil assim e ver a galera gritando é muita emoção. E eu tô bem confiante.
He's super confident, and having experience being on stage and playing and winning just like this for the first time, it really gives him a boost in confidence. So let's talk about this series. It was game 3. Vocês chegaram a jogo 3. Como é que tava ali na hora de decidir o draft? Como é que foi toda essa questão, o early game até o late game? How was it during draft to prepare for this 3rd very deciding game?
Então, foi um draft difícil, porque no primeiro jogo a gente já sabia um draft legal e a gente já sabia que o buzz dele era um problema muito grande. Então no terceiro jogo a gente viu que ia tomar buzz e a gente falou, ixi, vai ser um pouquinho mais complicado, porque a lane dele é muito difícil. Tanto que eu e o Cadu a gente sofreu muito no top. Mas a gente sabia que a gente ia conseguir no final e a gente propôs um jogo que a gente tinha um smite e a gente tinha como não perder um flip.
So basically he says that the main focus was targeting and knowing how to play against the very experienced and talented Buzzwole player on the side of Nemesis, so they really had to think about how to counter it. They were going to face it on draft, so it was a little bit difficult on the top lane, but they were very certain that they had a good flip and secure option for Groudon. Speaking of Groudon, that last fight, tell me how was the communication between you all? Como foi na última fight do Groudon? Porque foi muito próximo de dar aquele flip.
Então, a gente decidiu que a gente ia flipar, mas a gente queria muito pegar o 13 do Blastoise, porque com o 13 dele ele fica mais resistente e não tem como parar o flip.
Oh my god.
Pra farmar, pra pegar farms, e a gente falou, flipa, começa a bater, e o Du ele falou, eu garanto smite. E a gente começou a flipar, a gente começou a flipar todo mundo.
What's happening over here? I kind of forgot the stream existed.
Concentra, não sei o que, porque a gente sabia que a plateia ia gritar também.
Well, so this is a very lovely response that we had here from Caixola. So he mentions that in that last moment, it was important to keep calm because they wanted to aim for the 13 on the Mega Charizard X, and they started flipping the Groudon even before they got the 13 on the Charizard. But they were also very focused because they knew that if they got Groudon, the crowd was going to go wild and they needed to focus, especially on that last push. You got the Groudon, but I was still hooked up to the screen. Eu ainda tava ali olhando fixamente porque talvez, né? Eles conseguem defender. So I think that was a great choice. Now, the feeling of going into top 4. Who are you? Well, actually, we need to get the bracket for that. But so far, who have you been feeling the most challenged to play against? Até agora, quem foi que você sentiu que foi o mais difícil de você lutar contra?
Com certeza a Nemesis. A Nemesis foi o time mais difícil que a gente jogar contra, com certeza.
So Nemesis was the most difficult team. Right, Caixola, a shout out para quem que você quer te dizer uma palavra. What do you have to say to your fans, to your family?
Eu queria agradecer muito a torcida de todos. Queria agradecer meu amigo Castor, que tá ali gritando muito pra mim. Queria agradecer o Bruno Monk, que sempre torce pra mim e tá narrando uma co-transmissão. E também queria falar que eu falei pra Jessie que a gente ia ganhar.
I didn't understand a single word that he just said. Can someone where's the Google Translate? Yo, Alexa, translate everything you just said. Pronto.
And a shout out to Bruno Monkey as well, one of our Brazilian Portuguese casters that is doing a co-stream for the LAIC. And his friend Jess, that he said that he was going to make it. Thank you so much, Caixola. Muito obrigada. Congratulations. And back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Soph. What a win for this squad. I mean, you can feel it. You can feel it in the room. Obviously, they are pumped. What a Groudon fight. What a moment for them, Noob Snacks.
Yeah, as the professor in the booth here, I want everybody to go back and do a little homework. Watch that Groudon rip again. There's so many things.
Of course they speak Spanish. I just wasn't paying attention.
Look at the Espeon Unite.
It was terrific. Go back and watch that if you're
Get a telestrator, by the way.
Yeah, do that.
Get one of those at home. They're great. Can't believe we never used this thing. Let's take a
look. Wait. So we got Force Gaming versus Tuzzy Esports and Infamous Gaming versus Dignitas? We got 2 more best of 3s, guys. 2 more and we're done for the day. Oh, actually, I don't. Does it go to the grand final?
Either way this goes, it's a heartbreaker and it's a win for Brazil. And then after that, Dignitas against Infamous, possibly some NA representation heading towards ACL. We're going to find out as our day soldiers on. Do not go anywhere unless you're running out to buy a telestrator. Totally get it. Once you get back, plug it in. It's the best. We will be right back. And with the show, we'll be back.
Yeah, the show comes
Let's do
back.
telestrator, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, I stand corrected, guys. So they're playing until only the top 2 teams are left. Okay. Honestly, I thought it was going pretty quick, but there's still plenty of matches to go. Alright, in the meantime, guys, get your snacks, get your drinks, stretch, use the restroom, all that stuff. I'm gonna go use the restroom myself. I'll be right back. I'll keep the stream running, and, you know, we'll be back in time for next series. You know, guys, it's winter over here. It's snowing, it's raining, it's like minus bajillion degrees. Some Canadians would prefer a cup of hot chocolate, some tea, something warm. I eat ice cream because I got nerves of steel. I got the chill on my bones. And honestly, I just think it's better. I think I'm addicted to ice cream, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I have a problem. I'm addicted to ice cream. Wow, 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 wow.
Welcome everybody. Whoa, yes, I'm just that excited because Brazil is playing against Brazil. Brazil just won. That's exciting for you, your Brazilian representative in the Costa table. Welcome back to the Pokemon Latin America International Championships, as we're going to be seeing next Tuesday Esports versus Force Gaming in this top 8. Alongside me is Zoinks, and as always, you know I am not going to be biased.
Yeah, well, you can't be in this one. It's impossible to be. You got Tuesday Esports versus Force Gaming. It's an all-Brazil showdown here to try to qualify for top 4. I mean, we couldn't have set it up any better. It will be heartbreak. It'll be celebration. It's everything you want. This is Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it is. It kind of is. We have been thinking about that on the game. When you're playing it like, oh, we're so back. And they're like, oh, no, this is so done. That's kind of what I'm going to be feeling when I see Brazil getting out of the competition, but Brazil winning as well, because that's the only option that we got.
Perfect. All right, well, I know a lot of people were listening very intently to Spreggle's call to action to go out and buy a Telestrator, so I did. And we're going to take a look at the ground on fight again. I think it's going to be a great work from that last match.
Good on you.
It was truly so fun to watch. So let's take another look at this really exciting team fight. There's some big moments I want to call out for sure. I think Dusnax talked a lot about this. The metallic play here on the right-hand side. Watch this Blaziken. Does get trapped by Mean Look from Lucky, bounds him, and then the Charizard wants to capitalize. And the entire time, you have the Blastoise buying so much room that you take a look at this. This is Charizard Unite moving onto a Blaziken who is already trapped in a Mean Look. I mean, truly, we are going all in on making sure this Pokemon does not have access to the Groudon pit. Games is on this Buzzwole, who just moments ago was attempting to try to push Blastoise out of the pit, and Games lands an absolutely phenomenal Espeon Unite move to buy just a little bit of time. If I can go back just 1 second quickly here. If you watch this Blaziken one more time, even in slow-mo, Metallic is trapped, of course, in that Mean Look, and the Charizard Unite move like we were talking about, but he does have a chance to get the eject button overheat combo just in time, but it's so razor-thin margins. I mean, seriously, you can go back and find 10 more points if you, of course, go out and buy your own Telestrator.
It's true. I am just ordering mine right now. As you can see here, I have this is my phone. I'm just buying it right now as we speak. I have my card because you can't see my face. Anyways, so this game, yes, right. So that fight was really interesting, as you pointed out, and I feel like there was, at least from the interview I got with Kaishala, it was so interesting to see how they were approaching, and you pointed out that Buzzwole being so dangerous on top of that Blaziken. But yeah, the split seconds that were necessary to just rip, it was all because that was the planning for DreamHack to rip. Now, Force Gaming and Tuesday on your screen.
All right, here we go. This battle of Brazil in our top 8. Force Gaming, Tuesday Esports, and we're well into our ban phase already. Miraidon, Blissey, and now Blastoise receiving its first ban of the tournament. 0% ban rate so far.
Makes sense for Shifu to try to get the backline, but I feel like everyone else should have been holding their ground in front of the pit, especially when you got the pad advantage.
We know as well that usually on the purple side we can see a couple of these Pokemon coming up, but they're not.
Okay, we have a little bit of time. Hold on. So we can just go back to this very quickly. You see, another big problem here is the limitation of Nemesis's team comp in this specific situation. They have very limited tools to stop people from diving into the pit like they are now. So, like, yeah, they have bottom side advantage, but, like, what exactly are these respective Pokemon gonna do to stop these guys from even force flipping to begin with? The only thing that could, like, realistically, the moment they're in the pit, and that's not gonna change. So now Rex is, you know, popping the Surf, popping the Unite move as well. There's the Unite move from the Psyduck. Umbreon, Meanlook, the Blaziken. Blaziken can't get into the pit even if they wanted to. Urshifu. Let me see. Hold on, wait.
Watch this Blaziken. Does get trapped by Meanlook from Lucky. Bounds him, and then the Charizard wants to capitalize.
Okay, so Eldegoss united pretty early. Then there's the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, so there's the Unite move right there. Psyduck is also uniting as well. Charizard is in their Unite move animation, about to grab the Blaziken while they're in the Meanlook.
I mean, truly, we are going all in on making sure this Pokemon does not have access to the Groudon pit. Games is on this Buzzwole, who just moments ago was attempting to try to push Blastoise out of the pit, and Games lands an absolutely phenomenal.
Funnily enough, out of it's not like it was ridiculously close because out of all the people that secured the objective, it was literally just Blastoise. I can't even see if they're in their rapid spin animation or if they just like hydro pumped because it's like they're right on. Okay, so I'm trying to look at the Blastoise. Yeah, they just hydro pumped. That's it. They just hydro pumped. But also keep in mind, like, without the Blaziken there to secure the objective, they don't have reliable secure on their team. The only person, like, yeah, they have the Latias, yeah, they have Urshifu, and Buzzwole's there too, but by no means do any of them have reliable secure. Which is why, at the end of the day, it was a Blastoise Hydro Pump that secures it versus, like, anything else. Like, look how low it is. Technically speaking, it was still up by the time Blaziken ejected into the pit. It's still technically up right here, and it, like, all the skills, everyone is B-pressing, spamming skills to try to secure it, but at the end of the day, it got low enough to be put in Hydro Pump range.
It's so razor-thin margins. I mean, seriously, you can go back and find...
I mean, it's...
two things exactly that does those extremely well.
It does better.
All right, well, Force Gaming is going to send their Central Area player up, and it's only at that Combuskin stage right now. Falb has not found a way to evolve to that Blaziken quite yet, but still, a level 5 Combuskin with Blaze Kick is really, really strong when these Swablu Alterias spawn in. Great way to move them, but Aramaki going to be rotating up, Angel to match.
Okay, 4v4 on the stop side. Not aiming really for the Altaria, going straight to take down that Darkrai. Very close, but it's going to be the KO opener on
Bro, the stuns are real. The stuns are real. The Darkrai. Also, Darkrai has Focus Band. Under normal circumstances, they would have died beforehand.
Which really set up these moments. Mazo just on a sliver of HP, but knows that there's no one who can wake up in time to shut down this Ultra Beast, and realizes they got the runway to actually make some pain happen. Great work use of picking up, and great use of putting down.
That is exactly how it does, and it's how it's written in the Pokedex, in anything that's Pokemon related. Now, Antares here on the bot side, going very low on HP, so that allows for Force Gaming to collect much more of the EXP that is spawning as we speak, while in the mid, you have that Regidrago spawning straight from the get-go. 2Z Esports is there, but they're not going to actually commit to the objective this far.
Yeah, Force Gaming will have to play this a little bit more passive.
You can't see it right now, but Darkrai's going aggressive on Combuskin. That's a level 7 Darkrai chasing the Combuskin because they know they can. They got the kill off screen, but I was watching the minimap the entire time.
Topside, again, we got Matt putting in the work, but Mazo actually in a dangerous spot. Maybe that all of them as Saltao led the 3-person heavy slam, and now finally Force Gaming on the board in terms of knockouts.
And that room as well coming out by Angel, just looking really good with that stored power. Almost takes down.
Oh, good dodging with the nasty plot.
Soon follows, and Lel is going to be on the same chopping board as now 2Z Esports with a great timely rotation. Comes back and comes out on top.
Oh, and we're looking at perfect math right now. Aramaki with 21 points to the 22 goal allows for math.
That is perfect math. 25 overcap. That also gives Darkrai their Unite move. Now they can just rotate bottom. Espeon's going to get the objective for free. Honestly, Umbreon should have just went bottom as well. But I guess they're keeping playing it safe.
3v4 numbers advantage here for Force Gaming because 2Z decided to straight off the
Darkrai should just pop their Unite move and isolate someone right now. But unfortunately, they're getting zoned out.
He just waiting for it. It was almost a miss, but it was still a guarantee secure for Force Gaming.
Incredible work by Soto to provide that block. It might not completely eliminate the option of an eject button play towards the Reggie LAIC, but even if they use that resource, it's a dangerous one to give up. Great macro play by Soto, but these teams don't want to quit fighting.
No, they do not. Angel's in a terrible position. There comes Mats, goes into the shadow realm, and this is going to be a knockout for Tuesday. So at least they get something out of that. Now rotating for Reggie Drago, as both teams have enough numbers and HP bars. Speaking of, Fab going on a fight 1v1 against Santadas. LAIC is 50% HP. Reggie LAIC is there. Sagi Select gets him up into the air, and now they're looking to retreat really for the side of Force Gaming because Tuesday is on a huge numbers advantage. 5v3 is what you have on your bot tier 1. Now they're trying to score as much as possible. Look at that psychic from the side, like it's insane. And now it's just going to be Tuesday cleaning up the scraps.
Wow, Lolan Raichu even trying to drop the star onto the map by actually getting knocked out before they could use it. Silver lining, it should have a lot of Unite move charge left over when they respawn, but this match has been all
Darkrai is legitimately just steamrolling them right now.
I think finally this Reggie Drago gonna go down. Aramaki and Miles are gonna be responsible. Neither have a ton of points in pocket, so it's Reggie Drago buff will probably not translate into a push on tier 2, but still a little bit of team-wide experience is great for your team, and more importantly, it means Force Gaming is not getting any way back in this match.
Yeah, denying anything from Force Gaming is the objective here for Tuesday, because although Force Gaming did get that Reggie LAIC bottom, they couldn't push, they couldn't score, and they are currently on a 0 scoreboard versus 220 for Tuesday. And at this point of the game, that's quite a lot of a lead.
Yeah, this is devastating. I mean, we talk about 100-point, 60-point differences being the difference maker in some of these end games. Antaros is caught out, so this Umbreon is going to take a ton of damage at bare minimum. And boosted a Lolan Raichu auto attack's going to get the knockout. And Soto wants to try to push this a little bit further. Watch that flank on the top side, though.
Okay, this could be good here for Tuesday to defend. There's a Sagi Select, 4 members up into the air, and that is just the biggest wombo combo. It's just nasty. The Super Slam Slow. Whoa, that's the one for Buzzwole. And Soto is going to be chased down. There's the mean look. They're going to survive for a little bit longer just because they're defender, but this is just gone for Tuesday, or actually for Force Gaming. Tuesday taking this fight very easily.
Yeah, great shutdown. Force Gaming, I felt like a little bit of desperation to try to get some scores in on that bottom tier 1. A few team members attempting to use the scoring animation instead of popping some earlier Unite moves. Felt like Aramaki got a extremely strong Espeon Unite move when maybe we could have seen a Snorlax Unite in response a little bit earlier, but it comes a little bit shallow, and now Tuesday Esports find a way to hold on to this lead yet again. Force Gaming are finally on the scoreboard, though, and Fallbee's at level 12, so they are not without damaging pieces, but now they're caught in a mean look.
Yeah, the damaging pieces are straight on the head of Falb as they go into the Shadow Realm as well. Once again, Matt's just doing really good on this Darkrai. Put up into the air, Mazo will keep on chasing onto Lel and just sends them into their own backline. Now with the block here, just trying to get away. There's the mean look, but they're not going to chase any further. Tuesday still coming out on top.
And how brilliant has Mazo been on this Buzzwole, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, for over a year now, it felt like it was their staple pick in all of last year's Unite Championship Series, and already starting off this brand new season with some amazing Buzzwole plays. Top Path feels like a home for baby Mazo, and I mean, they're at home right now here in Sao Paulo, trying to make sure that Tuesday Esports is the team on top of these Brazil squads.
Gotta give a huge shout out to LAIC on this Psyduck and lending those psychics that have been just absolutely crazy good as well, Zoinks.
Yeah, they've been devastating, and the craziest thing is they're trying to time them alongside the mean looks from Umbreon as well. So either you get hit by the mean look or the psychic, either one, but it feels like you're always getting hit by both in tandem, and you're just stunned for so long. It's got to be so frustrating to play against. So far, the damage-focused draft from Force Gaming has not found a way to make that happen.
Level 14 on this Darkrai as they push in, but they're gonna get taken down. The Umbreon front line is away for Tuesday. Now it's a 1-for-1 as they keep on fighting here. The Super Soul Slam comes in through, and Mazo is still keeping up quite healthy at that. And they're going to take
That is really bad.
Next, as they have collected 4.
The Zacian and Snorlax death timers are gonna overlap. They might actually just rip this. They don't need to, but there's a chance that they do. Okay, no, I don't think so. They shouldn't.
Focus bend was popped there on LAIC. They're forced to go back to base. There's the Cotton Cloud Crash, interestingly enough, there. But what we're going to see next is nobody's guess. It's anybody's guess, because honestly, this is looking really confusing as the Groudon gets ripped. Who gets it at the end?
Oh my god. I cannot believe Bro, the end game throws in this tournament are unreal. I cannot believe they actually threw that. The game's technically not over, but my god, that was horrendous to watch. Holy shit.
But it's still extremely close game, so we got just over a minute left in this one, and Force Gaming still trailing. They got a few ground on buffs to work with, though.
They definitely do. 301 to 320. So 19 points is very short to come and succeed here for Force Gaming. They have the buff. Now LAIC is definitely going to go down. There's the power nap as well. Adamaki's in trouble. There's another knock up onto them. The Espeon is
okay, now it's over.
Chasing out for Antares. Force Gaming is on.
It's over now.
It's going to go down, and it's a 4v2 as even the Raichu is coming through as well. 501 to 320.
What a bounce back for this team around that ground-on fight, able to recover from a really tough early game sequence. Just around 30 seconds left on this match, and a couple of hundo burgers about to land in his home goal zone. That is going to seal the deal for Force Gaming in this game number 1. 2Z Esports dominating for 8 minutes of this match, and Force Gaming finding a way back in. I like they take kind of that dry fight before the ground-on even spawns. They have a lot of Unite moves to work with, and in the end, that Zacian Unite move, yet again, this Pokemon's win rate keeps on climbing. And we're going to have Force Gaming starting off with a 1-0 lead.
Looking good for Force Gaming here in this Brazil matchup, where kind of everybody wins that's watching that is Brazilian, or everybody loses. I don't know how that works. I'm still confused and trying to figure it out. But yeah, the audience is super excited about how things have been going so far, because as you mentioned, it was such a huge lead for 2Z, and then Force with those very powerful secures on the Zacian and on the Blaziken just really turned it around.
Yeah, it was impressive. I mean, just unfortunately for 2Z Esports, with all this crowd control access, they were not able to take out every threat of Force Gaming from contention of a ground-on secure. Specifically, of course, that Zacian Unite move, giving you unstoppable while channeling it. They did not have an option to try to push them away, and it was just too much all at once around that ground-on pit. You got a lot of secure options on Force Gaming. They understood that, and they made sure to make that happen.
It's a difficult position to try to respond to, right, Zoinks? Because you said with the unstoppable, you kind of need, if you are on the side of 2Z, you have to stop ripping, because you got to stop the counter from actually having as much SP as it has, so that you whiff the Sovereign Sword, or that you whiff the overheat. This is your MVP Soto for Force Gaming on this Snorlax. I love that for them. We love a good defender getting a spotlight. It's 86,000 damage taken in 3, 5, and 5.
Incredible. I mean, in comparison to Antares on the Umbreon on the other side, right, only taking 39,000 damage. This Snorlax definitely in the way of pain quite a few times with 5 faints in total on this matchup. But still, you can see Soto, pretty big fan of the Snorlax in the player picture. Does like showcasing that Pokemon, but hanging around on that bottom side for the majority of this matchup. Really trying to favor that Alolan Raichu path alongside them, get those attackers up to levels. Yeah, I think that final fight is...
Alright, we got a little bit of time, so let me go back to that last team fight, because honestly, this was just a really big throw. Quite frankly, I think LAIC has been overall disappointing in the overall quality of the gameplay. We can play it from here, right here, just so you can kind of see context of what happens going into the end game. The Force Gaming, obviously, down by a significant margin. There's still plenty of time until Groudon spawns, so realistically, you're kind of just chilling. Snorlax gets a nice pick on the Umbreon with the shield block. Blaziken gets punished by the Darkrai. Eldegoss dies immediately. Zacian dies. You have a 4 versus 2 right now. Like, at this point, yeah. Oh, shoot, sorry.
Interestingly enough, enough to try to make a big risk for Force. And Mazo is still keeping up quite healthy at that. And they're going
okay, Snorlax gets picked off as well. So at this point, it's like 2-11. You got 10 seconds till Groudon spawns. You can do a bunch of things. You can literally reset if you want to try to go. Like, you don't need to rip Groudon because you're still significantly far ahead. You can just reset. You still have Unite moves on the table, so you can just team fight again. From the way that they were positioned, it looked like they were going to try and rip the Groudon, you know, on spawn.
Okay, this is a big risk for Force Gaming, but I don't hate it. They take
So Angel's here to, you know, get vision for the team and try to deter them from doing the objective. They pop their Unite move immediately just to get the zoning off and, like, to zone them as well as get the damage down. They get them relatively low too. And then they could have just walked away. But then Umbreon is still chasing them, walking forward, while the rest of them are, like, cutting back. Or, sorry, Darkrai. Now Darkrai reconsiders. After getting poked out, they're like, okay, maybe I can't do this anymore. Maybe I gotta, you know, reset. Maybe I gotta just run away and cut my losses. The entire team, with the exception of Aramaki, are less than half HP. So this is just a very ill-advised team fight because you're at a huge disadvantage, and now everyone on the team is back up. Not to mention, they still have the Eldegoss Unite move for sustain. Eldegoss just use Unite move right now. Umbreon popped their Unite move, but they're so ridiculously low that, yeah, they got part of the shield, but it doesn't really matter. The moment the shield expires, they're probably going to die. And because everyone's so low, because they didn't take the opportunity to reset, now it's just like they're scrambling. They know that the Groudon's being forced, so they have to stick around. Espeon pops their Unite move. It didn't CC anyone. Blaziken was already in the overheat animation, so essentially they just didn't get the CC and also took the damage of the overheat as well. They tried to Side Shock, but it goes over to Force. I don't remember who secures it. Zacian. And then it's just a very sad and depressing endgame.
And that is going to slot in Mega Charizard potential. Sounds like we're going to be redoing this banning phase. Not just a UI thing. We'll get this sorted out, everybody. Please be patient with us, but some interesting stuff so far.
Definitely, and some staples as well. The Miraidon has been very successful all around as a long-range attacker. Even if you go for Electro Drift, not exactly long range, you're going to be straight in the face of people, but still coming from a long distance. The Blissey as well, very common. The Suicune, we know, is very powerful. The amount of crowd control, I would say, is unrivaled.
Exactly. All right, so about Force Gaming's composition that they had in that last game. How we, there's a lot of really exciting things that we were feeling. Darkrai being picked up early here, but I think you're hearing something?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a technical issue, yes, but both teams have agreed that that ban is Mega Charizard X.
Okay.
So we're just not going to redo, so we can just keep on going. Just don't lose the warmth in the fingers.
People who wanted the Mega Charizard X to be the most banned Pokemon in this tournament are in shambles right now. We're losing the 1 game's worth of stats. We'll see if we can get that corrected.
Stats, you're right.
We'll see
oh my
if we
God.
can get that corrected in the back end. We'll see what goes on.
Crazy.
But either way, we are continuing on. That hollow spot on our ban UI is Mega Charizard X. And Doozy Esports are going back to the Darkrai. Blaziken, of course, being banned by Force Gaming means that Doozy don't even have to make that choice. Instead, go to one of these huge power picks in the Darkrai.
Love it. All right, so unfortunately we had another technical issue here, and we're going to have to redo, in fact, this series lobby, but we're going to be right back as soon as we can. But as we were looking at, we have this game feeling like very similar in regards to what has been established of meta throughout yesterday.
Yeah, just a lot of powerful picks have been kind of cemented themselves in the meta here of LAIC. Darkrai in particular has been so phenomenal. Snorlax, one of the most picked Pokemon in our entire tournament as well. So we're getting to see a little bit of that Pokemon show its name. And then, yeah, I think the Zacian, again, just every time it shows up in one of these games, you and I are just in shock and awe at this point because of how powerful this Pokemon is at any moment of the game. It's one of the few Pokemon in the roster. Early game, it's fantastic. Mid-team fights, it's amazing. And late game, it's got one of the best secures in that gigantic Unite move. So just a ton of options for this Pokemon, and when it's in the hands of an amazing player like these two teams, you really get to see its full potential.
Exactly. It's just how much, and as you pointed out earlier as well, the fact that we're seeing these players that we have seen throughout Worlds in August in Anaheim, California, that they have widened their Pokemon pool, and they have been able to really diversify how they're going to be dealing with threats, how they counter, how they're going to take priority in draft. And I feel like that's one of the most exciting things for me outside of gameplay is just how teams have been navigating draft.
100%. I mean, our offseason is not incredibly long, but it is enough that there are quite a few changes to the game. But between the World Championships and this first tournament, there's new Pokemon added to the game, and sometimes there's balance patches that shift the competitive mentality of these top players on a few important picks. And all this is leading me to say, Falbs and Empoleon looked awesome. So I really hope we get to see some more interesting picks like that. Before we had to remake the draft, Falb had yet to pick in this game number 2. And Blaziken being gone, we could see a spicy pick from that player on Force Gaming again. I mean, things like that central area Pikachu come to mind as a very relevant threat. You were playing Blaziken in the central area in that last game. I mean, there's a lot of options for this player, and I think if we could rely on spice from a player or two, it seems like Falb's a great.
Oh my god.
I agree. And
It takes this long for a remake? Jesus.
In particular, but still talking about draft and meta in general. How are you feeling in regards to the fact that we really thought that the Mimikyu was going to show up more? Like, what's your analysis on it?
Just mostly just livid rage. Just so upset.
Livid outrage.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zoinks-shaped holes in the wall in the green room. Just been so upset.
There are,
running
yeah, I
around
can
it.
confirm.
Yeah.
I can take pictures in personal line.
Yeah.
Just DM. don't DM.
It's been tough, but I think I'll recover. I mean, Mimikyu, when it has been in game, it's been looking pretty fantastic in my opinion. So
With
that
both
at
builds.
least is exciting to see. One of my favorite Pokemon to play, if you can not tell how I'm talking about it. But it seems like on these two teams, we're going to be electing for a few other picks. I mean, this Darkrai fills a similar role to what Mimikyu is accomplishing, often in the same area of the map, in that central area. But just having the potential to completely burst down an opponent and make it so they can't move anywhere. Those sleeping effects are so strong, and Darkrai's unique effect to hit multiple targets with that Dark Void.
Yeah.
There are very few Pokemon, I think, that kind of have these big area crowd control effects that persist for so long.
They do, yeah.
Snorlaxion is solid, but doesn't have as much range as something like Dark Void. Suicune's Whirlpool Ice combo for sure, but it's a harder to land combo. They're just clicking the Dark Void button. So interesting. It brings a lot of interesting gameplay into some of these series.
It does, and as you pointed out, like, it's the fact that it's just one ability. For example, you could say that the likes of the Suicune and the Alola Ninetales could be similar, but you just have to wait for the freeze to stack, and that it requires either more than one attack or ability that you have to land, and this one is very point and click, and the fact that it just deals so much damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alola Ninetales. It's a name I haven't heard in
a while.
80 years.
Yeah, we substituted the Alolan variant for just Alolan Raichu.
Yeah,
now.
we got Alolan Raichu in the mix now. Alolan Ninetales, haven't seen it.
Oh my god. Quality UCS production. Yo, wake me up when September ends next year when these guys are done figuring out how to start a match, man. Crazy. Crazy, I tell ya. Crazy.
They're doing it for a reason, and we're starting to see it here on some of these matches at LAIC.
Yeah, one of those that's seen.
Wake me up when September ends.
Especially going on the purple side has been one of those P1 picks. I'm trying to really make that stick, so yes, that's the purple side. First pick, P1.
P1. God, I thought it said for picks 1, and I was like...
No, purple 1, because then you do orange 1, because like 5 picks, that's how I'm used to it.
P1 and O1 and 2, got it.
Exactly, that's why, so explaining. So you have purple side having the advantage of having P1. Purple side 1 pick, because you're the first one to get your most valuable, most high impact Pokemon. And then on the side of orange, the most impactful pick is the last one, which would be Orange 505. I'm really trying to make that stick.
Right, yeah. 5th pick, 05, yeah,
Yep.
I get it, it makes sense.
Cool.
We got a whole formula going on.
We do.
We have surpassed Unite Math, we have now headed into Unite Letters, which is a scary place to be.
Letters and alphabet
It's
together.
Uncharted territory, but
It
we're
is.
doing our best to make it through. Don't worry, everybody, we're going to have that draft ready for you very soon. Just want to make sure that everybody's devices are connected properly before we jump back into that one. We don't want to reset one more time, so we're going to take our time, make sure that this match is good to go, because just to reiterate the stakes right now, we are in our top 8. It is best of 3, single elimination, and we're playing for a spot in top 4, which I gotta say, top 4 has never been more important than it is in this tournament. Maybe some of our regional finals, but those aren't often in-person events, and Asia Champions League spots being on the line in that top 4 threshold, of course, for top 3 spots. I mean, this is such an important matchup to win.
It's so weird, Zoinks, because we're talking about the fact that I believe for myself is the first time that I'm looking at a semi-finals. I'm like, heck yeah, semi-finals! Because as you pointed out, it's the top 3 that gets into the Asia Champions League finals, but we have that 3rd, 4th place matchup as well. So we actually have, quote-unquote, 3 semifinals, the 2 regular ones, and the 3rd and 4th place, which are all best of 5.
Okay, yeah, I like that definition. Again, more letters that we're throwing into the mix, but I like that quite a bit.
But I said 3. I said the number 3. That's not a letter, dude.
Not like semi. It's like a prefix. It's a bunch of letters. Anyway, there's a lot on the line, like we talked about, to play for here. But seriously, this match matters so much. Of course, if you win that semifinal, you know for a fact that you've gotten one of those spots. That's going to be huge. But still having one more chance. And just a reminder for anybody, if you tuned in at a midway point or some point throughout the broadcast, just a reminder that we will be having the 3rd place match, the tiebreaker, and of course, a match to determine that 3rd ACL spot will be live on our broadcast to conclude our day 2 coverage here.
And as of right now that we had reached the top 8, all of the matches are going to be streamed in this channel, the feature stream. Thank you so much for your service, but you are done for the day. Into the draft we go now for realsies. Tuzi on the purple side, going for the Maridon ban first, while Force Gaming is able to select that Mega Charizard X as their first ban.
Yeah, this time we actually got the picture in, not a gentleman's agreement to ban away
Yay!
the Mega Charizard
My
X.
stats aren't ruined.
Exactly. Oh, yes, stat enjoyers rejoice.
Yes.
Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard will both be banned. Suicune will also be banned. I imagine we'll be moving through the first steps of this draft in an identical fashion. Usually that's how these things work out. Well, but around the midway point of the draft, we might be starting to see some new things. But that does mean the Blaziken, again, banned away by Force Gaming, being such an important factor for Fulb. But I think Force Gaming understanding that it is such a big priority first pick for Tuzi Esports as well, you gotta use your final ban on it.
You really need to. And Darkrai being one of those P1, very valuable picks. Why'd you laugh at me, Zoinks? Come on. I'm just trying to be serious about it. Right. So on the side of Force Gaming, you have the Snorlax and the Zacian also with that priority pick with the big damage secured that it has on that Sovereign Sword. And of course, the most reliable defender, in my opinion, in the game.
Yeah, and Blastoise to play that damaging role on the other side will be interesting. We've seen Mazo play a whole lot of that Buzzwole in the past, but it does have a great matchup into the Blastoise, so maybe securing both ends on their own side of the draft on that purple team, but it will be Clefable on the orange side for Lel, so not having access to Eldegoss will push you into the Clefable realm, especially when Blissey's going to be banned. Tuzi Esports, final 2 picks, P4, P5.
Let's go! And it's the Buzzwole, as we know that Mazo really excels.
Mr. Mime!
Alright, so that's where we're diversifying here. Only with a 6% encounter rate.
Alright, Fulb's currently got the hover on him.
Double support and defend. So double support, defender, Buzzwole, and Darkrai.
Empoleon, encounter rate slowly climbing up to 4% as Fulb locks in the Emperor Penguin.
I don't know, man.
Love to see
I don't know.
Things that are similar to what we saw in the last game of this series. A couple of things that are similar to what we saw in a different series, but still very well rehearsed and practiced by the side of Force Gaming. I really loved the Empoleon.
Well, one thing I will say is that, at least in the later stages of the game, something like playing against a Buzzwole, a Mr. Mime, a Blastoise, even Darkrai, makes it kind of hard for Zacian to get their auto attacks off if they're running Metal Claw. Just because there's actually, like, between the 4 of them, they have a lot of crowd control. Not to mention when multiple opponents are clustered together, targeting specific people can get a little jank.
Literally gonna say that is kind of like the alternative option to a Crustle if you think about it, because then if you go for Light Screen, you're kind of fulfilling the same spot as that Rock Tomb does, and your Showtime that also stuns into your game 2. A match point for Force Gaming playing on your orange side, and Tuzi Esports fighting to get that game 3 online for the purple side.
Yeah, their backs against the wall, but they've been at this point in tournaments past. So Mazo gonna be leading the way into this top side, going against the Zacian, against so terrifying. Lel taking a lot of burst damage early, threateningly to go down, but the Eldegoss will not be able to do it. The Ozen's auto attacks just shy of earning the first knockout.
Yeah, just getting quick enough into the pad, and Lel will get that healing and shielding, and they are going to be okay. That Clefairy with this so lovely Hollowware is going to be fine. And we know as well how strong these 2 carries are in the top side, both the Buzzwole and the Zacian, in guaranteeing those early wild Pokemon.
And Mazo's going to be out-leveling. By the way, Leozen was able to take one of Force Gaming's ball toys, and because of that, they just have all the presence over the mid-contestable wild Pokemon. So Mazo is going to be out-leveling this Zacian, at least in this early phase of the game. Going to almost hit their level 5 right before the Swablu Altaria spawn in, giving them access to, I believe this one will be the pick-up.
All right, 4 members rotating to the top side, actually. So we see that Force Gaming doesn't really commit into defending. They just give it away. While on the bot side, 3 members of Force will score on the bot tier 1. LAIC will spot the top laners here, and they are going to be scouting around through this jungle and just trying to get somebody caught out of position. Falb just waiting, but that stun from the Mr. Mime doesn't land.
Yeah, not too sneaky.
Invading against a Darkrai is extremely ballsy.
Give it away, walking into the tall grass, but here we go. Big fight going on in mid.
All right, and Force Gaming is just falling.
That was
wow, the amount of damage from Tuzi
horrendous.
really there, especially on that Darkrai, and with that, they have full control.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say, like, fighting against the Darkrai. I know they're not invading, like, that's their own jungle, but people need to understand, if you're choosing to let Darkrai go through the draft phase, you need to navigate the early game appropriately, especially since this Pokemon, at level 5 this Pokemon pops off. This thing has so much kill potential.
Okay, so you're just like, what'd you say? H-E-I-G-H-T, that's where you are?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Bro, look at the... Darkrai is literally just standing in front of 3 people, like, weaving back and forth, and they can't even move up because they know that is just ill-advised.
But they are going to be heavily punished. Back Falb moves in, but they're not going to truly commit right now.
Great peel from Aramaki. That hydro pump if spin combination is fantastic. Just even for a tiny little push, you might underestimate how important.
Like, Clefairy is still level 3 at first objective, by the way. Level 3. That is insane. Like, yeah, they'll get level 4. They'll get, like, you know, big chunks of experience once they finally get some farm, but
at this point in the game is a little bit underleveled. The rest of 2Z Esports out-leveling them, especially Mazo.
That's very true. I like the rotation from Tuzi. They take top. Reggie going to the bot side, almost taking down this Snorlax, and they do. Look at Max. Look at him go. And that's Lau. Almost.
That's the Darkrai diff right there. And they have Unite move too.
That is will stop them for at least a brief moment. That's the Empoleon that's coming through.
Oh my god. Empoleon Unite and they still lose it. Oh my god, bro. Darkrai diff right here. High diff Darkrai.
Bot tier 1 is gone.
All right, this will be left on 26. A couple of small scores in the future for 2Z Esports, and they might actually elect to leave this goal zone up, but currently Force Gaming are going to commit a few Pokemon to defend it just in case they can defend this tier 1 goal zone. Very important to have those into the end game. You do not want to give 2Z Esports extra chances to flank you in the final stretch time of the match, or potentially have a chance to score in your tier 2 either.
Right, this is a point in the game where you don't have that much wild Pokemon experience on the board, so you got to be very intentional about where you rotate to. Antada is very low HP, has to disengage here for 2Z, so they can't overcommit to anything on this goal because, as you pointed out, Zoinks, they chose not to take it.
Yeah. Now, Falb is at level 10.5, so this Empoleon is starting to get pretty scary, and it looks like another push for 2Z Esports. Falb setting up, big Snorlax block to try to set up this next fight.
Well, Mats is almost taken down as they...
Okay, Darkrai went in... Okay, Darkrai was getting way too cocky right there. This guy is literally in between the flux zone in the middle of 4 people. Like, I get that you're fed, but, like, that's nutty, man.
4v5 situation, but look at that light screen, just really nicely done. Look at the showtime, too, and it's time to just really get going as Force Gaming is taking quite a lot of damage. Look, he's almost taken down here by the Blastoise, and do they know? Very close, but Force Gaming does survive.
Wow, I mean, Mazo counting their lucky stars. The Unite move actually targeted the Alolan Raichu, was the lowest HP target. The Super Swole Slam actually pulled them out of the fight and gave an escape route for Mazo's Buzzwole to head into the enemy central. And now 2Z Esports, not too worried about losing their top carry, can try to push towards this tier 1 yet again. And Soundtow 1v4 in the defense is now put to sleep, put into another dimension as Mass tries to take all of that HP away. And then
Oh my god.
The KO, the zone, good position for the Darkrai to solely 1v1.
I don't even know what's happening right now.
Well, on on the top side. Force Gaming will trade objectives, and there's plenty of experience on the side of 2Z Esports as well, if so Force Gaming should choose to invade. But Mazo is there just applying quite a bit of an impression.
Yeah, I'm also trying to play that just really carefully. You can't 1v2.
Zacian really needs to get some levels. Like, ideally, like, your job within the next 2 minutes should be trying to get to level 13 at the bare minimum. Because you're not going to be very threatening, like, right now. So at the very least, get to, like, the bare minimum level threshold for the last team fight of the game.
Yes, they do, but Force Gaming has sandwiched them a little bit with the Alolan Raichu
Okay.
as well. And Force Gaming is really trying to get this going right now before we get to the final stretch. Now going on to Matt, almost takes them down, but Lau is on the front line, and that's not your damage dealer. They might be caught off guard here, as Lau is going very low in HP, pops out that gravity. They're still going to be okay for the moment. Matt's trying to get their sleep going, but they haven't been able to really connect it. Nice, heavy slam as well, and looking at the back,
Man, that's the second time Raichu just got blown up by the Buzzwole Unite move. They're just going too close to Buzzwole right now.
Has nowhere to run, but the gravity and Moonlight give them just enough room to get to that gold zone. Fall caught in place by a barrier, by a sleep, and it's the Hydro Pump that gets the...
And like I told you guys, that Zacian was gonna struggle against this team comp. They're Metal Claw right now, and they just have so much difficulty staying, like, in consistently trying to get their auto attacks off because they keep getting CC'd and displaced. At least they got level 12, and they're soon, like, they will hit level 13 at the bare minimum, but it's not looking good for them. Raichu needs to position better as well. Like, their only ranged character is constantly dying first in these fights.
Yeah, it's been so impressive, and I think Aramaki's Blastoise has been impressing me so much in this matchup. Anytime Mats, especially on this Darkrai, just gets a little bit low, you got your best buddy Blastoise jumping right into the fray to push them all the way with this Hydro Pump. They are going to be using this one for the initiation, though, and try to get a bit of information.
Oh, they're flipping. They're flipping. They're like, fuck this shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think 2Z did either. Force Gaming absolutely obliterating that Groudon, and Polion responsible for the final hit. Another situation where 2Z Esports were not able to hold positioning before the final fight. Force Gaming already in the spot. All they got to do is close the door. A minute 30 left on the clock, though. 2Z Esports have a chance to rally, steal some buffs, and try to turn this score lead around.
They definitely can do it. There's still a 50 onto Angel, so they need to be careful about that specific Alolan Raichu and their scoring. Now they're still pushing in, trying to get that buff back. Now they're still going very low. Blastoise has to disengage, and now Matt's in between a couple of people, gets knocked up into the air, and now Force Gaming is going to seal the deal, at least for the next minute.
Oh man, they shut down yet another push. There is still
Oh, that's crazy, man.
on the clock again. If Mazo can try to defend this goal zone, but a Groudon 50% damage buff might be a bit too much from a lot.
I feel kind of bad. Consider, like, I thought Force Gaming played like shit. I kid you not, but like flipping Groudon is also a strat, and teams need to be better prepared for stuff like that to happen. That's happened in like, what, the last 3 matches that were played on stream were just straight up Groudon flips, I think?
To actually reach a potential comeback for 2Z Esports. They don't have enough points, they don't have enough pressure. Force Gaming is just waiting for the inevitable 2-0. There's a Unite move from the Alolan Ninetales once again, Zoinks.
Yeah, huge, big star on the ground, whole lot of damage. Aramaki does fall. At least you take one on the way out. Angel, 2 KO straight, adding insult to injury. As Force Gaming are going to seal this one up with your match win. And Force Gaming eliminate 2Z and move on to top 4.
Force Gaming who'll be fighting for that potential ACL spot.
Yeah, they're in such perfect position. 2Z Esports just moments away. And we talked so much about it, so right before this match started. It's both a heartbreaker and, of course, a brilliant excitement on the other side. It's both end. And, you know, these two teams are going to be regional rivals all year long. Like, if you were a fan of that last match, just wait. The LATAM Regions League is going to be so exciting to follow. And I think Force Gaming and 2Z Esports are going to be battling against each other other many times in this upcoming year.
Exactly. Now, they're not just acquainted because they played together in different rosters in the past throughout competitive Pokemon Unite. They are going to get very up close and personal in regards to the Region League. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Force Gaming sealing the deal. Oh, that was so good to watch.
Yeah, and we're back to numbers, but that's okay. I think the letters were a tough one. I'll keep it on, and we have Fob on the Empoleon getting the MVP award. Maybe not as spectacular as stats as the last showing on this Pokemon. Took a little bit to warm up on this Empoleon, but still some clutch moments throughout this matchup. Doing, of course, 70,000 damage. Nothing to scoff at, but the Alolan Raichu from Angel. That's the damage carry I'm looking at. 96,000 damage, just short of that 6-digit mark.
Exactly, and we know how juicy that 6-digit mark is. And looking at this graph for scores, we know there was just 100 points in between these two teams, and the heat map as well, just showing the foul. But like you mentioned, was careful, was a little bit more conserved on how they were moving, mostly on.
You scream and say I'm the one who's raising my voice. You leave, then say everything you did was my choice. You build me up, then pull me under. Take me to hell and back, I'll still put you first. I've been blind.
Ready, go!
Look at what you
I can't fix. Oh, there we go. I don't know why my mic just suddenly shut off for no reason. Oh, this is so dumb, man. Farm to late game, guys. Farm simulator.
and say I'm the one who's losing and say everything you did was my choice. You built me up, then threw me under. Take me to hell and back. I'll still put you first. I've been blind. You did me wrong. I apologize.
You can do it!
You make your mess and I clean it up. My friends who said you'd never be good enough. I was blind. You do me wrong, I just let it slide. Look what you started.
Oh my god, the fucking crowd control, man.
Don't give up! up? You win.
What are my thoughts? I think people like I don't mind responding to that question. Overall, your average experience playing Pokemon Unite is not going to change because of that update. That's the first thing. Like if you're like, do you know how many times people have said, "Oh my God, the devs are cooking with this update," and then after like 2 to 3 weeks after the novelty of the update wears off, people are back to saying, "Wow, this game is shit." Or, "Wow, I'm having a miserable time." "Oh wow, this and that are happening in my matches." It's not like the update is going to change the player base. First of all, you're still going to be playing with the same players, so your overall experience is not going to be getting better. The biggest differences between... like, the biggest things that are going to be changing, besides... like, okay, first of all, Kyogre is replacing Groudon. That's the first thing. Also, keep in mind, in the entire dev letter, they did not mention whether or not the buffs are going to transfer for Kyogre, like they did for Groudon. I'm assuming, like, if we were to assume, then, you know, I would assume it does. But if it doesn't, then that's just dumb. The second thing is the XP share thing, which is probably the biggest difference. Basically, XP share is going to be less relevant because they are taking away anything, like, the level effect of, or the experience effect of XP share is getting removed. And now you're going to get more experience when you're clearing camps together, and it's going to be equally distributed no matter who gets the last hit or not. So basically it's just evenly split amongst the amount of players that are there. That's probably going to be the big difference, because it can change the dynamic of how people start the game. There's a chance that you can have like a 1-1-3 lane, or like a 3-1-1 lane type of thing, or you can have like like 4 people clearing the jungle, and then they branch off to the lanes, because that means they get, like, you get more experience for clearing as a duo. You get the experience evenly split. And of course, if you're clearing the jungle as twos, or, you know, pairs, you can clear the jungle significantly faster. It also, depending on what you're playing, you could also just selectively choose what camps you want to clear, and then, you know, play accordingly. Like, if you're playing something like a Leafeon, a Zera, or like any evolutions, a Zera, or something that doesn't necessarily need level 5 to reach their first power spike. Yeah, you don't need to traditionally jungle. Besides that, like, besides the Kyogre and the XP share plus the XP share distribution, everything else is just irrelevant. Because, like, realistically, speaking on behalf of myself, I already have every single license that I can buy using coins. I'm just waiting for the other stuff to be available. So, whether I lose my EOS coins and it changes to license points, it doesn't change the fact that I have everything. How about the ease of ranking up? I was trying to find a post for you guys with regards to that. Apparently, it's supposed to be a lot grindier. Allegedly, there was a post on Twitter which I was trying to find, but I didn't screenshot it, so I don't know the Twitter handle that was talking about it. Allegedly, it can take up to 25 games to rank up from one rank to the next rank. I don't know if that's true or not. But allegedly, it's supposed to be more grindier, which indirectly means you would have less people at the higher ranks. But that doesn't mean anything unless you being at the higher rank means that you can't get paired with people outside that rank. So, like, if I'm Master Rank or Legend Rank in Pokemon Unite, if I'm still getting paired with Ultra players, it doesn't matter what rank you are, because at the end of the day, matchmaking is still going to be the same. The only thing that makes a difference is whether or not your time is rewarded through incentivization, which they didn't talk about at all. They mentioned the new rank, but they didn't mention any rewards that you could possibly get once you achieve that rank. Like, if all you're giving me is a sticker to get Legend rank, then, like, no one's gonna give a shit, quite frankly. Like, people don't give a shit about 1600 either, but people do it just because they do it out of habit. But a lot of people have also decided that it's not worth their time. Like, they would rather just preserve their mental sanity than to continuously grind for something that has very little value overall. If you don't get a sticker, whoop-de-doo, who cares? That's what it comes down to. Do you think it's gonna save Unite? No. Quite frankly, I don't think there's anything that can save Unite. It's just too far gone.
This tournament so far, but let's see if they can make it all the way as we get ready for our first draft here. Infamous Gaming is going to get the first pick. They banned Clefable over to the Miraidon. That Clefable feels very targeted to Ender. We saw some incredible plays earlier. Darkrai targeting Toon right there. Next ban is going to be Suicune, possibly.
Suicune's a really safe bet.
Suicune as a ban?
Hoopa is another great call. I mean, if you're kind of losing all your toys, you find a different path to success here. So, you know, Dignitas banning Hoopa, a Pokemon that Ender said he's particularly excited to be playing right now, especially that Trick Phantom Force build, because it facilitates so many things. And look at that, even the Mimikyu getting taken off.
This is so targeted right now.
Damn. Take the Charizard! Take the Charizard! Mega Charizard! OP!
Do you grab Char first? If you don't grab either one, okay, they are grabbing Mega Charizard first, it looks like. Locking that in, that means Lucario is probably getting picked up for the other side. What a wild game to see neither of them banned out. I think we saw this once yesterday.
Okay. This is either a dumpster fire, which I don't believe it is.
No, I think they're playing chicken with them right now.
I mean, and they're gonna get Mega Luca later anyways, if that's even where they want to be. So this is part of the evolution of a metagame within a single tournament, right?
Why you do that?
Counter rates 99% and 100% or whatever it is for Mega Lucario, and we might have an opportunity for Mega Lucario to drop out of 100% play rate here, because right now it has not been selected.
I mean, this is wild. We take the Eldegoss, we take the Blastoise. These could be counter picks. It also could just be something that they want to slot into. And at this point, I think they are fully believing that there is no chance they are seeing Mega Luca, and they are right. Instead, Comfey Zoroark.
Zarina. Let's go. No Mega Lucario.
No Mega Lucario.
And counter rate drops.
Finally.
Mega Charizard back on top. We were correct.
We were correct as casters.
Thank you, Infamous Gaming. Thank you, Dignitas, for making us the guys with the fattest brains in the land.
The reigning, defending, undisputed world heavyweight Universal Unite champions of the world representing North America.
Mega Char, Comfey, Zashi, and Zoroark, and a Crustle. Get out of here.
On the side of Dignitas, though.
Bro, that's toxic, man. Comfey Zoroark, Comfey Zacian, Comfey Charizard. This team is made to fight to the death, man. Like, there can only be one.
Immediately, you have to think those are key components to their success.
I mean, this is a shocking draft. We saw Dignitas have success with a very similar composition earlier, but man, that draft from Infamous is just nightmarish. That is such a scary squad, and we're going to see if they are able to shut this down as we are getting ready for game number 1. Such an important matchup between these two squads. We cannot overstate it. It's so pivotal that you win here so you have a shot at ACL. Infamous Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team, as we get ready for this best of 3.
You almost forgot to say it. Zealot in the middle. That little Steenie, what is that? Bounce Sweep.
Serena Jungle. Damn. Damn.
I would say, do have the advantage here early in this path because of their Pokemon, right? They have to leverage that in an incredible way. They have to push the pressure on, but get ahead, stay ahead.
Yeah, nice secure right there. They've taken everything so far, and they're going to get aggressive here, try to take some of this away from the side of Infamous Gaming. They can't hang out here too long, though, because Zoroark will be here very quickly.
Yep.
So they take a little, peel back. Otter now level 4. They can start to stack up their Dragon Pulse. Every time they KO a wild Pokemon, they're going to stack it up. Every time they hit an opponent with that Dragon Pulse, they're going to stack it up, and they need to start doing that early. Yeah, you can see them working in tandem. Zugrug cleverly letting Otter get those last hits with the Dragon Pulse so those stacks can be made and acquired. Now we already have Zealot hanging out. Now they're the Steenie going straight towards C-Bus. Enders with the follow-up. Aramis is already in the backside trying to shred. Big Dragon Pulse there, Otter. And now it's 4v3, and it's just enough to send everyone reeling. The iframes there, the invulnerability on the evolution from Ender actually makes it so that Feint combo does absolutely nothing to Dignitas here. And now they are taking the central area. This is just something you could do. Comfey, Zoroark, you're able to sort of overpower them here. Toon's going to be in a lot of trouble running from a Zacian right into a Zoroark Comfey. I mean, left with an impossible task here, right? Between Zacian, Zoroark, and Comfey, you really think Toon is going to be able to, you know, hold the water there, hold the water from just cascading over top? Absolutely not. But again, what's important is what value are they getting in this moment, and it's happening in the bottom path. Yeah, absolutely, right? Dignitas recognized this wasn't going to go well in the top path. They've committed their resources to the bottom path. We have a fight actually possibly breaking out around this Regidrago. A lot of damage already being put on it here. Artemis going in, trying to make something happen. Ender peeling, Zealot trying to find them, and no, they're able to skate out. Yeah, I mean, that backdoor by Zealot forces out the slow smoke. Zugrug is getting beat up a little bit, able to eject over the wall, but that combo is gonna lock them down, and now we're going forward. Back in is Aramis.
Oh, Zoroark didn't get their feints off. Oh, it's going bad. It's going bad. It went to shit.
And C-Bus is nowhere in sight, because if they were, they would have gotten knocked out too. Absolute counter punching, moving back in. Dragon Cheer helped facilitate a lot of big moments. Huge overcap there as they move.
They just gotta scale for late game, man. Like, the Zoroark didn't do enough in the early game to really...
Yeah, I kind of understand why they didn't go with Mega Luca, because this looks pretty fantastic. Yeah, I'll be honest. I am incredibly excited to watch Dignitas roll through the rest of this game to see exactly how this strategy continues to materialize. Meanwhile, Toon able to hit 8 during that entire foray. And you want to talk about a counterpunch strategy. It felt more like that rope-a-dope, right? Dignitas baits in 4 players from Infamous Gaming, flip the script, you know, call an ambulance, but not for me type energy. Get 4 knockouts, close a goal zone, Regieleki hits, and look at that, they are just up big everywhere. Yeah, great stuff from Dignitas right there. And of course, they had to give up a lot in the top path for this, but they were happy to. Charizard still not at 9, so close to moving in with a Mega. They're ticking over to 9 during this fight. Reggie.
Ooh, nice, secure.
They're going after Serena, but Serena takes up Crustle. C-Bus right there, saving the Regidrago for the team. And now we've got the slams, we've got the Hydro Typhoons, we've got the Rock Walls, and we got the pressure on. The Mega Char goes down in that entire exchange. Wow. And finally,
that is not good. Zoroark came, so Zoroark left early, and then came back, and I think they just feinted into a Blastoise Unite move, which delayed their combo, and then on top of that, they ended up dying anyways.
Taken up by Char, and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna take this Crustle up in the air for a minute here. I just don't want to get burnt down right now. Yeah, incredibly well used. Zealot gets folded by a Zacian Unite move right there, and I think that's a pretty strong expenditure of that resource, because that's good experience. Yeah, good experience. Obviously, highest level on the other team. You definitely want to take that KO anytime you can. Toon has had a tough job. You know, as you mentioned earlier, they have been fighting in this top path all alone, all by their lonesome, while Dignitas finds value elsewhere. There wasn't much they could really do about this. It just felt like their whole plan was hold this for as long as you can, pressure them as long as you can, annoy them as long as you can, and we are going to win elsewhere, Toon. Toon is level 10 as well throughout all of this, and he gives up that goal pad and immediately gets all the experience up the side of the wall, because they're going to have this spin pump combination. Oh, big freeze on Yiru as they have to retreat completely out, and it looks like another Regieleki for Dig. Yeah, Easy Regieleki for Dignitas. No one from Infamous is going to do anything about it. However, super easy Reg Ice on the other side for Infamous Gaming. 103-183. Absolutely close game for both of these squads. So the question is, how much better does it get for Infamous now that they have Mega Char? We've only seen it in action one time. We may see it again here in their own central area.
Yeah, Regieleki is marching. Aramis is trying to take care of it. Zealot sees that. A preemptive slow smoke is down, and now it's completely dispatched. Can we get a big freeze? We do. Multiple targets. Zork's in the back. Mega Charizard comes through. They are bound. They're going for Flowery Fields forever. Can they get more combination? Serena takes him to the skies, and the Mega Char goes down first again. Seabus is forced to retreat. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody. Actually, just kidding. That was Toons. He hit everybody. What's going on? Obviously, I don't know. Gohan goes way deep, gets knocked out too easy. We're spin bumping on top of the pad. Seabus has to retreat. Crash landing on top is Yiru, but it's 5-on-2, and that's the easiest knockout I've ever seen. Moving through is Zealot. The Regieleki hasn't hit, but Dignitas.
Oh my god, the rock tombs on these... Across the rock tombs are putting in work. Unfortunately, it ended up going in.
All of that, the Regieleki hits.
Hits and Toon scores the 50. What a moment for Dignitas. Back and forth. And the moment I think you got tripped up on is what we all got tripped up on. How was Dignitas not losing this fight in this situation? The Dragon Cheers, the Pollen Puffs, that Hydro Typhoon knocking up multiple members, and of course the Suicune stuns on a tier 2. They're taking down a Zoro, Comfey, and a Mega Char. What an impressive set of fights for Dignitas.
Huge freeze again on the Mega Char. They try to fire punch, Unite move in, and now they're fighting, but they get...
Bro, Mega Charizard's kind of selling this game, man. They've really not had any... Like, okay, it's not just the Mega Charizard. Like, they had to pull... They needed time to scale, but, like, Zoroark didn't really do much in the early game.
Infamous, because of course in that top path it was a disaster for Dig here. That was to be expected. They absolutely gave it up in that moment. Blastoise ripping right now, but it's actually not low enough. This is going to turn into a fight.
Yeah, we're going in. Aramis darts into the backline, takes tons of damage, is able to sort out Otter in that exchange. Spinning and bumping on top of this and going straight for that Regi secure is Dignitas, and it is secured by Toon. Tinta's low HP. Euro is low HP. Zugrug's on the chase. They want to get this Char down. They can't quite do it. Nice little freeze. The follow-up just misses. Seabus can't do anything. They're on cooldowns. And now Aramis comes up to cut off Zugrug.
And here we go. Zealot looking for a score right now. It's going to take over to double time, but they're moving forward, and they take the Suicune. One member of both teams down, as Infamous Gaming is going to need to decide how they want to play this. They're way behind.
Charizard's still level 12, man.
Aramis hiding in the tall grass, possibly
yikes.
in this fight, but they know more members of Dignitas are going to be showing up.
They're trying to pincer on top of Aramis. They're able to dodge out with that mobility. We're spinning on top of Seabus, who's way low on HP. Zacian is going from the top of the central to the top of the middle, and we're going to see if they can get anywhere with that. Dignitas taking a good position.
And here we go. Dignitas right now is just waiting for their moment because they know Infamous has to make the call. The freeze gets Aramis slightly. Seabus moving in with the X-Scissor, but yes, they are moving in with the Crustal Unite move. They're going to start the fight. Char's in the air.
And the Ice Age was down. They're caught in the Rock Tomb. Zug goes down immediately. Yiru isolated by Zarina, and they are taken care of. Ender's on the retreat. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a few and buys just enough time. Zora
it's over, man.
Tinta is down.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
It's just Seabus with no HP and a cheeky Rock Tomb to split Dune from getting that knockout as well. Now Dignitas converges on Groudon. Suicune is back. Seabus, it's all on your shoulders, kid, as the rest of Dignitas lines this up. But Seabus is gone. Groudon is Diggs, and the Dig win hashtag looks to erupt in the chat here in moments.
Once again, an amazing fight for Dignitas. Just expertly playing around these power picks from Infamous Gaming. I hope Timmy doesn't see this because we'll never see Mega Char nerfed again.
Yeah. Vicious work for the SOLOQ players out here by Dignitas as they are grouped up, 5 people up by a bucket load of points, and they're just taking a look at, well, look at that. Just everybody going in, hit all your moves, instantly knocked out. Seabus goes back to base, so does Aramis and Tinta, and Dignitas puts a bucket loads more of points in.
What a moment from Dignitas. Who called the order to charge? It felt like they were all lining up like cavalry.
Ready?
Go! What a moment. What a game.
What a strategy. What a strategy, man.
I mean, like...
See, that's kind of what I wanted. That's kind of what I expected Nemesis to do. Granted, Dignitas has more poke, but still, bottom line, they actually play like they were ahead. Yeah, like when you have a significant lead, you're not supposed to, like, obviously, you don't need to make any like super aggressive plays. But at the same time, you're not supposed to give up so much space to the point that you allow the enemy team to just set up for a proactive play on their end. Like, if you know you're so far, like, if you know you're ahead in levels, or you know you're significantly far ahead in points, realistically, think about it like this. If they can't backcap enough points, it's either going to be a team fight or a flip. Just by process of elimination. Because obviously, like, if you're down 300 points, it's very unlikely you're going to backcap 300 points plus to get ahead. And even then...
We don't have to engage with this. And Zealot, rightfully so, your player of the game, 12 knockouts, only got KO'd themselves once.
We've talked about this again and again. We brought it up. I feel like we bring it up every day.
I'm just happy Comfy lost.
Teams seem to be sleeping on Zarina. It's just not played as often here in the East. This is one of the power picks. You'll even see it banned out against some of these squads. Well, it was huge for Zealot, and it looks a lot better than their Mega Lucario, I'll have to say. So I understand why they didn't grab it.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned this Mega Charizard's moveset, dependent on that Fire Punch, really limits some of the stuff it can do, and it makes it easy for a Zarina to trap it once it comes in.
Yeah.
Not to mention, every single freeze attempt that Zugrug had on that Mega Char, they delivered.
Yeah, one thing I feel like is very evident about Mega Charizard, and this is true from the times that I've played it to seeing it played here competitively, the less coordination a team has, the more value Mega Char has.
That's
so the more coordination you have, Mega Char, unlike base Charizard, Mega Char can get stunned, can get knocked up, can get slowed. Like, everything that can happen to a normal Pokemon can happen while you are Mega'd. So you don't have this kind of moment of invincibility. You do have insane burst damage, like ludicrously high burst damage, but if you have a team that's playing around it intelligently, there are lots of times that just can't get that much done into all of the crowd control, all of the stuns that you're able to put onto it.
Yeah, I mean, if we go down the list, Suicune had CC, Eldegoss has CC.
Zarina,
Zarina
of course,
has
with the
CC.
stomp, like mini stuns on stomp into taking it into the air, which we saw in the final fight. Suicune, of course, being the biggest culprit with just some of the most absurd freeze in the entire game.
But Cotton Spore off the Eldegoss is important as well. It's one of the hardest things as you know, an attacker to track, right? Because it's just up, and it's not the most important thing, but it can trap a Zoroark trying to engage, right? It can trap that Mega Charizard when it has Mega. It's just difficult to navigate with everything else that Dignitas brought to the table. That was a very well-crafted draft, and it felt like Dignitas leashed them into that position.
Yeah, I think Dig actually got them to do exactly what they wanted. They baited them into picking as many overpowered Pokemon as they possibly could, knowing exactly how they were going to counter it. As we head towards game number 2 here, Dignitas, of course, wants to make this an easy 2-0, move forward in this bracket. I know they have their
Is this the Elite 8?
Infamous is going to need to come
The
back
Elite
here in this
8?
best of 3.
Yeah,
They
sure.
lose this one, they're heading home.
They are heading home indeed. Suicune banned out. Good call, Infamous.
Well, after this match, so, well,
Meanwhile, Dig
it could be back to the losing 4 after this.
I wonder if
Maybe. Depends on whether it goes to a game 3 or not.
Once you see that Suicune is not an option for you anymore, but I'm interested to see how they want to play this. Final ban coming out. That is Toon. That is Toon right there. They do not want to see Toon's Mimikyu. Now Dignitas has a decision to make.
Yep.
Are you going to target a player? Are you going to target a play style? They go with the Slowbro.
Yeah, really fearing that Slowbro Unite move that just locks a player in place. And that Unite move supersedes every other Unite move in the game in that action. It's incredibly strong at isolating a target, shutting it down.
And here we go. The question is, do we see Mega Char again? Do they decide to bring out Mega Lucario or go for a completely different first pick? It is Blissey.
Okay, so the funniest thing can possibly happen right now is one, Mega Char doesn't get picked, and then we're back to being wrong.
I know.
Or what I hope happens is Dig picks Mega Char late, and then absolutely body or early body with it, and all of a sudden Infamous Gaming goes, well, why didn't it go that way for us?
I mean, we have Toon on Mega Charizard right now. And
Honestly, I was kind of hoping I would see Mega Charizard and Mega Lucario on the same team.
have not been the greatest Pokemon this weekend. And I think a lot of that has to do with inexperience, because truthfully, there aren't a lot of opportunities for these players to pick them. They're banned out every single time. And I do think a lot of that also just has to do with the level of coordination that these teams have. You're able to play around things that, again, in solo queue feel impossible, you know?
Absolutely. Now we have the Trick Hoopa Phantom Force combination, which works great with Latias. We've seen that. It works great with Mega Char as well. And we'll see. I mean, Infamous Gaming, who has to be thinking like, man, I don't want to get beat by Mega Char after we just first picked it, and it looked terrible.
Yeah, 100%. Final couple of picks here. Over to Infamous, we have Espeon, which I'm telling you, still one of my number ones for Dark Horse Pokemon of the weekend. I think it's so good and not picked enough. And final pick, Zealot is going to go with the Zacian.
I mean, incredible high-octane picks on both sides here of these teams. Espeon stands out. Blaziken, I mean, Buzz, Mamo, Blizzy is like historically insane. And then you have the newest toys available, Mega Char in there for Toon, Latias as well, and Zacian, which is boasting one of the highest win rates of the entire tournament across all the teams.
Mega Char getting in and Mega Luca not getting in officially means that the encounter rate is now not tied, but higher for Mega Char than Lucario.
Why does UCS love Crustle so much? Is it really that good? I think it's overrated, I'll be honest with you. I personally think it's overrated. I think it, so here's the thing. It really just depends. Like, it's good for defending, and it's good for setting up plays. But it's a very predictable Pokemon as well.
Isn't that fun how that works?
It's funny.
It's like Schrodinger's
Because the thing is like with Rock Tomb, if you get caught out of position, it usually forces an eject button or like the use of your battle item. But because it's such a low cooldown in comparison to your battle items, you can just spam Rock Tomb. What the heck? Why is that so zoomed in? Like, you can spam Rock Tomb and force people to use battle items and then just keep doing that until you're able to go for a proactive play. In the previous game, it was really good for defense against the Regieleki. Like, it wouldn't, like, the Regieleki wouldn't walk into the goal despite the fact that it was like a 4 versus 1 several times.
Is throw that darn thing in the central area. Let it level up quickly.
Yeah.
Don't try and fight in path.
You need a lot of experience on it, and unfortunately there are a lot of great Pokemon that need a ton of XP, but once it gets its Unite move, it's a huge difference maker. Moving on in here, Zealot's in trouble!
Oh, the 2v2.
Gonna try to keep the pressure on in the top path. Ender in trouble. The Boosteds, they're gonna be able to get it without even help from Combuskin.
And now running back up path is Zealot trying to cut off Sebas, Aramis, and Tinta, who, honestly, Dignitas sprung the trap that they wanted. They just couldn't quite get that knockout, and because of that, Tinta gets 2 back the other way. Toon is trying to burninate a little bit. They're double buff. They're able to dodge that Espeon attempt to stun, and now they're just moving on.
Honestly, this game, I really...
all the experience they can. Big stun there.
Oh.
But now KO'd back the other way, unfortunately, is Toon.
I really would have liked to have seen Espeon go stored power. Just because you're able to kite so much better against a team that's basically all... Well, not all melee, but like very short-range Pokemon. Like even with the Hoopa and the Latias, it's fairly short range. And like, look at that. Like Yoru, if you saw like the last minute of this guy trying to line skills, he's missed all his skills. It's not that he himself is playing Espeon particularly well. It's just they're taking advantage of the numbers advantage, which is what it's allowing him to get the kills. But if it was like a 1v1, 2v2, heck, even in the 3 versus 1, there's a chance he doesn't get those kills because he's whiffing his skills.
Until then, they might just be getting beat out here.
I mean, Zugrug getting destroyed, but
he missed a side beam on someone that's stunned. How does that even happen?
quickly. C-Bus using that Ice Fang, getting
Like, they landed the first side shock, and it's like, okay, well, let's just auto-aim the side beam.
They went for it, but they get Ice Fang repositioned and knocked out.
Wow, I mean, Infamous Gaming is putting on a clinic here. We said that they were going to need to do something different. It didn't look great in game number 1. We'll look at game number 2. Zealot trying to get some of this experience, but a beautiful Psyshock is able to take that away. And now they are set up here for a fight they cannot win. Infamous Gaming dominating in the first 3 minutes.
You want to talk about pendulum swings? We're seeing one right now.
Holy noob.
All Dignitas game 1, and right now it's all
Dignitas are struggling right now, that's for sure.
Using a page out of the Dignitas playbook and going crazy levels of CC to shut these players down. We're moving forward. We've got the Trick Phantom Force open. We'll see what they do with it, because we do have a Toon Unite to use if he wants.
Yeah, and it looks like they're being very patient with this Mega, possibly waiting for more members of Infamous to come in. Reggie LAIC getting very, very low. The Mammoth one secures it, and they wipe them all.
That's even worse, man.
What an amazingly timed...
I don't know what, bro. This might be a
really put the screws to Dig, and
yikes, man.
Holy smokes, Tinta seeing that Mega Charizard and saying not today.
Well, I mean, if Mega Charizard's going to win, it kind of has to Mega Charizard a little bit, right? Mega moves in, grabs the Unite move, is looking for a KO right here onto Tinta. Tinta's in some trouble.
What is Buzz? What?
Will they continue this push?
Well, we've got the X-Scissor on C-Bus, and I think everything's going to settle out. But what I want to call out is the amazing play by Tinta there. And what I mean is they saw that they got picked up by Mega Charizard and immediately started running away.
Yeah, they were running. So they were running in the opposite direction so that they would focus focus them, but also buy enough time for everyone to kite backwards. Can you explain how Megas work? It's very simple, actually. So basically, Mega Charizard and Mega Lucario are the same as... Okay, number 1. The Mega Charizard and Mega Lucario only have one moveset. So Mega Lucario only has Power Punch and Close Combat, while Mega Charizard only has Fire Punch and Flare Blitz. That's the first thing. You don't have the option to choose Flamethrower or Extreme Speed on the respective Pokemon. Number 2, the second biggest difference is that they don't have... Because they are the Mega variation, they can only use 2 items instead of 3. So one of the held item slots is automatically occupied by the Mega Stone, which has no effect. So you're only able to use 2 items instead of 3. Number 3, it's the same Pokemon until you get to your level 9, which is your Unite move. Whenever you use your Unite move, you turn into your Mega Evolution form.
Infamous is in total control of this match right now at about the halfway mark.
And that's pretty much it.
Always change, but so far every moment of this game has been an Infamous win.
Yeah, Otter, gets isolated by Tinta. Toon steps right back up, or is this a Unite move opportunity? It is. Let's see what they go. As soon as they land, the Espeon Unite comes out, and it traps them for just a moment. It picks up a couple knockouts with the help of the Blaziken, and all of a sudden, Dig uses a bunch of resources for no value.
Yeah, Dig doesn't get much out of it. They decide to port to the bottom path here and then come back top so they can fight at this goal zone. 4 members of Dignitas.
I don't know about this. This is dangerous.
On this goal zone trying to stop them. Espeon can have a...
Oh, they're throwing. They're throwing. They're throwing. Never mind. Blaziken clutches up with overheat. Oh, man. It was looking good for Dignitas, but 3 of them got hit by the overheat. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, this has been relentless. An absolute clinic. Mega Char, I'm sorry, I don't think we're seeing you again on broadcast, buddy. At least not in this series.
It's not the Mega Charizard. Don't blame the Mega Charizard for the way these guys play the game, man.
And, you're starting to find out why that Clefable's getting banned. When you can spam Safeguard on cooldown, maybe Mega Charizard elevates a little bit in that priority order, but they just don't have enough crowd control to make sure that it can actually do anything. I mean, Toon is trying to use its Unite move. It's trying to do something positive for the team and get them back in, but it feels like it's just too much. And Tinta steps up, fighting through Otter, gets knocked out. Rest of Infamous backs up.
The problem is, as much as they want to fight there, they can't Ego Unite because then they won't have it for Groudon.
They might try to contest it, but they should be able to get it.
And because the fighting keeps because they keep on fighting and trading kills, that's actually giving Charizard experience, like the comeback experience they need to actually be a threat later. Like, they're already struggling with the Charizard in these prolonged team fights, but now, at the very least, they hit their minimum power spike, which is level 13.
Make sure it has one online pretty soon. They're sending it to the central area, and it looks like Dignitas is just looking for this LAIC, while everyone from Infamous is positioned around Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, Zugrug trying to get a little bit of vision here as Otter, Ender, and Zugrug are going to lead the charge and go on this spy mission. Toon, meanwhile, trying to get their Unite move, trying to get more experience into their hands. They are level 14.
And here we go. Zugrug, just sure they have vision of the enemy team. Charizard does have its Unite move. It is coming back to it right now. Zealot level 13. Toon on the Megachar 14. But on the other side, we've got Aramis on this Blaziken at 14. Yiru on this Espeon that's just been absolutely devastating. Dignitas is behind. They have to make the play. The question is, how do they want to do it? We have Toon right now sneaking up to the top path, Dupsnax, possibly looking for a sneaky score. Zealot hitting.
I don't like the fact that, like, I don't like the fact that Zacian is just allowed to, yeah.
So Dignitas knows where everyone is right now. They have the rings unbound to get Toon back in.
Oh, Crustle forced the Unite move. There's the full heal from Zacian as well.
Seabass half HP, goes for the stun, doesn't quite make it out. Toon is in the mix, hasn't used their Unite move yet. The chase on Tinta is happening. Zealot dodges, Bliss assistance back into the middle, but it's just on Seabass. Egg bomb comes through, Toon is stunned.
Oh my god. Oh, they didn't kill the Charizard. Charizard's still alive. Oh, it's over. It's cooked. They didn't have enough damage for Charizard. And he also got the regen.
Crazy bounce back from that game one performance.
Now it is not over. They need to put the points in, but no one is up from Infamous, so they cannot yet defend. 300-287. Buzzwole hanging out at the center, but it's not enough. The points go in that bottom goal zone with 30 seconds left. And now finally Dignitas in the lead. It looks like they are going to take this game. Once again, just like in game one, it felt like Dignitas expertly fought around a massive team fight, and somehow at the end of it, no one from their side gets KO'd.
Yep.
They're all standing with very little HP, but they manage it so well. Hashtag dig win.
Hashtag dig win. Put it in chat, folks. 2-0. They find themselves
14, but on the other side, we've got Aramis on this Blaziken at 14, Yiru on this Espeon that's just been absolutely devastating. Dignitas is behind, hitting Groudon, trying to pull them in.
They're going for a back half. Tinta exposes themselves, so Dignitas knows where everyone is right now. They have the rings unbound.
Initially, it started off well. Like, they picked off Zugrug, and they got a good amount. Like, they forced him to use the Unite move because he was about to die, and he got caught out. There's the Hoopa portal. The problem is, Buzzwole's off trying to 1v1 Zacian. There's the Mamoswine Unite move. Charizard grabs the Blaziken. That Blissey Unite move was not the greatest. Blissey should have been more patient with that Unite move, considering Blaziken was still basically almost full HP. Buzzwole is literally in the middle of the enemy team. He got the superpower off onto multiple members. It's just that it's not really doing a lot of damage. Buzzwole gets caught out. There's the eject button Espeon Unite move. It tags Zugrug and Ender, which are not even the main damage threats on their team.
Toon is in the mix, hasn't used their Unite move yet. The chase on Tinta is happening. Zealot dodges, Bliss assistance back into the middle.
So they got the overheat onto the Charizard. You can see them getting chunked. Getting relatively low. But then they get the shield. And then they get the sustain. Then they get another shield. And then they just have no gas left in the tank to even deal with this Charizard.
And Toon is on the chase in that mega mode. That mega getting knocked out. Dodges Bliss.
I think so.
Seabass half HP goes for themselves. So Dignitas
top.
Let me see.
Dupsnax possibly looking for a sneaky score. Zealot hitting Groudon, trying to pull them in.
Yeah, they are tricked. They are tricked.
Tinta exposes themselves, so Dignitas knows where everyone is right now. They have the rings unbound.
And look how
focus this is on their side of the map and all of their farm. That's basically all they were doing this game, was farming a Unite move, getting in, seeing if anything can happen. Farming a Unite move, getting in, seeing if we can make something happen. Over and over. Just rinse, repeat, farm that Unite move, and come right back as Mega Char.
Just wait for, like, you don't have to wait for them to be low per se, but like, it was a very suboptimal Bliss Unite, that's for sure.
I said he likes it there, though. And I said, okay, Garen, I'll do it, because he made fun of you pretty harshly before. You know, as you mentioned, Mega Charizard just... I'll do it, too.
What are you going to do about it?
What's up now,
What are you going to do about it?
What's up now,
What
Garen?
are you going to do? Interview ready. We've got an interview up on the big stage. What a huge win for Dig. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, to the surprise of nobody, hey everybody, that's right, to the surprise of nobody, I'm here on stage with Inder yet again. Inder, why don't you tell the people what goes on here on stage?
Yeah, as soon as our game wraps up, I go to each one of my teammates, it's your time to do the interview, I've done enough, and they're like, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, and Zealot's like, maybe the next one, so we gotta win another one to get Zealot up here.
Okay, I like that. Your quota is 3 for you, and Zealot gets 1. All right, fair enough. Well, you got another very important matchup coming up. You've now qualified for top 4 after a 2-0, but things got mixy in that game too. So first, let's just talk about how did you bounce back in that game? Any macro decisions you made to try to come back from a really tough deficit?
Yeah, one really great thing about our team is that we never panic when things start to go bad. We know what our win conditions are, and even if the early game is going bad, we're immediately thinking about what's our next play, what's our next play. So a lot of that comes from, you know, experience that Otter has. Zogreg's a really reserved person as well. He led the Juicers last year in similar kind of fashions where they had weak early games. But it's a team effort. We stay calm and we make it through.
All right, well, it's been really exciting to watch. Mega Charizard has been a topic of debate a little bit. It's extremely strong. Its win rate is not being showcased that way in this tournament, but Toon finally got a chance on it. How are you feeling about Mega Charizard X right now?
Yeah, I've got something that we'll call it the EX effect, you know, from a prior life in Pokemon Unite, where when things are so perceived as overpowered, maybe on ladder or just within the community,
Buzzwole was out of position. Buzzwole invested too much time trying to 1v1 the Zacian, and let's be real, at that stage of the game, Buzzwole doesn't have enough damage to 1v1 Zacian like that. Like, even if they land every single skill, which they didn't, because what happened was they tried to, I don't know if they smackdown or superpowered, but the Zacian full healed, so they didn't get their combo off, and then they stuck around just trying to threaten them even more, but it didn't really do anything in the end.
We'll throw it back to Spraggles and Deuce next.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. We are back here in the booth as we are getting ready for some exciting games. These are all going to be best of 5s. They have so much on the line now.
Best of 5s.
ACM versus DreamMax. The winner of that, one of them, will not only be heading to our grand finals, but they guarantee their spot at ACL. And then, of course, Force Gaming, Dignitas, same thing on the other side. But whatever team loses out of these 2 semifinals, they have one more shot, one more bite at the apple, one more opportunity to get that ACL slot.
There's a very strong reality here with half of the final 4 teams remaining being Brazilian, that Brazil sends 2 representatives to ACL. Dignitas stands in the way, wanting their spot to fight for in LATAM North. CACM Esports also going to have to wade through a best of 5 to see if they can punch their ticket to Japan. A lot of incredibly exciting action coming up. And again, to mention, you didn't see it on the bracket there, but we have a 3rd and 4th decider match to place the 3rd team into the ACL that is going to also be happening today to close out the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible end to the day. You are not going to want to miss any of these games because everything is on the line right now. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
I will know.
We know.
I'm magic.
We're Santa Claus.
We're Santa Claus.
I got time for one match. One singular match before the next series.
Then say everything you did was my choice. You build me up and pull me under.
Ready? Go!
Oh my god, man. Every time I lane, I just get fucking permacamped by the fucking jungler, and then my jungler is like fucking in La La Land. Shows up first time to do nothing. Second time, shows up 20 years fucking late. Like, if you're gonna camp bottom lane the entire fucking time, just win bottom and get bottom, that's it. But don't show up and just feed the lane even more than it already is fed. Hey, dumb fuck, there's two objectives. Pick one. Go to fucking top or bottom, I don't give a fuck. You play for bottom, I would suggest you go bottom. But obviously, stupid junglers in 2025 fucking do nothing the entire fucking game. Normally I don't like scoring, but I need the experience. I really need the experience. you serious? Oh my lord, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. I accidentally canceled my fucking Unite move.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
Oh my fucking god, man. Bruh.
You lose.
Did they start yet?
Indoor special. Defense expert Pokemon, where a Pokemon like Mew, who loves to utilize that special attack, might have a harder time getting burst damage done on Lapras thanks to his defenses and of course its shell armor passive.
Yeah, the focus from the gamers on this Mew is definitely going to be on the Miraidon from Dunlux. That's going to be on the backline of CACM. And granted that it is a Pokemon with such long range, they are going to be very much capable of battling it out from the outskirts of the fight. But Psyduck on this game here in particular, we have been seeing such good psychic pulls on this Pokemon that I am not surprised that DreamHack has picked it.
It feels like the most impactful crowd control it has access to. While Surf does have that pushing effect that we've seen from Psyduck, what it feels like more is just a speed up button this time. If you want your blue sheet,
I think
backline, Psyduck Surf
it can go either way.
An express way to do that. So
If I had to pick a side, I'd probably say CACM Esports would be my pick.
It is going to be an intense battle between these teams. It's going to be fierce. It's going to be fast. And let's get into it. Game number 1 of DreamMax Esports versus CACM Esports. DreamMax, your purple team. CACM, your orange team.
And that's your first semi-finals of LAIC for Pokemon Unite 2026. I'm just so excited to see how these two teams are going to perform. Latam North versus Brazil. We're seeing so much of Brazil today. The crowd is hyped all around for all the Pokemon titles, and we love to see the excitement.
Yeah, Caxola already having that headache proc, so it will be an offensive push for CACM. Frank has a little bit more room to work with. They won't be pushed away by that Psyduck as easily, and of course, you got Texas there for backup. We'll have that Magician. Speaking of which, there's a berry just in case Frank needs it.
Yep, it's good. It's always good. I feel like the
Is this the Chan co-cast stream?
So
Maybe.
because of that Astonish. As we're looking at here with Reggie going to the top side, even before that 850, going straight onto Psyduck, but also knowing exactly the capabilities and the boundaries of that Pokemon.
Yeah,
He's bored to sleep? The game just started. There's not much going on.
However, it won't get them their level 5, so notably, no Blaze Kick for Combust can have access to. They might have to take this more passively, but what am I talking about? It's DreamMax. Twistborn wants to take the offensive fight.
Oh yes, they do. They have quite a lot of experience. They have taken down. Reggie is so close to getting sent to the Pokemon Center, and they are. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now it's a 3-member push on the side of CACM, while DreamMax only has 2.
Yeah, honestly shocked we saw a trade there, but great early KOs for both sides, and now we are still waiting on that Blaziken evolution.
Am I grinding to legendary rank?
Very happy with
I mean, grinding. I'm just gonna play the game.
Level lead. Bottom side, Newsman pathing a little bit more.
I am just gonna play the game.
With a very heavy level lead in the attacker department as well. Level 6 versus that level 4.
Interestingly enough, we actually see that nobody prioritized going to take down those Natus. It's very low energy that you collect from taking them down, so they basically got ignored. Now that the Reggie Drago has spawned, CACM is going to be the first.
Oh, I doubt that. That is very unlikely.
More priority around the big Reggie Drago. Solar Beam attempt at stealing. It's a little too close for comfort, but it will be Reggie securing. He's at about half HP and will have no access to portals since Hexius used it for a quick recall for this fight.
Ooh, huge rotation here from both sides, and the first KO goes to CACM. Now Lucky might be the next one. Duke Games tries to get some damage in as well, and it is Reggie who goes down, but there's still the portal that helps Dunlux go back to the battle. There's that bow, gets engaged, it's the freeze, but it's not going to be enough right now to take the Yoshifu down.
Great stuns by Umbreon. Scyther really is in that moment. If they get a clean knockout, they can just go to the ends of the earth, but one stun sends that bug Pokemon into a terrifying place. Texas going to push forward, but thanks to Phantom Force, always has an easy exit.
Oh, the Psychic once again. And in the early stages of the game, Psychic does quite a bit of damage, really. If you're trying to engage, it does help out your carry to finish up the job. Reggie Lucky on the top side. Nice push here from that Lapras as they're going to get engaged upon the overheat.
I mean, the thing is, they're just like,
they get sent back to the Pokemon.
because I play the game so much, it like, for me, it's just inevitable.
Yeah, on the bot side. I thought it was a steal for a moment. No, it is still CACM who take the...
But like, if you when you say grind, like, so it's just a matter of context. So like, if you're saying, or like, if you're asking if I'm gonna grind to Legend on like the first day, definitely not. Like, I'll just do it organically. It's just like a byproduct of me playing the game. Lights all, thank you for the tier 1 sub and welcome back for 20 months. I appreciate it, man. I still have it. It's still there. What happened to the Master Trash Mode? Yeah, it's still there. It should be. I haven't taken it off.
And the HP bars go down quickly as they come. Now with the rotation here with the Hooper Portal, they could choose to get more of the XP across the map, but nobody's super interested on the side of CACM to actually go for invades, which is usually popular with a Scyther because DreamMax has been taking very good care of their own central.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of protecting it, and they're keeping up with the levels. They're also crushing it in the points department, by the way. Some solid overrunks on the top side. CACM, but did finally break that top tier 1. Lucky taking quite a bit of damage, but because this is that Wish Umbreon, they will
there you go.
their own HP and be able to hang in this fight a lot longer. I'm not going to be seeing a lot of recalls from that Umbreon throughout this match. If they do get the MVP, we won't see many recalls return to bases.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. There's a gank here coming from those at Bone. We'll see how that's going to go. Now taking damage, Kashala. Charge beam straight onto the backline of DreamMax. Goes back to base. The Miraidon's going to get really healthy. Kaishala will not be punished by that charge beam. And right now, the one who's doing that is Duke Games with those solar beams themselves.
We're getting a few targets brought down to about half HP. Ranma is pulled away, but thanks to Lapras's just tanky presence, they are able to walk away. Not able to get to the portal. Frank going to utilize that and restore their HP, but Ranma doing just fine. Texas taking care of the whole team.
Oh, no casualties on this fight. Everybody's so close. The Hooper portals helping out massively, but also on the side of DreamHack, the wish from the Umbreon. As we start here, Red Jax. There goes the Mystical Mirage as well in the full plus.
I still have to make time to play League. I have it downloaded, I just never got around to doing it.
CACM goes in the back line with that Buzzwole, but Buzzwole gets punished immediately. Now there's a bone, goes onto the Maridon, and that's the Yashifu coming out on top. Texas is going to be the last one standing. That's the focus blast, and it is DreamHack with a huge win.
Yeah, they're going to delete that of team fight, and of course as well with that tier 1 goal zone. Regieleki is going to likely, no, it doesn't land in that tier 2. Woo! Incredible recall timing from Do Games, and they're going to be able to stop it. Now, CSM Esports will have a chance to take both Reggies, as Reggie has finally joined this fight on the bottom side. Scyther versus Katazera, and that will be a Scyther win.
Okay, so wait, there's that boy's really healing that. And now Kashal is there as well with a Psychic just to get them away. Maybe they're going to be able to escape.
I mean, I played so much Unite that I don't think it can get any worse. Like, I don't think any MOBA game that I, like, play besides Unite, if I were to ever play one, like, I've been exposed to too much Unite that anything is probably better to me.
Pokemon in kind of that team fight on that bottom side that have the potential to have big last hit secures. Urshifu with Rapid Strike is not as strong as its counterpart, so a Charge Beam, while it might be slow, tickling damage, it does have enough to knock out that Reggie and not really in fear of losing that last hit objective secure. CSM doing a great job of securing these objectives. It's certainly keeping them in this game, and they want to take Reggie Drago as well. DreamHack sees the writing on the wall and probably can't even contest. I gotta stop saying that. These two games.
Did I play Wild Rift? I tried it for a bit.
With these Solar Beam attacks, but it will be CACM picking up the Reggie Drago as well.
Yeah, so far the Charge Beam versus Solar Beam counterpart is just weighing towards these Charge Beams so far for the Maridon in regards to securing. So CACM, like you mentioned, taking those for themselves, but that leads in points still on the bank for DreamHack. But maybe I'm starting to see DreamHack rotating a slightly bit slower than CACM.
Yeah, especially because CACM have access to that Hoopa Unite move. But you want to be careful about using that at this point in the match. Only 30 seconds left until the final stretch. And Regieleki is going to be spawning in. Take a look at how CACM are rotating, though. They might allow DreamHack to take this objective, but CACM are going to be getting scores of their own as they push towards bot side. DreamHack wise to their tricks, though, and they're going to start recalling. As soon as they have no vision on where CACM is, they know they got to be elsewhere, up to some nasty business, and they're going to find out what it is.
Yeah, Central Area, maybe Lucky will be unlucky in this path here, getting a lot of damage from that Maridon on themselves. Reggie might be able to finish off the healer, quote-unquote, on this Wish Umbreon that is the side of DreamHack. Oh, what's up?
Psychic tried to pull that Reggie Scyther, but he doesn't get in the portal. It still tries to run, but the Mew Solar Beam gets the KO.
Right, DreamHack really collapsing here, and there's a lot of damage being done to CACM as they have collapsed all of their Unite moves. There's going to be DreamHack with the Urshifu who take the Groudon. Now the fight can still keep on going for CACM. No, never mind. They are just definitely getting chased down to the ends of the earth as now Donlux is just trying to escape with their lives. Rama on the way. You can't surf that much. Sweet Lapras with DreamHack with the Groudon on that back. 205 points and a lot of 100 buggers to eat.
Yeah, and they're being careful about this one too. DreamHack moving as a tight-knit unit. CACM will have a couple of players spawned in. Buzz will quickly joining the fight as well at level 14. But at this point, DreamHack might try to just retreat away. Frank pulling back to spawn, which is extreme.
Right, I have to re-chat through my OBS because I can't see it right now. I hate supports, worst players in League. I lower elo.
For CACM, if they got that one buff, at least one from those.
I find playing support at lower elo is honestly fun. I'd probably just play Blitzcrank. I think the last time I remember, like what I remember though, Blitzcrank is like very, very mana consuming. Like it's even worse than it was before when I was playing. Or maybe like Alistair.
There's nothing that this Scyther can do with your team on the back. CACM decides to go for the push on the goal zone, but that still 20 seconds to go. They have the Lapras in the front line. There's the Hooper unbound. The stuns can come through, but there's no damage to follow it up. DreamHack is standing on top. Frank is going to go down. There's no Focus Blast to actually help that. And the Buzzwole also goes down. Lapras will be next. Texas as well. And that is DreamHack with an ace. 10 seconds to go and a win in this first semi-final. finals of Pokemon Latin America International Championships of Pokemon Unite.
DreamHack's cooler heads prevail, and they will start this series 1-0. Fantastic defensive plays after taking that ground on. They get some conservative scores, but they don't over-push onto that home goal zone. You actually see them talking right here. I'm not totally sure if they knew for a fact that they had the lead, but either way, they played it extremely safe. They get those scores, they retreat back to their own base, defend it, but safely. Don't give up a single knockout, despite having a Buzzwole that's level 14 on the other side. It can pull you away from your own goal zone. That could be a scary spot to be in. Despite all of that, DreamHack able to hold on to the lead, and CACM Esports just never having a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities where CACM collected objectives themselves, but it was just...
Which country is better, Chile or Brazil?
Fights that collapsed around Groudon was just too much for DreamHack to just like...
In what though? Or what are you referring to when you're asking that?
Positioning was pretty good. The layering of CC was there, the damage as well, and this final push that we saw as well from Reggie, just trying to make a miraculous run. It was an attempt for sure, but unfortunately did not succeed for CACM.
Yeah, you can see what Ranma's trying to do there. Just get on top of that goal zone and push away the enemies via this Lapras. It's Kadazera, who is just an immovable object on this Blaziken. Only 4 knockouts and 4 feints. I mean, the early game for DreamHack was a tough look, especially with that Blaziken. Took a long time to get online, but it's all right. You can still win MVP, even with a tough early game. 44,000 damage in total. And of course, I think the big impact for this MVP vote is going to be that 232 score line. Getting a couple of scores in that final stretch. Those were so important. This was a game with extremely thin margins, as we see 401 to 237 being that final line.
Exactly, and on this player alone, it was over.
I can play off his aggression, and now I know how to set the lane up for him. Been practicing wave control a lot.
To be well positioned, and we know the setup for
I feel like, honestly, I used to like playing ADC. Specifically, like when I would play, I would play Jhin, I would play Lucian, and I would play Caitlyn. But honestly, like I felt like ADC was kind of boring just because it was like it's like this in every lane. Like obviously you need to freeze the lane, manage it so you know you can keep it in a spot so that it's close to you, but also in a position to allow your jungler to gank for your lane sometimes. My only issue is that it's just like that's pretty much all the lane was. So at the time I just found it boring. Like obviously you can do stuff outside lane, but it's literally just you're kind of just sitting there, last hitting.
Such a pivotal moment in any of these matches.
It really is, and we can see here with the heat map as well, Blaziken most of the game just there on the top side, and we saw a couple of those Reggie LAICs that were secured even by CACM, but couldn't really be actually utilized to its full potential. So in regards to objectives, one of those tools being the overheat and the solar beam, as you mentioned, to actually make it for a lead on DreamHack's side. Around 100 throughout the game. It wasn't that big, it wasn't unsurmountable, but CACM had a couple of flaws in the end game, kind of trying to make those flashy plays with the Scyther, didn't quite land.
Yeah, we've called it out a few times. Reggie, on that Pokemon specifically, it is feast or famine in some situations. For a lot of the early game, it was looking great, but yeah, this big turning moments can be so scary. I think DreamHack Esports, by the way, has been one of the better teams in the tournament throughout the match of just defending goal zones. Like, you were mentioning it, like they weren't able to really operate with those Reggie LAICs, CACM wasn't. They're getting so many objectives, but still the entire time DreamHack's holding that lead. That's because of great offensive pressure, but also the defense of their goal zones was immaculate.
Basically, yes, they had such good control as well. Even though CACM had a hope to basically just send people back and heal up to be able to continue pushing as if it was the first time that they were pushing, but still wasn't enough in this game one. But it is a best of 5, so things can change quite.
I mean, like don't get me wrong, I like that part of laning as an ADC and a support just because when you do it properly, as in you manage your lane and your waves properly, the difference in CS would show. And it's like when okay, when you're playing ADC and support in the bottom lane versus someone that doesn't know how to do it properly. Like, the CS differential just inevitably stacks up, and the gold difference is just insane. And then it like your knowledge and the way you play lane would reflect.
Right, so preference here going to DreamHack in regards to
But like,
phase for the top side. That crystal you mentioned is
eventually when you played enough, it's like it's very.
The side that was used
It got very repetitive, I guess.
Now denied by the orange team.
Yeah.
Being very well utilized so far with those psychic balls.
Whoa, I don't know if I've seen a Blissey in
Slow bro ban.
Wow. Does they even have a pick rate?
Yeah, it's had so many bans throughout this tournament, so seeing Blissey locked in might be a bit of a surprise. And of course, Darkrai going to be locked in again. CACM Esports are going to grab the Miraidon, of course used for its attacking potential, but oh wow, it'll be Frank picking up the Meowscarada as well. So of course these players can swap what Pokemon they want to play after we get the draft completed. That being said, Frank did switch spots to pick that Pokemon, so we might be seeing a top path Meowscarada out of CACM Esports.
Yeah, it's a possibility, absolutely. I'm just a little bit worried with the performance that we just had with a similar type of Pokemon, coincidentally, you know, green as well. But the fact that we have those two Pokemon...
How do you feel about this one?
Oh, excuse me. It finally went through. Okay. That's
What is that? Okay, so this is actually the first time I've seen this. So in prior, or in the earlier stages of the tournament, there were so many people banning Gengar from Reggie, and I don't know why. Like, okay, obviously it was a target ban, but obviously I'm very skeptical because I don't think Gengar is that strong of a pick. But if people were banning it non-stop, I imagine this person must be very proficient on it. So I'm gonna keep my eyes on the Gengar. However, they also have a Blissey, which might make things very, like, more difficult.
They have great abilities early on. It's not just the stats, the health bar, it's the abilities they have, and just the damage that you can do in the early game to secure those top farm with the Buzzwole, the Mew doing exactly the same with the Electro Balls, and your Solar Beams later on to poke is just something that is going to be very well utilized, especially considering the melee range that these two speedsters are. But we're going into the second game of the series. DreamHack still your purple team, CACM still your orange team.
I love the observers joining into this match and then shouting themselves out with a pan over the Magnemite camera.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Shout out to our amazing observing team that's been working tirelessly all weekend long to bring you this action. Speaking of which, Katazera started the action early with an offensive push on this Buzzwole, but Texas kicking into headache mode. Might be a painful thing to ordeal, but it is going to add some serious damage to a lot of those side-up early game moves.
Yeah, they took some meds and the side duck is okay. Now Katazera is definitely not okay.
No.
The first KO is going to go to Frank on Das Brigatito, and that's going to be very good considering that in the lane you only had that Chansey. The only one strong point that you have pre-level 4 on that lane is the Buzzwole, not the Chansey.
Yeah, that's scary to see. All right, in the top path, we got Haunter moving up.
Ooh, okay.
The Hex build. I was very curious to see what moveset we were going to equip to Reggie. It will be likely the Hex Sludge Bomb build on this Gengar. Notably, the only full heal on DreamHack's side will be the Darkrai. Other than that, they're going to have to rely on their own Unstoppables to cleanse that poison damage. Hex dealing a ton of extra, well, mostly getting cooldown reduction on any Pokemon currently held by a special condition.
Ooh, I'm telling you, the Psyduck is well surviving by the skin of their teeth every single time. Looking good for CACM. Not leaving those knockouts to their enemies is something that they really need to continue scaling, especially that Gengar and the Sprigatito, 2-tier evolutions there that require to have so much EXP. They are very hungry for those points. So Zoinks, we're getting into Regidrago in 10 seconds.
I am kind of shocked that Do Games is not trying to do some kind of central area invade at this stage of the game. Use such a strong Pokemon. Even Lucky on this Snorlax having the potential to out-secure this Gengar early, but Reggie's back in the mix already. Could have that Safeguard Blissey to try to prevent that, but doesn't matter. Reggie gonna take the KO on this Haunter.
I gotta say, this holowear is just gorgeous.
Oh, it's the best.
Is it?
It's the Kaze Kage.
It's so it's so good. But it was a wonderful one that happened there. And you mentioned the Mew having some more presence in the other sides of the map. Here we go, pushing Reggie away. No Pokemon to be taken down in their central. They're forced to reset. While DreamHack is pushing on the top side, there's another KO that goes to the Darkrai. While that Floragato is going to be sent to the Pokemon Center. Now Lucky getting a nice engage, but it's a trade back with that Haunter taking down the Buzzwole. That lovely Rock Doom as well from CACM, and that's just the point that deals that bone. Then the rest of DreamHack just need to leave. Please leave.
They're doing fine so far. Okay, go back.
What are you?
By the Darkrai.
What are you on about, dude? They're 5v3.
They still got out, right? Just for understanding the nasty plot dashes of this Darkrai and the full potential. Plus, when you got Safeguard Blissey beside you, it's a whole lot. You can accomplish another Solar Beam steal attempt will come just shy. CACM Esports, with a long-standing tradition of securing these objectives, will continue into Game 2.
And it looks like a difficult position here for DreamHack because on the bot side, maybe they could have had the Buzzwole trying to solo that Reggie, but they didn't want to risk it. They just went for the XP themselves because on the other side, CACM, that strong thus far with a level 9 Ginga.
I would have been fine with just the Gengar, but I'm not a fan of the Meowscarada in the team comp, especially in the side lane.
If you're all clumped up together because that Phantasmal Force can do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is scary. That Phantom Ambush available for Reggie as well. The old Senior Pink Unite move is ready to go at any given moment. Ranma trying to just avoid this sleepy attack. Goes right into the electrical terrain. Love that play from Ranma to avoid that sleep, but it doesn't matter for long as we do have a great punch back by DreamHack.
Yeah, Reggie goes down, and that's a 2 KO streak for the Kaduzera on the Buzzwole.
Yeah, Gengar got caught out there, and then they were forced to Unite move, but they also went back in and also whiffed their combo, so that's not great.
Good yawn. That's a yawn on the Snorlax that I just noticed as well, as we have the rest of CACM rejoining the fray, and it looks like it's not a good place for DreamHack to be.
Yeah, when you got a Darkrai on your team, more sleep conditions feel awesome. Okay, we do have CACM Esports going aggressive, but they take a big Solar Beam to start this fight.
Looking good here for CACM. They have that Meteor Storm that was used already, but the damage is not really completing for DreamHack, as CACM was almost so close to getting taken down by them, but they weren't, and they keep on pushing here. Reggie, just at barely 10 HP, does go for that push on the zone and get taken down immediately after.
Yeah, they will be punished for their crimes, but it is, will DreamHack hang around too long? Big psychic pull by Texas, but with only Dawnlux and Frank there to capitalize, will it work out for them? Great double team to absorb those boosted auto attacks from Dwissborn, but of course the Unite move puts them in a totally league of their own, takes the 1v1 win against Maridon.
Looking pretty good here on this reclaiming of the territory for DreamHack. Although their bot tier 1 was taken down, they have to be very careful about this. There's the Hex, there's the Sludge Bomb, and that Phantom Ambush you mentioned, just trying to get out of range. And Reggie recognizes this is way too deep.
Yeah, gonna have to bail out of this one. Back to join with the rest of the team, but it's okay. You got a little bit of EXP, and of course there's another objective on the horizon. CACM Esports love these Regielekis. They would also love to break this tier 1 finally. They will be burning this one down very quickly. Charge Beam plus these Flower Tricks so strong. Games just shy of stealing that one yet again.
Once again, and I love the Psychic that Psyduck used there with to help out with Texas, right? To get them away from the Regieleki spawn, but now we're on pad. Very difficult position here for DreamHack to try to defend. A lot of damage from the Charge Beam. They're able to take the Snorlax down, and now the Regieleki also collapses on the zone. Kaduzera is between 1 and 4 players, and now trying to kite it out. This Maridon still very careful about the Buzzwole and the power. The Super Power goes in as well, and they are actually going to turn it around at least for a little bit. DreamHack, as they have equalized for the moment. 2 games with that Electro Ball. Where is your boosted auto? Do you have range? You don't.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games really wants this
KO.
They chase down the Maridon, but it will be Ranma kind of 1v2ing in a major way. They were the one to finally end the reign of terror of Kaduzera on the Bliss Assistance Buzzwole. They were going crazy in the backline, but finally Ranma sets up a Rock Tomb Exeter combo, and Exeter to get away. Okay, I like these techs. Able to escape away from this Snorlax, and that is Reggie's time to work. Level 12 on this Gengar.
Pretty huge. 12 on the Gengar on the Meowscarada. 13 though for Kaduzeira on that bustle that you said was just literally on fire on that top path. Crazy play so far. 173 for CACM now on the lead versus 110 for the side of DreamHack. That solar beam, although it looked like it was in the direction of that Reggie, it was so out of range, but it looked funny like they were trying to attempt again.
Yeah. All right, so game number 2, a very similar story to game number 1. However, CACB Sports who have the points lead this time around. But again, the objectives all falling in the favor of our orange side team. DreamHack Esports, though, keeping up in the scoreline and doing amazing in the levels. Level 13 Buzzwell, level 13 Darkrai is certainly scary to have to deal with. And the Mew, importantly, is on parity with the Miraidon on the other side.
Very important, like you said, because you're going to quickly, if you are able, we're still a little bit away from the level 13 on the 2 attackers, as you mentioned, so you're not going to have that extra bit of power spike, but you still have this area in the middle. Look at the damage, though. That was a nasty lined up hyper beam.
Damn, Reggie almost got melted there.
Pushing forward because Lucky's on the front line. Dunlux is going to be
Miraidon needs to reset. Like, this guy is...
much like the same. And now
The Meowscarada and the Miraidon got tagged with the solar beam.
Potentially defending? No, they're going in and they're really interested in just going for a lot of damage onto the defender. Do they have enough to finish? No.
But that's yet another Pokemon that needs to recall. They don't have normal healing support, so they have all the position around the Groudon. So if this is getting so scary for them.
Yeah, 50%.
Oh, Psyduck got caught out without uniting on top of that.
Very far away. Rubble Rouser only gets Kaduzeira on the back, and now Frank is trying to find an angle here. But it's still the Meteor Storm goes in, not doing enough damage there for the side of CACM. But maybe it is. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment.
Oh, I think...
Of CACM as they are
I don't know if they revealed themselves, because it's kind of hard to tell, but I think Reggie got yawned in the middle of their Unite move. Like, even though they were invisible, I think Snorlax tagged them with the yawn.
So much damage, but it's actually going to be a top path flank for this Meowscarada. I don't know how much time they have left to play around this, but DreamHack's going to relent on that Groudon damage.
Yeah, Kashala has to be very careful there, Frank, as well. And there's a Darkrai that goes down, a very significant amount of damage on the side of DreamHack. Kaduzeira is pushing that Crustle away. And now we see CACM recognizing that maybe they are already enough of a lead to actually not have to contest as much this Groudon. Nice poke, and we have even more happening on the board as Zoinks is making some sounds.
I was just very excited. It was a great goal zone stop. They're going to actually add 2 to that as
Oh, okay, that was kind of close. I'm not gonna lie. That was cutting it close.
Full score on that tier 1 on the bot side, but great cover by Reggie on the Gengar. Lucky doing everything they can to try to feed some scores in. Groudon is no longer an option at this point. It's all about backcaps and CACM Esports. They have a
I think this is the first game of the tournament that was won without Groudon being taken off the map. I think. Which is very unusual. That doesn't happen very often.
Making it a 1-1 in the semifinals.
All right, I mean, such incredible defensive play from Reggie's Gengar, the ultimate shield, if you will. Just such a great job of making sure that not a single target can make it onto that tier 1. These Groudon fights get so intense, and it feels like they get more intense if Groudon doesn't go down.
It does.
It all comes down to these crazy scores, but having those tier 1s available actually allows CACM Esports to have a unique advantage. You might think that it's easier to score in the tier 1s because they're closer to your teammate's side, but actually for CACM Esports, it allows them to show presence in the middle of the map around Groudon and still have a quick rotation towards those tier 1s to prevent scores. It's really, really nice for them to have an early game advantage to be able to defend a bit easier. So when situations like this come up, when things are down to the wire, they're able to rise to the occasion.
It definitely does, and it makes such a huge difference when and where the points have been allocated. If you destroy those outer goal zones, like you said, Zoinks, and the speed flux, it's just so powerful. And although we know that sometimes having the extra EXP from your goal zone, from your outer goal zone being destroyed is important, the numbers on the side of CACM was still very good. They were power on power, 13s, 14s. They were all good by the pressure that they were doing around the map regardless.
Yeah, there was some really cool tech. I feel like this was one of the first matches where it felt like the Miraidon electric terrain was actually an important factor against the Snorlax Yawns and the Darkrai Sleeps. Felt like we saw Reggie on this Gengar keep pathing towards that area of electric terrain and trying to prevent the sleep. But it's Ranma on the Crustle that's going to take our MVP. Again, a lot of that comes from the scoring factor in these matches, and there wasn't a whole lot lot of that. Again, a very thin margin in this matchup, and it's Crustle. 1 knockout, 3 feints, but 9 assists. We love to see that assist number up and up and up for your defenders and your supports.
Yeah, it's so good to see Crustle succeed. It's such a good Pokemon all around. Although you're most likely going to be always running the Rock Tomb and X-Scissor, it's still reliable just as much as I say that the Snorlax is with your crowd control and just zoning out the enemy team. Like you mentioned, down to the wire up until the 6-minute mark when we saw more of those points being reigned by CACM, and they created this nice point in the game where they could afford to let the Groudon not be taken down and just defend.
And take a look at this heat map. I mean, Ranma's Crustle just living in that bottom side, just doing an incredible job making sure that nobody can get past them and get any of those scores. So impressive stuff from the Crustle, making sure that that bot side is defended, not only in the early game, but also in later moments during that match. Extremely impressive.
You know what's funny is like,
and CSM Esports are
I don't even think people are gonna understand. Like, people, the average viewer that doesn't watch Pokemon Unite or like, not even okay. The average person is not even gonna understand what the heat map actually is. They added this to the graphic, like the post-game graphics and stats, but like for some people it's gonna be like, ooh, pretty lights. What does that mean?
And when they were banning the Gengar, maybe they were right.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd see Gengar yet again, which makes me sad. I was loving to throw in a whole lot of Gengar commentary. You don't get too many opportunities for it. But I love when CACM gives me the chance, and maybe when I love when DreamHack gives me the chance as well, dropping that ban. But like you said, I don't know if we're going to see another chance for that. I think DreamHack Esports might be returning to that Gengar ban. It feels impactful. It feels important. And, well, CACM Esports certainly thinks so when they have tied this series 1-1. We're in best-of-5 territory again if you're just tuning in and you are unaware. Our semifinals, we love to go the distance because this one is one.
I think the heat map is the time that they move around the map.
The championship Sunday to compete for a chance to win an international title, and you automatically lock up a spot at the ACL finals in person in Japan in March.
Ugh, so excited. That event is going to be amazing. We had that this year as well, and it was incredible. So having this time not only one representative from the LAIC champions, we have 3 going to ACL finals, and it's just going to be amazing. Whichever the teams that are playing right now go to the grand finals and punch that ticket. Now, DreamHack, I believe that they had a solid strategy, and maybe when they decided, yes, Reggie is our focus, that's why we're taking out the Gengar. It's not just about taking off the Gengar off the board. It's about how they can adapt to actually mitigate the power that Reggie has across the map.
Yeah, you gotta slow it down in multiple ways. I completely agree, but here we go. We're getting into draft for game number 3. You can kind of call it about halfway or halfway to the halfway mark of this matchup if we go all the way. But DreamHack Esports will be banning the Mega Charizard X. Yet again, a very common ban, but I think we're expecting to see an uncommon one on the side of DreamHack with a Gengar maybe late in the ban phase.
It's very possible. When it showed up as the last ban, so it does make sense. CACM on this side still focusing on the Suicune. We could see a Darkrai coming through or even a Blaziken if CACM is still feeling worried about that.
I said CACM Esports. I said it at the very beginning. But I said it would also be close.
Pokemon, especially in this matchup. One of the reasons I love best of 5s, we start to see some things escalate. You know, interesting drafting decisions are a lot of fun in these longer series. We're going to return to that Slowbro ban yet again. And of course, no Gengar being banned, so the potential for a last pick, Gengar Reggie, again, it is available for CACM.
It is.
The thing is, like,
those powerhouses that we have been seeing in the top of
CACM Esports, I'm just gonna say esports for short. This team is like so dependent on Reggie, because Reggie's the one that's putting in the work to carry them. I don't think the rest, like, I don't think the rest of the team is pulling the weight that is required for them to be like a top team, at least right now. Like, yeah, I know that they're in the top 4, but I honestly, if you watch the matches that they've played on broadcast, a majority of their wins are because Reggie was carrying on Scyther. And even in that last game, like, he was kind of feeding a lot, but he still put in the work to hold it down on the Gengar.
Yeah, you know what? It's quite necessary. You already have one equipped on the side of Deus Ex for that Urshifu, and yeah, Gengar once again. And it's such a good setup. The Sludge Bomb with the Rock Tomb, you just trap people in the place, and the Sludge Bomb just takes all of that area, and it's perfect. Just get your hexes one on top of the other. But on the side of GMAX as well, the SNOLAX does provide quite a bit of that crowd control. A very similar composition here for CACM to the previous game, going for the Meowscarada plus the Gengar.
All right, so Frank returning to this Pokemon. It was really fun to watch. I felt like, I was focusing a lot on the Gengar. I'm going to fully admit that to be the case. However, it was fun to see what this Pokemon could do. It does have a decent matchup into Buzzwole. Of course, utilizing some of those double team stuns to try to escape the crowd control from the Buzzwole is a really cool option that Frank could try to utilize.
Yeah, double team is a very interesting ability. It's kind of similar in some way to your illusion on Zoroark as well, as when the split second when you change into somebody else. In this case, for the Meowscarada, your clone. It does
No Slowbro gaming.
Invincibility frame, as you could call it, and it's nice and interesting because you could dodge.
You know what's funny?
Moment of a heavy slam.
If you asked me before the start of the tournament if you thought I would see Slowbro, I would have said you're crazy. Considering no one picked it in Worlds. Like, the thing is, Slowbro hasn't even changed. That's the thing.
Can be a big one, but all right, so we are getting set up for game number 3, and I was thinking maybe with no Blissey, we see a wave of full heal equipped from DreamHack Esports. It stayed the same. Only Urshifu will be equipped with the full heal. So let's see what the Gengar impact or the Urshifu impact will be in game number 3. DreamHack versus CACM.
DreamHack now on the purple side. Well, actually, for 3 games, these teams have been on the exact same sides on this series. And like you mentioned, maybe DreamHack is just feeling that comfortable and that confident to face that Gengar. Top side, a lot of action already. Frank has to use the eject button away now. Texas is in a tough position, just trying to get some damage in, but might pay it. Going to the Pokemon Center, no, back to pad, they are okay.
All right, and what I was calling out before, maybe Lucky should be trying to impact the early game, and it is true. Snorlax Invade will not take away the blue buff, but will steal a ball toy. So Reggie's path to that Haunter will be slowed down just a little bit. Might not even get it off this Escavalier. And Lucky not quite done yet. But
Yeah, it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5.
Their own team's central area Pokemon. This will be a Ghastly attempting to rotate into the top side of the map.
It's just so cute with the helmet. It's just a floating helmet. It's amazing.
Yeah, they changed Hollowware. That's crazy.
It is.
We're Astronaut Gengar going into game 3.
Now.
Wow, changing Holloware mid-match is a bold choice, but I gotta admit, they got some great Holloware, so I kind of like the shakeup.
Super great collection now. Buzzwole also having to use their eject button to get away. Now Frank doesn't have it themselves, and they're gonna go down, so no Sprigatito for this fight, as now DreamHack has the numbers advantage, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade thus far, as they are going to keep on pushing. 2 KO streak goes to Caduzeira. And they, no, actually, to Deus Ex, and they keep on pushing, make it a 3. Rama could be the next one here, just trying to potentially escape, and it's a 4 KO streak on 8 minutes, hello?
Like, once again, I'm gonna say this right now, I said it last game, I am not sold on the Meowscarada top lane. I think this is just a huge liability. And like, if you... Same like last game, actually it's even worse this game. Like, they weren't doing so great. Now they're getting bullied, and you can already see the level difference.
Looking really good on the levels, as you mentioned. DreamHack now taking quite a lot of advantage in the central area as well to start doing that Reggie Drago. Now Dunlocks is maybe going to try to get some poke, maybe a steal. Reggie's there trying to get that Sludge Bomb. It's still going to be DreamHack that takes it after initiating it themselves.
What is that, draft? This is the Latam special.
With the special attack damage, I think Electro Ball this time around. No Solar Beam secure, but finally a Reggie Drago goes in the way of DreamHack Esports. Could be signs of things to come, as their early game has certainly been a lot better than CAC.
So, word on the street is, you know, through the grapevine, Reggie is apparently a very proficient Gengar player. Proficient enough to the point that people were banning it in the earlier stages of the tournament. Right now, it's not doing so great. Neither is the Meowscarada pick.
But in this case, when we have much more numbers on CACM here. They have started. Rama is very low on HP. Reggie still focusing here on this side of Reggie Alecki. 2 games is on that Mystical Mirage and up into the air.
You can see the Hex Gengar putting in work, despite the fact that they were behind. Look at that. Oh my god, he's getting the comeback experience.
Now trying to chase it back, but that's your 6th member. That's a Reggie Alecki stunning.
They got the Reggie Alecki, and he got almost 2 levels, despite the fact that they were getting shit on. Like, the comeback, look, the comeback experience is insane, man. Like, if you get ahead in this, it's even more so in, this statement is even more so when you play competitive. When you die in Pokemon Unite, some people think it's not a big deal. It is. Because every little bit of advantage that you give to the enemy team just puts you, like, is gonna progressively put you further and further behind. Like, less than a minute, okay, maybe like a minute and a half ago, Reggie was still level 6. Now he's level 9, and he's tied, well, almost tied for the highest level in the game. Okay, but he's doing stupid shit like that because he's Gengar, so in this case, it doesn't really matter that much. Crustle literally just rock-tombed their own teammate into the enemy team, which is kind of funny. Obviously not intentional, but that is honestly funny.
Instead of the block, trying to push the back. That means Frank can go all in on the offense. Big amounts of damage, but there it is. 2 games with the Solar Beam secure on the Registeel from range. Now they got a little bit more damage to work with, but CACM Esports is not deterred. They want to try to push onto this tier 1. But Reggie gonna have to use that Phantom Ambush just to escape. Gengar going for
yeah, that's why it's not over until it's over.
Well, we were so worried about Reggie, we were so worried about this.
You also have to remember, in Pokemon Unite, you get punished for performing well versus playing badly. Like, when you're feeding non-stop, your death timer is going to be ridiculously low. Versus when you're performing extremely well, you get punished for that and you have long death timers. In Reggie's case, he's one of the core components of his team. So it doesn't really, like, as long as he's level, you know, as long as he's the level that he needs to be going into Groudon, it doesn't matter how many times he dies as long as he stays relevant.
There's the block, plenty of shields. Reggie still trying to do something about this, but they use their ability to get away.
Yeah, Reggie just really wanting to add a couple of KOs to their name, even just to stack up some of these items they're utilizing. But at the moment, Reggie Alecki will have to get knocked out just the old-fashioned way, right in front of your tier 1. How good has Lucky Snorlax been in this game number 3? It's ridiculous. Incredible heavy slam engages, great block enables, and then sometimes just relying on the power.
The important thing worth noting is that despite how, like, despite the fact that the orange team is consistently dying and losing throughout different parts of the map, it's surprising to see that the point lead isn't bigger, considering.
So he was not going to defend that Elder Goss. They're still pushing quite a bit, CACM. There's the Meteor Storm. Maybe going to take those upon down. It doesn't. They're going to score quite a bit here on the bot side with that Snorlax trying to push them away. There's a bone on the Shifu going in, takes some good damage, and now the backline is completely.
Oh, he whipped his combo. That is unfortunate. He tried to Unite move he tried to Unite move. He waited for his cooldown. He tried to Sludge Bomb Hex the Mew with Unite move, and he whiffed it.
Targets away from that goal zone, preventing anybody from getting big scores, and of course enabling DreamHack to have a great team fight.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Meowscarada's kind of just sitting top. They still haven't broken that goal either, so that's unfortunate.
With this double speedster composition, they're just scrappy. They're going to take a loss in one spot. They're going to try to find value in another at any given moment. A topside Reggie, maybe not contested. Meowscarada having a lot of damage, more so in the burst department, not as strong at ripping, unless you're going with that, of course, the Night Slash build.
I used to like that one quite a lot in SOLOQ, but DreamHack does like taking the objective as well because they rip it really fast, and we have been seeing that from Brazil so much today. Them and Force team as well. Now, here on the bot side, we're getting into central area. 10 seconds.
All right.
I was going to say Rayquaza. 10 seconds.
Well, Reggie is level 13.
With nice rock tomb setup.
Miascarada is also level 13.
There's the heavy slam. Now, Rama is trying to get the rubber.
Oh, they're going for the flippity flip. You see the flip? 30, 20, 10. Oh my god.
But it's stolen back just by DreamHack, and that is a Shifu just trying to even get more value out of this. Look at the rapid strikes, is insane.
It's not over though. That being said, it is not over. Urshifu has the buff.
1v3 in that situation. That is brilliant. Unreal from this Urshifu.
This is actually still pretty close, guys. It's still very close. 2 people have the buff on the orange team. 1 person has the buff on the purple team. They're gonna see that they're losing though. Like once it hits the 1 minute mark, the orange team are gonna realize that they have to score. So the important thing is seeing how they make, like, what micro decisions they make in the end game to kind of ensure that they come out ahead. So Crustle has it and Psyduck has it. Which, oh no, sorry, 3 people. Miascarada, Crustle, and Psyduck.
They're gonna try to capitalize, get some points in. A lot of points in pocket. Texas with a quicker one.
And despite the fact there's only 1 buff on the purple side, Snorlax for a situation like this is one of the best defenders for defending a push. Especially because they also have Unite move.
To flip that 26 turning to however.
Okay, they see Frank.
I am not doing that right now.
It's double 26.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, using the letters instead of the.
Someone from top lane has to recall. Someone from top lane has to recall. Someone from top lane has to recall. Snorlax Unite! Snorlax Unite! Snorlax!
The damage solely on your charge beam as the defense from DreamHack is still working out quite a bit. No, at the end
They got it.
From Reggie that does it 379 to 229, and DreamHack does not succeed on that defend. CACM does take the win on that flip on ground on flip and then back.
Yeah, unbelievable.
I predict.
Back and forth affair, and
I'll say this for now. I actually predict they're gonna ban the Gengar.
In a game win, now leading the series 2-1. I mean, some heroics from the Urshifu.
I don't think there was any way, like.
The start of something. There's the heavy slam. Now Rama is
Like, bro, this guy just went in and it did, like. They can't stop him. That's the problem. They couldn't stop him. The Snorlax would have had to have heavy slammed and then just blocked immediately. And even then, Gengar has full heal and Unite move to even. The Gengar was good? Not really. Not necessarily. It's just more so they flipped on spawn and DreamHack couldn't respond to it. It was just literally a full-on ground-on flip.
It is going to be Reggie, your MVP. They gotta give it to Dunlux as well.
Yeah, snap a photo, everybody. This might be the only time we see Gengar MVPs here, unless CAC Esports can play on our championship Sunday, potentially.
And then,
but 76,000 damage done for this Pokemon. 5 knockouts, 6 faints. Not the stat line you love to see, but it's okay. It's a win.
It works. It worked. Well, it was good for DreamHack, and the crowd is going crazy outside because this best of 5 is truly on fire between Brazil and North America, Latin America North, and that being CACM, right? And the fact again that we saw the Gengar still being that impactful, although they were knocked out this many times, considering they are one of the heaviest damage dealers. You have the Miascarada too,
yeah.
So it kind of feels like when you have a double speedster composition like that, when you're so melee like you are, it will happen. You're gonna get knocked out more times.
Right. Yeah, we've talked about it. Sometimes it's just an engaged Pokemon, and so you're happy with an even result across the board. As long as you're getting as many knockouts as you are faints. So Reggie is a -1 ratio, but that's all right. They're still able to put this one away. 100 score. That means no scores until the Hundo Burger, but hey, that's when it counts the best. So impressive stuff. You can see the heat map very different from the last game, having to spend a lot more time in their own central area. area. I mean, shoutouts to DreamHack, I think, for finding a way to shut this Pokemon down for the majority of the match. Lucky on that central area, Invade and Snorlax was so important, and of course, Dustbomb.
What Pokemon hard counters Gengar?
Just having great answers throughout the game. That little on the replay package, by the way, they knocked out a Miraidon right before that as well. So also getting
it was even longer.
I mean, Pokemon with crowd control.
KOs on top of it. So impressive stuff here from CAC Esports to close out a very
Like,
close match.
team comps with large amounts of CC can deal with Gengar.
It is the closest one, I would agree.
Our best of 5 so far. It was a mini best of 3, I like to call it.
Yeah, I
and
know,
now
I
we're
know.
going to expand to a best of 5.
Yeah, we're definitely expanding here because we have basically a match point for CACM. It's either DreamHack takes this to a game 5 or it's game over for DreamHack in the tournament. And CACM just punches that ticket to the grand finals. But I believe that there's something about this strategy here that DreamHack might agree with me in the way that they didn't quite make a mistake on draft. They didn't quite make a mistake on how they conducted their pushes. But they need to be very aware of being stacked up close to each other, because the damage that was coming from Dunlux and from Reggie on both the Hex and the Charge Beam was too much to handle.
And I really think you got to consider that Blissey pick again in this draft. You had it in that first game where the first time you went up against the Gengar, but still, I feel like having an access to a cleanse would just be so impactful into this Gengar pick that CACM likes to employ. Of course, DreamHack, you could also just go back to All Reliable. Your one game win in this set was well, maybe not thanks to.
Full heal? No. So, also, you have to keep in mind, like, you don't know what moveset Gengar's playing. Generally speaking, when I see a Gengar with full heal, I usually assume it's Hex, but obviously it's not guaranteed.
Absolutely crucial.
Oh, see, look, they banned the Gengar. See, I told you guys. They didn't want to deal with the gimmicky flip the objective anymore.
All right, well, Darkrai still available in this draft and has been passed up by DreamHack Esports. Of course,
See, guys, I know the way they think before they even think.
Maybe Frank playing that Pokemon in previous games, but I don't know how much Darkrai experience they have. But they might be actually passing it up this time around. It is going to be a Psyduck pick, and Ranma wants to ensure the Crustle onto their side. It's been so important. I don't think I even got to mention it in that final scoring push. The Buddy Barrier Crustle, I mean, there was multiple times in that match that Buddy Barrier Crustle was important, but it felt like that was the main reason they were.
I don't think Frank is going to play Meowscarada anymore either, if I had to guess.
And now a steal of both, of course, of the Miraidon pick and a return to the Snorlax.
Exactly. I feel like this is a very good choice because Dunlux was doing really
I could be wrong, though. They might still play it.
Zone Miraidon is that good, and you can trust that DreamHack is going to perform well as they need to. On the side of CACM, they lock in both the Speedsters, not the same as last time, but it is going to be the Meowscarada and the Scyther, the specialty there for Reggie, much like that Gengar.
All right, and now we might return to the Blissey, which is interesting, but it will bear, of course.
Yeah, he's going to go back to Scyther.
And Urshifu are both going to love having access to a Bliss assistance in this game. Dunlux, not having access to Miraidon, is going to go with a different electric-type Pokemon, and that Alolan Raichu is going to be locked in. This Pokemon has been extremely strong in a lot of moments, and it feels like these two electric-type Pokemon have just impressive duels to the bottom path every time.
Agreed. And I'm actually looking at this draft for DreamHack Zoinks, and I'm thinking that personally, now that we're getting into very serious territory, right? I gotta be very clear and like honest. I think personally that DreamHack has the better draft on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it feels correct, right? When you have something like a Meowscarada and a Scyther, and maybe even a Psyduck, like these pocket picks, whereas maybe they don't scream power pick or dominant meta Pokemon. But I don't know, with the way CACM Esports has been playing with these comfort picks, you just, in these scenarios, when we get this late in the tournament, I just start questioning everything.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get it. But what I'm like most worried about is not even the double Speedster. It's the fact that they don't have any healers. They only have the engage ability and disengage ability from that Psyduck and the Crustle. And of course, yes, we saw the Buddy Barrier being clutch many times on that Crystal. But still, on the side of DreamHack, not only having a supporter that heals on the Blissey, it is a Blissey. So we're getting it to match point. CACM is 2-1 up in this series against DreamHack.
It's game point for CACM.
Get their ticket to Championship Sunday on our semi-finals. Sky Runes is on your board.
All right, DreamHack Esports playing for their tournament lives right now. Do not want to fall away, and they want a chance at Championship Sunday. Texas, on a bit of a journey here in the early game, is actually headed into the opposite side of the map and is starting to poke at our red buff. That poor Kung Fu having a tough time in the early game, of course. If Sada could steal one of those buffs, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Kung Fu on the other side, not going to like the results of that one. And Ranma, sorry, going to be taking one of those wild Pokemon so close to that Crustle evolution.
Oh, that's huge. Not only did Psyduck deny the red buff, but Deuce is still not level 5 on Urshifu.
I mean, some of these fights are so important in the early game.
It is. Miraidon, though, is making a rotation here with Do Games and Rama as well, as they are going to take some damage. Reggie has to be careful. They have double buffs, so they could easily take down Kaduzera, who dashes over the wall.
Winner? No. So, winner goes on to the grand finals, but that's tomorrow. They will play the winner of the next series. So Dignitas still has to play one more like best of 5 series. I think they're playing Infamous Gaming.
Patience, Reggie, you're a better player than I landed that double hit. I see those HP bars. I'm clicking the button to go in. Of course, I think everybody watching and of course these top level players know if I did that, I would be KO'd. So,
exactly.
Yeah, so really,
we do it anyway.
Yeah, you got to be hesitant in those situations. Of course, in a series as tight and as intense as this, you got to be making perfect decisions as often as you can. Dunlux and Do Games having a bit of an electrical dance, and in the end, that is a fatal tango.
It really is. Alolan Raichu goes back to base, and now, excuse me, they should be so disappointed that Reggie didn't finish them off. Now, another time where Kaduzera ends up still standing. Dunlux is now going to fight him in the bush with that Electro Ball, and it's still DreamHack who comes out on top on that fight.
Oh, these thin margins are just so tough to deal with. You were talking about there's no healing supports on the side of CACM, right? And in these dive compositions, oftentimes we don't build towards those healing supports because you literally don't have time. If you're going to initiate these team fights, Meowscarada,
Raichu died in lane.
Don't get the KOs and end the team fight immediately, it might just be over anyways. You don't even have the chance to heal those weaker HP targets. Psyduck, on the other hand, can really set up some of these fights and give you a better chance. Well, here we go. Ranma on a 1v3 defense.
Oh, interesting here. DreamHack is trying to at least get some points here. They don't have that much. They have the 30 on Dozebon, but on the side of CACM, they did a great push on a 4-person gank to the top side. Got a 2 KO streak on Reggie, and they got to position themselves here for the bot side as it has just spawned. Reggie Alekian 50%. Dozebon will zone them out as Do Game still has that charge beam to get it confirmed. It's still going to be Dozebon who guarantees it for DreamHack. Texas is in a terrible position. That Psyduck is not going to survive, as it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade at the moment. Reggie goes to the back line. Kaduzera will get taken down. The Green Illusion dive.
Look at the lifesteal on Reggie. Holy shit. This guy popped his Unite move, went in, like, relatively low. He came out with more than half HP. God damn.
This entire series, like Reggie's setting up such an amazing play with that Green Illusion dive. That Urshifu is within inches of getting the KO on Scyther. Reggie says, I'll actually just bounce over to the other side of the battlefield and actually get a KO for my troubles. I mean, amazing mastery of the speedster style Pokemon and such a fun player to watch. I just gotta say, I love watching Reggie play this game.
Oh yeah, I love watching Reggie play this Pokemon as well. The Gengar is great, but the Scyther just really just hits different. It is something about the Latam teams and the Scyther picks that just works out so incredibly well.
They banned the Gengar? Yeah, they banned the Gengar.
Side with that Regice spawned as a 4v3 for the moment, as they're still waiting for Urshifu and the Scyther to join the fight already. Reggie is there, poking out quite a bit. Frank throws in that clone. They're going to go back to the berry themselves. Lucky gets a nice heavy slam. They're going to the back. Reggie will slice and dice once again, trying to get on top of that Miraidon. The Meteor Storm goes in as well, but it looks like CACM is is just on all corners of DreamHack, and there's no way for them to escape.
And yet another fight where Texas both sets up the fight and finishes the fight. That Psychic pulling in the Snorlax is a huge play, even despite a pretty impressive yawn defense by Lucky. But immediately after that, the Sai, that damage reduction Unite move into anybody in that aura is so important for a few of these Pokemon. Again, on slivers of HP, but still CACM Esports find a way to close it out thanks to that incredible Psyduck support.
And looking good for them here into a rotation for the bottom Reggie. The Reggie Lucky that was secured by DreamHack, but not really utilized by them at all because CACM turned the fight back around. It is going to be uncontestedly taken by CACM themselves in this push, and they are powerful enough to even potentially go for a push on this bot tier 2. Reggie has a 50.
Yeah, that's very true. So also they're going to be able to do this because of the vision that they just had. And they might have lost track of Urshifu and Snorlax a moment ago, but they knew at least a couple players were on the top side or even defending on bot. We got that split push going on.
If it comes the time, so like
40-point dunk into a 6-point goal zone.
Ooh, and if with 4 minutes, 240.
it'll eventually reach the time that they probably like when they usually when they buff something or when they apply a balance patch, they usually follow a theme. I'm sure when they buff one speedster, eventually they're gonna buff all of them at some point.
I'm very excited about it.
Welcome to Face Ruins, Reggie Drago. You're already at half HP. That's just what goes on with these minefields that Donlux can set up with Yolol and Raichu. It certainly is a scary thing. Maybe you don't have stored power burn damage on some of these objectives, but who needs it when you really set up a welcome party?
Yes you do. And it's really interesting when that happens. If you can do it with the enemy Pokemon, it's even more satisfying. But so far it hasn't happened, and that is okay. DreamHack is still at this point with equal numbers of level in regards to that, but Reggie's still really shining all across the match.
Yeah, level 14 has been really impressive. We've seen some clutch full heals from that player as well. Frank's clone just doing a little bit of work, getting visioned, of course, maybe thinking DreamHack has to bait out a couple of cooldowns at any given moment.
Despite the fact that Scyther's backcapping, they can't force a 5v4 here. Because one, they're not strong enough. Two, they're pushing the tier like 1 goal. And then 3, because it's close to Groudon, they can't invest too many resources.
4v4 essentially, since Snorlax goes down so early in that one, and the entire time, guess where Reggie is? Scoring in that bottom side. One of the most important cases of it though, because Reggie Alecki is spawned in 30 seconds for CACM to try to knock out this Pokemon and send it all the way to that home goal zone. Just truly a nightmare scenario for DreamHack Esports to deal with, but they gotta take their time, they gotta get their levels, they gotta focus on farming. Reggie Alecki though, always just a haunting presence in this bottom path.
And it is a dream come true if that Reggie Lucky does hit home goal for CACM, because that would be just a fine way to end a best of 5. As the Reggie Lucky is still journeying on the bot side, we have central area here. X-Scissor from Rama goes in.
Oh, here we go.
Takes, and now getting a nice knock-up.
Oh, they're flipping Groudon again.
But it doesn't. Now on the other side, Kaduzera is getting chased by Reggie. Reggie does take them down, and that's gonna
Ooh, Zacian got it. Oh my god.
DreamHack.
Yeah, Zacian gets the final secure. I believe Urshifu just jumped right into the pit, and Bliss Assistance right on top of them. Groudon buff going to be kept in Kaduzera's hands. That is a Reggie Alecki in that home goal zone, though, so the scores can turn around, and Psyduck will be knocked out before they are able to deposit their points. So they are going to respawn. DreamHack does have some Groudon buffs to work with, but they got a lot of ground to make up, so.
They definitely do. They need to sprint, they need to run. They're not speedsters, but they need to get their 4 points on this goal zone. That's 50 onto Lucky. They have a shield as well. They're going to score. They're going to go for the 47 on the outer goal, 50 for the inner goal, as they're still pushing out here. Rama is on the spot, just trying to defend. Frank is there as well, but they know that maybe this 50 is going to go in, but they are just betting on the fact that this is still not going to be enough.
CACM is just playing this really defensively, but DreamHack still has a decent amount of points in pocket, specifically Kaduzera. They got a lot of cash to work with, and they're looking to buy one thing, a ticket to Japan. They need to get to these goal zones, though, and right now, all they're trying to do is put that Eos energy back in their pockets and threaten these big scores.
And the mighty defense,
they got the points. It's just really up to them if they can defend.
Defending against this push, Lucky is going to be the first one. They need to bait out that damage. They go in with the jump pad. Texas is there as well. Reggie is on the other side. They have a flank option. They're going in for the Meteor Storm.
Oh, Reggie got the buff. That's huge.
Well. And CACM is performing a good defense, but maybe the amount of shielding on the side of DreamHack is just enough. There's a ball still standing with a blissful assistant onto them. They take one down. There's no side back on this fight. Reggie will counter this back though, but it's still 3v3. They're going down on numbers. CACM, there's 10 seconds to go. 4 points to be scored. 50.
Oh! Wait, why didn't Reggie go in? Why didn't he just try to stop it? There was like 5 seconds left of the game. That was weird. I'm gonna be honest. That was weird. Like with that little time left in the game, he should like. It doesn't matter if you die. You should just defend the goal.
Incredible work. Yeah, there's a lot of
that like.
going on between these players, but they understand they got the win. Jeez, what a close encounter. We're gonna have to take a look at that final scoreline just to be sure. Of course, that
is very intimate. Relax, guys. You're on stage. You're on camera. I don't know what's going on there. The power of friendship is too much.
Both teams, us. Where is the record?
Yeah, no, we're gonna take a look at the final replay just a little bit. This Reggie LAIC being one of the most impactful ones of all time. That is huge. These final scores. We can take a look at the scoreline right now: 507 to 380. But it's this
incoming meme.
Picking up some major scores, and yeah, we got the final call. It is the DreamHack Esports having the points lead. It's what we thought with a couple of major scores here. Just unfortunately, Reggie and Dunlux being just outside of range to get that stop. It doesn't matter. Zamorn gonna take this one down. 566 to 507. Are you kidding me?
Player of the game! There's that ball on the Urshifu. 426 is your record. 50,000 damage dealt, 230 points scored, and literally the miracle maker of the Brazilian team DreamHack.
Yeah, there is one tiny pip of the purple team on that score graph. It is only at the very end. This tells the story of this matchup. CACM Esports won this match for 9 minutes and 50 seconds until Urshifu had a chance to get to work on that tier 2. That is just truly ridiculous conclusion.
Game 3 was like that for DreamHack. DreamHack had it up until the end, and then CACM brought it back.
Yeah.
So I wonder what the frick Game 5 is going to be like.
Yeah, this is gonna be wild. I mean, okay, yeah, this is the point of that graph where scoring is so important. Of course, having that 50 points in pocket actually spends a little bit of time around that central area to pick up a few Eos energy orbs so they can have that full score. Whatever they can do to open up space on that goal zone, and it works. Both Dunlux and Reggie still being up, but just not being able to hit this Urshifu in time. That crowd on buff increasing that scoring speed. It makes an extremely tight margin, and neither of them having their cooldowns up at the exact moment they needed to gives just the perfect window for DreamHack Esports to strike.
And my take for Game 5 is the Blissey needs to go. It was basically what had Deus é Bom standing for so long.
Yeah, it was so impressive. We see buddy barriers, every piece of support you could possibly think. In fact, even the ground on secure, right? It wasn't the Urshifu, they actually go down, but the Bliss assistance plus the Urshifu combo is what gets that Pokemon in knockout range in the first place, allows Zacian to just walk up and last hit secure with a mighty Unite move in that spot. Jeez, what a crazy game number 4 to push us to game number 5.
And that is only the first semi-finals of the day. We still have another one to be played, and this one isn't yet finished. Zoinks! If we are feeling like this, can you imagine what the players are thinking?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emotion there on stage, pop-offs and everything, of course. So everybody's going to just calm down here for a moment as we go into Game 5. Going to be a very intense conclusion to this set. It's been incredible so far to watch these two teams play.
Yeah, winner goes home. Like, winner goes on, loser goes home.
What I like to call traditional or like lockdown Pokemon Unite, CACM Esports relying on these double speedster compositions to be the difference maker basically full-on dive comps. But, you know, when it comes down to it, it feels like this match was always fated to be a Game 5.
I still think CACM is gonna win, but it's a toss-up. Honestly, I think they could have won that last game, by the way. I will say that. They could have won that last game.
Supports, and you just want to go front to back, very self-explanatory. Now CACM, I feel like maybe this is the point where they need to switch something up. Maybe they have something up their sleeve that's not going to be the double speedster, or maybe they're just going to get the Blissey for themselves. It's a possibility.
Ooh, it's so scary to switch things up into a Game 5, but you might be right. For the first time in this match, it feels like finally the momentum has shifted away from you and back at the hands of DreamHack. I mean, DreamHack, this home team, having the crowd behind them and winning a match that extremely close. I mean, that is so much momentum. CACM is going to need to have a huge response if they could try to pull back anything in this matchup. DreamHack, on the other hand, sticking to some of the usual with these bans. Mega Lucario, Slowbro, would not be shocked if we see the Gengar in that third ban slot.
Exactly. Excuse me. And to be honest, I believe that that is the right call, because
The
it
two
worked
games
on
they've
the
won.
four. Exactly. You won 2 games with that ban phase. You just repeat the same ban phase. The same thing for CACM. It has worked out so far. That Blaziken is really strong, and considering CACM is on the orange side, you don't want to let that slide for the side of DreamHack to potentially take it on the first purple pick.
Totally. Yeah, we'll see what this first pick ends up being. I think Zacian might be a Pokemon in tight contention, and Kadazera is going to pick up that Pokemon. CACM Esports are going to have 2 options back-to-back, and this Psyduck is yet again going to return, but an early priority on the Miraidon this time around. So DreamHack Esports not going to have access to that attacker, which we talked about the success of Zacian in this draft, and Gengar in this draft, but Miraidon has also been an extremely successful Pokemon for both sides. Dawnlux putting that draft priority makes a ton of sense to me.
It's really good. I love that. If we have that.
What did Frank play Meowscarada last game? I'm trying to remember. I think I'm like brain farting. Did he play Meowscarada last game in the top lane?
I even favor the Zacian in that matchup too.
Yeah, you might even try to pair the Urshifu and Hoopa into the central area at first, just to try to prevent any kind of invasion scenarios.
Get a red buff,
onto
maybe?
that Kung-Fu. We've seen Texas try to push into the other side, so maybe Hoopa might need to be there.
Bro, is this guy only play? What the hell, bro?
Going back to a lot of what has worked for them in this game so far, in this best of 5 set. The Scyther most likely going to be Reggie's final option in this lineup, seeing as Frank is returning to the Meowscarada, and you have the Psyduck there to enable some dives. But okay, DreamHack actually going to have a bit of a flex. And we're going to go with a Dodrio and potentially an Umbreon. Love this as a response to all those Crustle and Psyduck shields.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense. That's amazing, because we have been seeing, and again, DreamHack on the purple side, CACM on your orange, basically doesn't confuse us at all. They have been playing on the same side throughout the whole series. My point being, on the right side,
notoriously, that's the worst for me, so I am very happy with these two teams.
Basically, yes, exactly. So on the side of CACM, notoriously, they had been just escaping the fights with almost 0, close to no HP whatsoever, because of buddy barriers, because of extra shieldings, and that Moonlight Bronze on the Umbreon you mentioned is just going to be crucial.
Yeah, I'm going to steal 50% of any available shields in the area of effect every time Umbreon has.
Okay.
Can be pretty often. Umbreon, a Pokemon
Wait,
will be wielding the
Lane Dodrio?
does have that evolution benefit, getting access to that Unite move at level 8.
I don't know how I feel about that, though.
Out of all the evolutions who are normally pretty strong in the early game, Umbreon is actually the one of them, that one of the bunch that is considered to be a little bit weaker in the earlier stages of this match. And honestly, a lot of the DreamHack Pokemon, outside of course Zacian and maybe even the Dodrio.
Yeah, exactly. I really want to see what's going to be the strategy here for DreamHack, because as you mentioned, it's possible that we see the Dodrio plus the Hoopa going into central area, or even sending the Hoopa to try and invade the Little Bear, or just have some more information on how the enemy team is doing in the central area, considering that we once again have that double speedster. So it's CACM continuing the same strategy that in this last game, DreamHack has successfully read. So now, for DreamHack, they just need to do it again.
All right, well, let's see what happens as we get into a decisive game number 5. A championship Sunday spot on the line and a spot in the Asia Champions League Finals. This one game will decide. DreamHack on your purple team, CACM on your orange team.
And we have the Psyduck already going for an invade on the purple side of the map, with that Cupfu being very, very weak in the early game here for Deus Ex Bon. So they need to be very careful about how they go about taking these Pokemon down. The Psyduck with range, auto attacks, but now help. Kaishala comes in, gets a nice confusion there, but the damage is not going to be just...
You know what I've noticed as well?
Deus Ex Bon gets some healing.
When these guys play Urshifu jungle, these guys don't give a shit if this guy gets invaded or not. I feel kind of like, honestly, as a jungler, I feel so bad watching this guy play Urshifu jungle, and like, he gets invaded every single game, but his team doesn't like... You would think that like the support would jungle clear with them, but that doesn't happen either. They kind of just leave this guy to fend for himself, and he just gets fucking rolled.
A lot of that set up by Texas' earlier damage, but already this Scyther is...
And then it's funny because the top lane rotates afterward to try to defend the jungle, but by then it's already too late. Oh my, getting the kill on Reggie is huge for Dodrio.
Becoming unstoppable. They're going to be able to escape. Nice healing that comes through there as well. Getting a
that was a huge pick. The comeback experience on that was huge.
And of course the Urshifu has finally evolved.
Okay, now they're just trading experience though.
Another damage threat for DreamHack Esports to utilize. That being said, it has been a bit of a parity matchup on the top side as Capsula goes down. A 2 KO streak from Frank as this Meowscarada gets on the board at 20 points into the top side. This Meowscarada starting to get real dangerous.
29 feels really good here for CACM early in the game. 68-13 is your total score at the moment. Around 8 minutes as the Regidrago has just spawned. And because of that presence, CACM quickly moves down to that objective, takes it for themselves, and could just easily rotate to bot side. Rock Tomb, very nicely done there by CACM. Rama, and they are going to be actually caught up here by Katuzera. There's some damage coming from the distance here on that Miraidon. Katuzera does survive, goes for the berry. Rama is going to pay for it as the defender usually does.
Yeah, buys a little bit of time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for Reggie. He has to burn the full heal just to walk away, and that might not be quick enough. Drio's there, but Reggie's going to take the KO. Actually, might want more, trying to utilize that combo play of the charge beam as well as the double hit. Can be that crazy hammer and anvil play, but Don Lux so far just playing the protector. Reggie, maybe the opposite of whatever a protector is.
Yeah, I would say so too. Now Rama takes the front line here, allowing for Texas and Nulux to have some space to take the wild Pokemon just about the Reggies spawning on the map. There you have the portal as well to get people from the bot side to the top side, as there's a 3v3 happening here. In the, no, actually, I got defeated by Frank's clone.
Yeah, thanks Frank, tricking the casters. We love that. All right, Reggie does take over to level 9. Green illusion dive available and ready, but it will just be a pretty easy gold zone break. Reggie LAIC will be spawning in on the top side of the map in this game number 5, and we'll be walking towards that tier 2. On the other side, DreamHack really wanting the experience on a couple of these Pokemon are actually going to favor that basement Reggie and instead get a Regice buff and team-wide EXP.
We'll see how that's going to help them in this next team fight, because it looks like CACM is very eager to go for this push with the Reggie LAIC. Oh, the damage is just insane. Now they're trying to push it back, but Games gets obliterated immediately with the charge beam as well, and CACM just completely destroys the zone, the team.
Yeah, well, with this early game dominance, CACM Esports in the previous games have had a game of thin margins. This one, they all walk away with full HP bars. That fight was over before it even started when it comes to terms of DreamHack. Incredible dive work from CACM Esports, and of course, trusting that poke damage of the Miraidon. Texas able to walk away from this one, Sida kind of the expert at doing just that.
205 for CACM to 27 for DreamHack is your score right now. No EXP on the board. The yellow dots have been missing because right now CACM has full control over the map. Reggie's just that comfortable to go into enemy bases. Now Lucky in a potential difficult position, but they get sent to base and they're going to be okay.
Yeah, they're just going to walk out of it. We can see it on the mini-map, but even CACM can see it, that there is no glowing light on that portal. We know no player is actually recalling back to join the team. So they do it the old-fashioned way, just walking out of spawn. But at the moment, CACM Esports is trying to gather information. Texas does a great job of doing so and finds a half HP Katazera. Ranma with an attempt to trap them with that Rock Tomb, but, well, Dodrio is what I like to call...
Their early game was atrocious.
That's the word.
Atrocious!
In my mind as well. Now here on the bot side,
you guys don't help your jungle, and then the jungler can't help you because when you guys get lane gapped.
as possible. Now going on the top side, Reggie is caught between an illusion dive and a Hooper and a Zacian, and now they're trying to just escape with the movement speed from that Unite move, and they're gonna get taken down. Kaduzera even joining, but on the other side, there was a knockout that was taken there by the Crustal onto the Umbreon.
Okay, Urshifu and Zacian Unite moves down to knock out that Scyther, so I'm sure Reggie's saying, hey, it was worth it, it was worth it, it was worth it. The rest of the team can try to push in and utilize with those Unite moves being absent, but right now DreamHack have put up a pretty strong defensive barrier around this tier 1, and they're gonna be rotating towards this Reggie Drago. That's gonna be spawning in about 20 seconds. More points of just weakening this goal zone. Frank to elect to destroy this tier number 1. Speedsters love the room to roam, and if you have a Hoopa on the other side, breaking those tier 1s feels even better.
It definitely does. You're denying that much mobility as well. Now there's a Hooper unbound bringing the rest of DreamHack to the zone here on the bot side. There's a Rubber Rouser getting them incapacitated. There's a Bone still trying to do some damage there with the Urshifu. While on the backside, Dunlux does finish 2 members there with the charge beam. There's a Bomb will go down, and CACM takes the Reggie steal.
Yeah, that's a big attack buff for the next 90 seconds. Will bring them right about to the final stretch, seeing as we're sitting at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Reggie Drago, which I thought was going to get a lot of attention as soon as it spawns, finally gets noticed, and Reggie is going to burn down this Reggie Drago. Reminder that Reggie LAIC is the Pokemon that is spawning in the top side, and it was Zacian to solo that Pokemon to break that tier 1. That's why we see DreamHack at some points, but wow, Reggie trying to force this fight again. The portal might make it a little tougher, and they baited out cooldowns.
Exactly. You're just trying to get those Unite moves away from the enemy team, especially around the 3-minute mark. It would be too close to the final stretch to even risk it.
I mean, that's inevitable. That is an inevitable outcome. Someone is gonna lose, obviously.
So it's not even the highest in the lobby, which we usually have been seeing from Reggie. Instead, you have that 13 on the Meowscarada for Frank, and on the side of DreamHack, you have that 13 level Zacian as well.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I could talk about trying to bait out cooldowns all I want. At some point, Reggie is going to need to link up with this team and have a successful dive. These last 2 Central Area invades, 1v5, have just not been it. We're going to see that lineup be successful as CACM wants to close this thing out. On the other hand, DreamHack Esports have had a few chances to capitalize after a bit of a misstep from this Scyther. Maybe DreamHack can try to look for something similar yet again. Well, the Hoopa and the Umbreon only at level 10, about to hit their level 11s. Maybe more importantly, this Groudon's about to appear, and CACM are taking a very aggressive approach to this endgame. They do not want to give DreamHack an angle in towards this Groudon pit, but Zacian's able to walk in for free on the top side.
Double level 13s on both sides of the team.
What is Umbreon doing? Umbreon?
That Umbreon. Now Kaduzera goes in with a triple trample, but it's getting incapacitated by that Meteor Storm. It's going to be the side of CACM who takes the ground.
Was he just... I think he was just stalling for time, but that was just whack, bro.
That damage enhanced Maridon is doing so much electric type damage. Crustal will get the score, 84. Psyduck going to increase the lead as well. 1 minute and 30
Brother just literally swan dived into the enemy team.
And it looks like Texas, and it looks
Oh my god, bro. That was like literally the most anticlimactic ending. Like, the problem with these games is these guys only know how to flip Groudon. That's it. Like, literally half the games that were, like, half of this entire series was flip Groudon on spawn. Like, to me, that's just like the loser's cop-out.
We've seen this situation before. I think it happened around 10 minutes ago, where we had DreamHack Esports in a tough spot, but able to come back. They don't have any Groudon buffs to work with, though, at the moment, but those can be taken away. We got DreamHack Esports approaching this tier 2. Ranma, Dawnlux in defensive position. Reggie and Texas away from their own base as they're attempting to score on the other side, but here comes DreamHack's push.
Okay, 4 on this person here, only 1, now 2 with the Lucky as well. There's the Hooper unbound, there's the damage that could come through with Dunlux joining the fight as well. There's no damage that can actually finish the members of CACM, and DreamHack is just trying so hard, but it's going to be Dunlux who finishes them off. They're chasing out onto the Umbreon, and CACM with 16 seconds to go look to finish this in a Game 5 fashion.
CACM are able to secure the Groudon, successfully defend the pit, defend their goal zones, hold on to their series lead, and they will get a match win. 3-2. CACM are headed to Championship Sunday, and they are headed to Japan.
Latam North are your first grand final of 2026 Latin America International Championships Pokemon Unite.
Such an intense best-of-5 set between these two teams. So
Is there any Brazil teams left? Honestly, I have no idea.
Close exchanges, last-minute comebacks, ground on secures, incredible dives. This has been an incredible series to watch, but CACM are your victors. DreamHack Esports will be playing in the series to determine the third-place winner. Will still have a chance at that Asia Champions League invite, but it's CACM who got the guarantee.
They do, and they're the first one to do that, so that is surely a boost in confidence. I have never doubted a double speedster composition not on the hands of these players.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta trust these players, certainly. Reggie, you know, we talked about that feast or famine maybe showing up a little bit in this one, but what a game from Frank's Meowscarada in this matchup. Was so impressive. I loved a whole lot of those Pokemon choices. I didn't get to see the Gengar in the finals, but I got to see it in the set, and I'm certainly loving that. Frank, gonna be your MVP. 7 knockouts, 0 faints, by the way. That's how the speedsters do it.
Oh, yeah.
57,000 damage on that Pokemon as well.
And when you do it right, that is exactly how you do it. The amount of pressure that Frank...
I hope the next series is better. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think this series was kind of ass. I won't lie to you. I think it was just very low quality gameplay. Fingers crossed that Dignitas versus Infamous is better.
Knockout feint assist, I'm gonna call it a KFA. If they have a perfect KFA like that, we know that they played exactly how they were supposed to, not exposing themselves too much, but knowing exactly how much they needed to be in the front line to get those finishes.
Yeah, it feels like our score graph finally in one of these sets is just a standard victory, you know? An early game lead that just persists into a finale. Frank's heat map obviously playing that top path. We don't see speedster Pokemon defend that top path outside of maybe Dodrio too often, or an outside in use case of the Leafeon. But we do have an interview on stage with newly ACL qualified CACM Esports.
Hello everybody, Doobsnacks here alongside Texas CACM going to the ACL
Korea.
to your grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. The first
Korea is T1.
What is your energy level like after that big win?
Estoy muy emocionado, la verdad es que el público ha sido bastante bueno, la presión se siente bastante y a mí me gusta esta clase de escenarios, la verdad es que el nivel está bastante alto, a mí me gustó.
He's very excited and the level that he's seeing during the matches is very awesome. He's really excited about it.
I have to ask, after game number 4, you guys were ahead and it came down to some crazy scores and the final seconds. What were the communication across the team like to make sure that you could bounce back and have a good performance in that final game?
La verdad es que en el juego 4 sabíamos que podíamos ganar, casi estábamos seguros de que iba a ser una victoria segura, nos equivocamos, focuseamos mal. Y pues se llevaron el objetivo y ellos pusharon de manera increíble. Aún con eso no decaímos porque sabíamos que podíamos jugar. La verdad es que nos sentíamos muy cómodos y pues eso fue todo prácticamente.
We were thinking that the game 4 they were trying to gain. I think they thought that they were going to win, but it was a mistake. So they are aware of that and they were making it a big effort at the next one.
Well, look, it's great to leave those mistakes in the past and look forward to the future after a big Game 5 win. Going to go a little off script here, and I'm going to ask, what sort of product you put in your hair? It looks luxurious.
Yo no uso ningún producto, nada más uso mi shampoo y literal solito me lo hago así.
He's not using any product and just it's like natural hair like this.
Okay, well, consider me and color me incredibly jealous. Green with jealous rage right now. Beautiful hair. Last question. 2 more questions. I lied. I'm going to ask however many questions I want. I'm in control here. Okay, you have either Dignitas or Force Team on the horizon for tomorrow. Is there a preference in who you want to play, whether it's because you want a greater challenge or whether you think you have a good matchup? Whatever reason is fine.
La verdad es que por el bracket que llevamos me gustaría que fuera Force, son puro brasileño, pero Dignites son mis amigos, quiero mucho a su grupo, Indivir también, y creo que Dignites.
So it will be he wants Forlas, but Dignitas is their friend, so then he wants prefers their friends.
Okay, well, you know, friends tomorrow, potentially enemies. To wrap this whole thing up, and it's what we do every single time, of course, it's any shout outs to the folks that are here supporting you and the people at home watching.
Quiero mandarle un saludo a toda mi familia, la verdad es que he visto cómo han estado apoyando a mi hermana y mamá, a mis tíos, a mi novia también, besitos, a todos los espeguarcitos también, se llama Dubé, y de verdad muchas gracias a cada uno de los que se suma. Nosotros representamos a Latinoamérica Norte, a México desde siempre.
It is very quiet.
Me siento muy agradecido porque he visto todos los comentarios. Saludos a todos en casa.
So all his family and friends, her girlfriend and all his family also, there is one of his family that is named Ruben, same as him, and he said hi to everybody. He's very, very lovely to them.
Listen, he's in control now. I'm going to give him the mic right back. We're going to break, and he owns himself a new microphone. See you in a bit.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yay, man. Oh wait, this is the last UCS tournament with Groudon. Yeah, that is right. That is correct. Well, official one anyways. If you're including like grassroots ones, I don't count those ones, but like, yeah, if you're talking about official ones, then yeah.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, live in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and what a game.
Bro, I cranked up my volume and I feel like they just progressively get lower. Okay, let me raise the volume because I don't know what's going on over here.
Winner of this locks in their spot to ACL. I can tell you how this crowd is feeling, Doobsnacks. They want Force Gaming to win this big time, but I know that Dignitas has fans all over the world watching.
Yeah, and you know, there is a team specifically that knows what it means to have a crowd behind you, and that's actually this TTV team.
Yes.
When they were up against the world champions at the time, they were carried through a 9 or was it 10 full game bracket reset to end up taking down the crown, where you see the infamous TTV from Ender. I think Dig is a hair more difficult to do unless you know sign language, American Sign Language. I don't. Put that on screen later. We'll learn it and we'll start doing it if it's necessary.
Is this a G?
Yeah. Long story short, crowd matters in these LAN environments, and it can really fuel a team to success.
Yeah, no question. Luminosity here last year running into a top Brazilian team.
We don't talk about Luminosity anymore. Luminosity's dead. The org is dead. The team is retired. Well, not retired. They all left. They're traitors. Traitors to North America. Exactly. Luma who, guys? Luma who? I don't know no Luminosity. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kind of, not really.
Because not only did they have all the momentum, everyone that was in this arena, no matter what game they supported, we were the last thing going, and everybody had migrated over, and just seeing the Brazil stamp next to that 2Z Esports name meant they had everyone behind them.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy in here in just a moment. When Dignitas does something good, you're gonna hear us real well.
Yeah.
And when Force, almost at 2Z because I'm remembering these players from last year, when Force does something well, this place is going to explode. They're already chanting, by the way, out there. I love these fans. I love Brazilian fans so much. They are so hyped. Every other region, can you please take notes?
Damn, bro, he's calling out every other region for being terrible fans. Damn. You hear that, guys? Spriggles thinks you're a shit fan. You guys are shitty fucking fans that you gotta copy Brazil. God damn, bro. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the almighty mustache. Toxic Spriggles.
What a bounce back, talking to Texas, saying, look, we know we messed up, and our main goal was leave that behind us. We get another bite at the apple. Let's get it done this time around, and they did. Force Gaming Dignitas is where we are right now. We have the hometown heroes in Force Gaming trying to keep the Brazilian dreams alive of an LAIC championship.
Bro, I cranked it up. Look, like the volume is at. This is max volume. I can't go any louder than this. It's not me. It's the stream. Look.
Such a good series. The question is, how good is Dignitas? Because they have looked pretty phenomenal.
That's why I was saying, like, why is the audio so scuffed? I thought it was me, but then I look at the stream. It's like, dude, you guys are just not talking loud enough.
Dispatch 2Z. I mean, what a tough one for this crowd, watching two of their top teams go head to head. But Force was able to make it happen, and now they are looking like the best team in Brazil. Is it enough?
Is it enough? Let's start talking about what we've seen so far through this tournament. You were just talking about Dignitas, so I'll stay on that topic right now.
Yeah.
And I'll stick with Otter because that's who was on the screen before we switched over. Otter used to be like the support Mew of last year, right? Until other teams had to literally adjust to what they were doing. Right now, it feels like Otter is just going to play Latias until you force him to do something else. That thing looks nasty.
Yeah, I don't even know if you really can force him to do too much else, because I feel like Otter is the kind of player that doesn't have a bad Pokemon. You know, if you're going to expose some piece of Dignitas, it feels like the piece you would expose is Zealot. Zealot's had a few really good looks and a few okay looks. You know, he's the least experienced out of the squad on stage. Some insane moments, but also it feels like a few of his picks were fine. And I would target someone who had some fine picks rather than Otter, which I think, honestly, you could put Otter on a Pokemon that just came out today and he'd do great.
Yeah, for example, I mean, you literally saw, you know, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in the last matchup, right? That Zacian felt in that game 2 felt almost irrelevant, whereas the Zarina from the game prior took over.
Here we go, starting with our first draft here. Zarina ban.
Makes sense.
I mean, this is what I would be trying to do if I was forced.
You know, this might be a little messed up, but I kind of hope NA lose just so they get humbled a little. I kind of wish NA loses just so they can get humbled a little bit more. I want Force Gaming to win. I think Dignitas are going to win, but I want Force Gaming to win. That, like, I want NA to just face the reality that they're not as good as they think they are.
Blastoise being queued up feels a hair targeted here. We'll see if that's what's locked in, and it is. And you see those ban rates.
Like, that's my wish, guys. Normally, I don't. Rooting against fellow Canadians.
You do not have a 1% Pokemon banned here in such an important game unless
You do realize Zugrug talks as much shit as I do. He's just very monotone about it. Like, if you ever actually watched a Zugrug stream, this guy's a shit talker. Like, dead. I'm not even joking. Like, dead ass. He shit talks a lot, except he's just very stoic, or like very monotone about it. So it doesn't, like, he doesn't have like, oh my god, the Charizard, let's go, Charizard, Charizard, I choose you. Okay, I want to see Mega Lucario just for the memes. Double Mega, and then you guys go.
First, Mega Charizard and Clefable though, and I mean this feels like, I mean, I already think this.
Oh, Darkrai's up too. What? It's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my god. Okay, why didn't you guys pick Dark? I would have said Darkrai.
Clearly, they have a strategy around this that's looking pretty good. Blaziken being picked.
Dude, they got so many options. The 3 most banned Pokemon of the tournament, well, I think so, have been let through. The floodgates have been unleashed.
We've seen mixed results from it, but wins and losses, obviously.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna use the restroom very quickly, but I'll be back in time for the game.
Zug's Mammo earlier was so good.
Every Ice Fang felt devastating. Now, Force Gaming, if they're not paying attention, they still have the opportunity to give Toon Mimikyu, in which they can use that to trap a Mega Char, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are still solo isolating options on the side of Dig. Mega Lucario, you know, kind of at the bottom tier here in the selection. We'll see where Toon goes. And Darkrai, we didn't even notice that Darkrai skated through, and a Darkrai gutter pick feels like a gift.
Wow, I mean, here's the crazy thing about Darkrai, right?
97% encounter rate. That's wild.
That is wild. Darkrai is... Lucario says 100%.
Yeah,
it's no longer 100%.
That's not true.
Stats team, how many bits per minute are we doing?
And
but this no longer says 100%.
Don't tell me it's 99 point some percent that rounds up to 100. That's BS. It is either 100 or it is less than that. Make it 99 at minimum. Thank you.
Totally agree. Stats don't work like that. Rounding is for cowards. It's the number that it is. By the way,
release the math tutorial video that you keep promising.
I'm working on it. It's a labor of love. It's going to take a while. It's $300, by the way, on the channel. Toon on Darkrai, skating through at the end. A great counter to something like this Mega Char. Now, it does have a full heal, but outside of that, you can shut this thing down in some really big ways. And that's like the disadvantage of Mega Charizard. It's unbelievably powerful, but it also gets roasted by crowd control.
It really, really does. But Force Gaming committing their first pick to a Mega Charizard, you have to think a team that's made it this far and is comfortable with letting it through at least has a plan if you're going to pick it or play against it.
Well, here we go. The first game of our semifinals between Force Gaming, your purple team, and Dignitas, your orange team. This is a best of 5 with the winner of this series guaranteeing their spot at ACL. Heading up to our top path right here, the fight breaks out right away.
Great little freeze here. LAIC has to just keep running, and they're trying to get a good score on the backside, and the berries are actually kind of gone. They hadn't even, where they covered, they're covered. I thought they had already been picked up. LAIC on the retreat here. Good job by Lel to at least grab someone's attention so they can make it back, because going down early would have felt awful.
Wow, nice secure there. Moving forward once again, they're looking for another fight. Zagrug just so unbelievably aggressive here with Mamoswine early as we are trying to get some experience and steal it away. Ooh, so close. Falb now just kind of making their way to the top path, deciding the fight's not going to happen yet, and they're actually going to run right into Darkrai in the center.
Toon on the chase. Falb actually spacing very, very well. Alolan Raichu put to sleep, and now the shocks are coming through. Zagrug looking for the cover. Ender there for a Moonlight already. Tops them off and helps Toon try and get some experience. Falb does a decent job in the face of 2. Meanwhile, LAIC goes down to the, I was going to say to the fuzzy Roomba, Zagrug.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff there, but the Alolan Raichu picks up the KO. A double KO. KOs both head over to the side of Force Gaming as they are looking to fight on this goal zone. Otter, now level 4, able to push this back. They're pretty low on HP here, but a nice recovery there allows them to peel back. Soto, on the other hand, trying to steal away some of this experience from Toon.
Zagrug on the pursuit, going to keep eyes on Soto, and Ender is going to keep track of that as well, as they are wearing that McDonald's Hollowware there that they put in the game for Clefable.
They did. They knew that's where Clefable would work, and now we see Lucario once again in some trouble right here. Zagrug trying to make something happen, crashing in, but not able to pick up
late,
the
but I'm
KO.
back.
Zealot.
Okay, I only missed 2 minutes. That's not bad.
They do. Mamoswine evolving in the bottom path right here, excuse me, in the top path right here, and now we have a fight.
Huge engage. Ice Fang right reposition. Falb is low. Falb has to eject button. The chase is on. They actually pivot back into Zagrug, who's gonna get they go.
He didn't get the kill. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Punch repositions a bunch. Overheated.
Oh my god.
That gets 2. Zealot, you were wondering which version of this player would show up, and it looks like they're feeling themselves right now.
Beautiful stuff there from Zealot. You know, you have to decide. You have to be very careful as to when you use those eject buttons on your overheats because the cooldown is so long. But to pick up a double right there and allow your team to stack at will in that goal zone, extremely important.
Otter finally getting some support. We saw their heat map earlier, and they lived in this bottom path, and that's for a reason. Nothing worth changing now. Zagrug and Otter peeling back. They're both going to be left standing. One Dragon Pulse, making sure Otter's HP is recharged.
And here we go. They are ripping this Regice right here. Kind of seeing if anyone from Force wants to fight at it. We have Toon ready to turn around and try to stun them. They are moving forward. They're looking for Angel. They get the stun on them. Can they get the KO? No, they don't.
Angel Zine goes to sleep on that Mega Charizard. They're asleep again. Not quite ready are they to get knocked out, but they
that's a huge pick.
Toon goes down. Ender is on this pad by themselves. Can't quite get the stack. Meanwhile, Regice has not been taken.
Oh my god, that was huge. Huge.
Just wasn't enough in the tank to get it.
Wow, I mean, Dignitas splitting on that fight did not work out for them. They didn't pick up the KOs. Toon was not able to finish them off, and because of that, they peel back to a team that didn't have great rip on the objective. Take it out.
You want ice cream? This is my ice cream. Get your own.
There by Force on both fronts.
There's a difference between this game and other MOBAs, and that is when you make a mistake, you don't have a lot of runway to try and correct and get back on track. And is that one that is going to haunt Dignitas in the next 6 minutes?
Yeah, we're going to find out, right? Obviously, they're going to be looking for some big KOs. Charizard now level 10 right here. So the next time we see it fight, it could easily go Mega and cause some real damage.
I mean, great heavy slam, nice isolation on Otter. Then you see the Mega Charizard Unite goes out, and that's where you see the strength, right? There wasn't any CC to stop that Mega Char. They get an easy knockout. Aura Cannon, now Mega Lucario gets Darkrai back the other way. Ender goes for a follow me on pad just to get a stack in, and they say that's worth it. Heavy slam and a Mega Char Char sorts that out in short order. Zealot is getting chased by Lel and Kyluk, and finally the rest of Dignitas is here for the support.
And we have Force Gaming, I mean, just megaing all over the place here with Dignitas pushing towards this goal zone.
Bro, Lucario's
still mega for a portion of this fight.
kind of popping off here.
Here comes Toon on this Darkrai, seeing if they can get anyone put to sleep so they can pick up some big KOs. Charizard being aggressive once again, and now they're scoring in the top path. Beautiful overcap, 217, 142. Things are going great for Force here in game one.
All off the back of that ill-advised split downstairs where they didn't quite get the goal zone. They didn't get the objective. They got knocked out all over the place, and now they find themselves, I wouldn't say way behind, but definitely behind.
Yeah, they're without question behind. They are still in this game in a big way. And Otter, you know, it's an interesting Pokemon because not only does it get more powerful with levels, but it gets more and more powerful the more fighting it does throughout.
You know what's so stupid, guys?
Some of these things are
It's kind of unrelated. Well,
no
it's not really random. It's just like,
right now. And
why is it that Pokemon from different classes? Okay, so you know how you have speedsters, you have all-rounders, all that shit. Why is it that Pokemon from other classes, with the exception of Miraidon, Raichu, and maybe like Inteleon, why is it that like majority of other Pokemon from different classes do the attacker role better than the attackers themselves, if that makes sense? It's like the traditional attacker has fallen off so much, with the exception of like, you know, the few that I mentioned, that like they're not even played anymore. It's like you might as well just like get rid of the class entirely.
Trying to make some magic happen when only they can get is left.
Like even like, okay, just as an example, how is it that the support Latias is doing more than like your traditional attacker? People are playing this like a freaking attacker because it's bulky. It actually does damage if it scales, and it does a better job than something like a, like, not all the time, but like it does better something than, like, you know, a Decidueye, a Duraludon, a freaking Greninja, whatever.
They are within striking distance of Force, and they proved that they can win a fight. But they had a lot of things on their side too. The jump pass.
Eldegoss, you better not be split pushing in the end game.
Out in the open here.
Yep, I mean, they're fighting over the Swablu and Altaria. Nice Darkrai engagement. Zugrug goes straight in, and we're now popping this off, blocking the wall, and Zugrug goes down. Can they get a quality KO, though, for their efforts? Southtown with a clutch heavy slam, but
run!
Goes down,
Run!
So does Mega Lucario.
And look at this here. I mean, at one point, Dignitas was able to break this this tier 2 goal zone. So this Regieleki is going to start walking towards the home goal zone of Force Gaming, which is going to set up a few interesting plays for Dignitas. They can be really aggressive around this Groudon, or they can kind of walk with this. And we're going to see what they decide to do. Looks like they might get caught right here as the fight could start immediately.
Zugrug gets isolated, has to, eject button into their Unite, move back towards the team. Charizard Unite is out, and we're starting to burn the side of Dignitas. Zug is already gone. Fob on the retreat. Toon is getting chased down. They're completely separated from the rest of Dig. They get into the tall bushes. They might be able to hide and reset. Force Gaming focuses back down on Groudon. Zealot steps up. So Otter and Ender are right there. They're trying to hide an overheat right onto Angelizine, and they're down. And now they can pivot back. Groudon's almost gone. They can't get in, but they can take these Groudon buffs away.
Darkrai still has Unite move. If they focus something like an Eldegoss, they can get the buff.
Turn the tide immediately. They are getting more knockouts. Zug is gone. 3 players down. It is just Ender and Toon. Everything, the weight of the world of this first game is on their shoulders.
Oh my god! Toon got nuked outside of the Unite move.
They are going
to die, didn't it?
To take Fob right here and ideally give it to Zugrug. Someone needs it, but no, it goes to Otter. Only 1 buff to Dig.
Zealot might almost need to reset and go on the chase. They have a tier 1 goal zone to work with. Zug is going to lead the charge here.
Okay, my internet dipped out for a second. My internet dipped out. It's back, I think.
Go for the score. They're going to bait them out. There we go. We Charizard Unite. Mammoth Unite. We're sitting on top of the pad.
Like, it was very spotty for like 1 second.
Ice Fang doesn't land. Zugrug goes for the score in the back. Angel stops it. The points don't go in. We have a power nap on pad.
15 seconds.
They can do this.
Snorlax OP! Kamehameha!
Stops everyone. Can they get any points in?
No, they can't.
Wiping them off
Double Mega Evolution Squad takes game number 1. Damn, bro, that was a solid defense, though. I won't lie, that was a solid defense.
Game 1, what a defense there from 4.
Yo, that is freaky. Yo, wait, like, I know this is Mimikyu, but this is freaky. How do we know this is not like a serial killer behind this? Do you guys ever see fucking Terrifier? Bro, I saw this in a movie once. And I promise you, like, someone is probably gonna die in this crowd. Like, no, like, legit, like, someone is probably gonna get murderized by the freaking grown-ass Mimikyu person. Jesus, yo, call the cops right now, yo. It's a wellness check. Quick, wellness check, let's go. I'm kidding.
Fight there from Force, and I do wonder if there was a reality where they have 2 of those Groudon buffs. It would have been really tricky to manage, right? You don't always get what you want. I know that they tried to get the other one, but if they had 2, could they have made a different push there? Well, one thing is for sure, Force Gaming looked incredible here in game number 1. Dignitas had some moments that were pretty decent, but this mega squad over here seemed to really give them trouble.
It did. With this Mega Charizard able to operate without a critical mass of CC to stop it, you can really see the type of work it can put in, right? On those 1v1 type fights, it almost seems automatic. Now, this is the first time that I've really felt Mega Lucario has looked good all weekend.
Oh man, it was so good. So good in some of these moments. Char had some great moments too, but they actually felt like they had some opportunities to shut Char down. And we can see Mega Lucario, the heat map there, this is where they were throughout that game. They spent so much time in that top path. That's what Lucario does. If this was year 1, it would look exactly like this, I want to say. Just hanging out there in the top path, dominating a lot of these fights. 8 knockouts, and more importantly, some knockouts when it really mattered.
I'm trying to think back here to maybe some key moments that really put Dig on the back foot.
Yeah.
Because this was back and forth, for sure.
I think it was one of those first catches. There was just an early catch where Dig went in for a fight, and, you know, they had trouble with it.
Split push bot.
And then the split push bot, you know, they're trying to keep them away from the objective so they can get it, and also possibly pick up some KOs before these Mega Pokemon hit their Unite moves and become really difficult to fight.
Right.
They weren't able to get that done, and because of that, it actually put them quite a bit behind in the match, and it was hard for Dig to catch up.
For me, I will say, for all the amazing plays that we've seen Zugrug make on this Mamoswine, getting Salto on the heavy slam and then block pin on the wall, forcing out the eject button and the Mamoswine Unite, it's just 2 resources that disappeared that what he had to use to try and save himself rather than facilitate an engagement maybe for Toon. And then everybody kind of scattered, right? Like the lights got flipped on, the roaches went everywhere. Toon found himself on the opposite side of the Groudon pit from everyone else. Now, he didn't get knocked out in that moment, but that was enough time for all of Force Team to come back and start working on Groudon, forcing Dignitas to play disjointed just to make sure that they have an opportunity, and it still wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, something that you mentioned in there that I think is really important to think about. Sometimes Pokemon doesn't go down, but the resources, as you were talking about them, expended to keep that Pokemon around, it makes it harder and harder for you to win another fight. Losing your eject button for positioning, losing your Unite move, obviously, is huge. So even though they weren't able to pick up that KO, they got a ton from their opponents there. And yeah, it made it difficult as things continue to go on. You'll see a lot of these top teams, you know, when they're fighting their opponents, they'll notice, oh, got their focus band, got their Unite move. Greninja won't have a Unite for at least another 90 seconds. These are all things that you're keeping track of as you're moving through the match, and especially things like an eject button that allows some huge plays and huge repositions. If you're able to get that away from your opponents just because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, that is a win. And a lot of these mini wins stack up to be huge team fight wins.
All right, guys, game number 2.
Damage, but it's
Dignitas, our second pick this time around.
Dignitas down a game, but
do they ban the Megas? That's the real question. Are they going to let the Megas through? They kind of got Giga Clap.
because we've watched them do it all weekend long. This is a strong and resolute team. Ender has confidence in the people around them. He's said it multiple times.
If you guys asked
On the
me
other side from Force Gaming,
if
I was talking aloud.
Blast Phase would be meta again, on top of the fact that people would be banning it, I would have said you're capping. Like, you're just trolling.
In ourselves and our abilities, and we are finding ourselves
What is happening? Did they skip 2
One thing that
bans?
we're going to have to find out with Dignitas is, can they handle it when they start losing? Some teams can, and some teams can't. As
What is
we've seen many
happening?
Times, these are seasoned
Yo, did the overlay
players
person
that
fall
have done this
asleep? Am I lagging?
before. They've come back
Guys?
from losing streaks
Stream
before.
check?
These are all things that they've had to deal with. But, you know, some teams, when they're winning,
I'm
they
so
just
what is
tweak
happening?
more. Other teams, however, when they are losing, they lose even more. They can't bounce back.
Yo,
as easy.
someone needs to
But
explain,
a lot
man.
of these players have been in the game for a long time, so I would expect they're able to handle a situation like this. And they're only down 1 game in a best of 5.
For sure. I'll tell you what, you know, when we duo queue and we're on a losing streak, we don't bounce back at all.
You and I?
That losing, yes. That losing
Well, we
streak
say we're going to
continues.
play 1 more and then it's it. I don't even care what happens. We say a lot of
and
that.
then we lose.
And we lose and we go, all right, I'm going to bed.
So we don't have the tenacity to keep it up and get those wins in tough situations. These 2 teams absolutely do.
Yes, they do. Of course, you have to. To be a team at this level, you absolutely need to. But there is something tough about being on a winning streak all day, playing great all day, and then all of a sudden running into some real resistance, you know? Even the best of players can start to get a little tilted, especially if you're starting to feel like, man, I feel like I'm making
You know what happened, guys?
and fill in the blank.
They were loading into the lobby and then they crashed.
And they didn't meet me. A few of those, you know, and it really starts to.
They were loading
really
into the
starts to
lobby and
wear
then they
on
crashed.
Certain players' mental, and we'll see if that happens in this series.
If you, you know, I'm looking at Force Gaming, I'm looking at Dignitas here as we're getting our lobby set up for Game 2. What is TT? Wow, so used to saying TT.
Of course.
What is Dignitas thinking, right? They've been in this strategy where they haven't really feared the Megas, right? But now they just got walloped by both of them.
Yeah.
Do you have to reconsider your approach there?
You know, it might just be a little tricky to have dealt with both in the hands of really, really skilled players. I don't think the Char, once again, the Char was not bad. It had big moments too, but that Mega Luca felt actually a little more difficult for them to deal with. I don't know if maybe you give them one and not the other, but one thing that they do,
You know a mon that can slow down Megas? Slow Bro! Or Trevenant. Pain Split Trevenant, man. Dark Horse pick that no one plays. Trust.
What do they do when they're running into bans like this? And how are they going to bring a composition here that can deal with Force Gaming, especially if they decide to give them some of these power picks?
Again, I'm reflecting back. I feel like the key against at least Mega Charizard for sure was a critical mass of crowd control.
Fully.
I think that was incredibly successful, you know, especially in the last match that Dig played, both when they played against it and played with it. You know, Toon was stymied a little bit by that crowd control, was finally able to knock some few things loose at the tail end of that game too to get them to this spot right here. But it,
Did the Mewtwo just fall off? They're also Megas? They fell off, man.
Yeah, I agree.
They fell off a cliff. Like, not even fell off. They went to the top of a mountain. They were looking at the scenery, and then their fellow Mewtwo literally just pushed them off, and then they jumped on after them.
Mega Lucario is a
Okay,
little bit better
you want
if
some
you're able
visual
to
representation?
make sure that winning
All right,
is
here,
fighting,
watch
you
this.
can't do damage to, you know, 4 of
For
your
his
team.
hand, you have a
To keep
giant
close
mountain.
combat the entire team, things like that. It doesn't
Hold on,
get
wait.
an objective low enough so that it can
A
secure.
giant
That's kinda
mountain.
what you want to do to
Then you
stop
got
Lucario.
Mewtwo at the
However,
top.
Char, definitely the crowd control. So
Mewtwo
when you have
too.
both Megas on the other side, you are fighting a weird war on 2 fronts,
Pushes them off.
essentially. And you've got to try to deal with both
They
of
go
them in different
flying.
ways. Also, sometimes just when 2 Pokemon go Mega, it's just kind of crazy.
yeah, I mean, I think maybe the solution.
They
is
just fell off, man.
find a
And then they
solution
just go
like it's
splat.
both. It's at least eliminate one of them from the equation.
I think so.
And if I'm not mistaken, Zealot has been playing Mega Lucario this weekend, and obviously to some level of success because Dignitas is currently in the top.
That's
4.
what happened. That's what happened to the Mewtwo's,
You
man.
let the Megas through, but you make sure you're taking one.
Yeah, I think you definitely could, right? And then that way you have a really competent player on your side playing that Pokemon, and you don't have to deal with it on the other side. Darkrai has felt pretty good for Toon throughout this tournament, and it just felt like they couldn't get going fast enough in this game to really take advantage of how powerful that Pokemon can be. A lot of these speedsters, one of the things that is so powerful about them is how they are able to pick up some of these early KOs, and because they're able to pick up these early KOs, they get a little bit of a level lead. That little bit of a level lead.
Someone explain what's happening.
KOs,
Who broke the Nintendo Switch, alright? Who broke it?
One of the best things about them.
Give me 1 second, guys. I just need a... You're gonna see a black screen for a second. I just need to check something really quickly.
To get further and further
2 minutes.
Well,
2 minutes, but I'm still here, keeping you company.
I do feel
and
like
you can still hear the stuff.
While not bad, feels fine. They feel fine. But when you're ahead, they feel amazing. And not getting ahead early, I think, was tough.
I'm just racking my brain right now. Force Gaming, I mean, they're clearly willing to take anything that is being presented to them, right?
Yeah.
If I'm Dig...
All right, I'm good. I'm chilling.
I mean, the Hoopa looked amazing.
Yeah.
I believe it was banned out last game, which is why we didn't see it. Both Lel and Ender play a phenomenal Hoopa. That feels like just a nice piece for Dig. Force Gaming, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm at a loss, but it's going to be curious to see how...
Damn, they actually have viewers, guys. People are actually showing up to watch Unite.
Whether it's in execution or in the draft screen, I think it's a little bit of...
Oh, wait, they're all side by side? I thought they were like different parts of the venue. They're literally 3 different sections, but they're all beside each other. I did not know that.
How many fronts you actually have to battle on?
Bring a little more balance to the Force. I'll see myself.
Did I say that?
No, I did.
Oh, that was terrible.
No, it wasn't terrible. You're talking about bringing balance. Dignitas has to figure a way to bring balance to the Force. Force Gaming. Terrible. It's the joke of the year. The year just started.
It was anti-good. As we were taking a look, the Brazilian crowd excited to be on
the
camera.
Joke of the year. I don't know what even to say when it was the joke of the year.
Listen, we haven't even gotten the bits per minute stat, so we don't even have like our current bit-related rate within which to compare it to.
Yeah, I just feel like when we get to the bit awards at the end of the year and they're doing all the categories, you know, best ongoing bit, can of beans or cup of beans,
that's,
you know.
That's not winning.
That's not winning, but it will get nominated. People go, oh yeah,
the
bean thing. Boy, they did that, huh? You know, I just think the Force Gaming moment, bring balance to the Force. I do have a feeling that'll be nominated for Joke of the Year, but it is what it is. I obviously I don't control the nominations.
I'll tell you what.
Brazil looks fun.
If it is on the nomination list for Joke
when you go to Brazil, you have to say wait. Mordekaiser numero uno.
Just because I fund the organization doesn't mean
only the OGs will understand.
The UCS Joke Awards brought to you by the Content Cowboy.
Can you imagine? They're like, it's just this.
It's this thing. That doesn't seem that off the reservation for the type of stuff we do.
It's just this thing that one of our casters really cares about. So we just got to do it as basically a puff piece, so he's not a diva all year.
I mean, I objectively think it's less crazy than handing somebody a cup of beans on stage at an
I can't believe these guys broke the game, guys. I can't believe it.
The whole cup of beans thing, from beginning to end, it's new territory for us.
It is. We're breaking new ground out here. It's important. The work we do. A lot of people
don't stop.
I don't
believe
say this, but
it.
what we do is important. You know? Like
bro, why is this taking forever? Who broke the server?
We're gonna put them in a spaceship. They're gonna recolonize a planet or something like that. Who do we get? They go.
Zugrug, now is not the time to use the restroom. People are wanting to see the match, man. Get back in your chair right now. Now.
Engineer, things like that.
Look at this guy slacking on the job.
Because you don't just.
This guy got so scared he had to run off the stage.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the talking dog from the Bushes commercials? No.
You remember during LAIC when for really no reason at all, they brought a cup of beans on stage.
And then it went on.
And on and on. Get them in the spaceship. Send them up to Mars.
And then it's a trap, and they're really just jettisoning us into the sun to make sure that we can't do more cup of beans related shenanigans, which, with all due respect, we don't like to just do stuff over and over again, right? We learned our lesson with the stairs. That was an entire year.
Yeah,
we wore that one out.
Look, I mean, if we're being honest, at some point, production would bring us around to new places we were and show us what stairs there were, and we had to be like,
okay,
all right, you know.
I will say though, we've been on this cup of beans thing for a while, and Garen gets in our ear and doesn't say stop or here's an update of what's going on. He goes, "You're going on camera."
Yeah, he says you're going on camera. You know,
and that's what you and I do.
I think in a moment like this, when we have a little downtime, I think there are some people. It might even be 3 tops that are interested in the
2 of us are us.
Yeah, there may be 1 viewer at home who goes, well, what do they really think about some of these ongoing bits? And now we're kind of giving it to you, you know? We're telling you we like it at first, and then halfway through the season we're like, world's largest marble again? All right, how do we pay this off?
All right, I'm gonna throw a lasso. I'm gonna wrangle this back in. Production, can we maybe get the bracket on screen? We'll talk about this actual game that people are here
That would be great
to hear about. Is that possible?
Maybe. You are talking a kind of not to production. There it is.
You liar.
Beautiful.
So they've been able to hear us the entire time, is what I just learned.
Yeah, they kind of just do this thing where they pretend like they can't hear us. What we are seeing here.
Do you want to Tarantino this thing? Start from the end and go backwards?
Ooh, that would be fun. Yeah, it starts with CACM just right there in the grand finals. I bet you're wondering how we got here. All the way back to the start of our top 16. CACM Esports ran into Game Over Esports. That one was off main stage, so we didn't get to see it. But we did get to see them run into Mandakaru 2-0, a really impressive victory for them. Mandakaru also off stage got to run into Aegis Flames. This was a team that really set the world on fire at Worlds. Set the worlds on fire, I will say.
Well done.
That could be their for joke of the year. And they were able to get 1 game off Mandakaru, but it isn't the exact same squad that we saw at Worlds. Still has the Aegis Flames name, however. They move on. CACM takes them down. Now, as we start to look a little lower, DreamMax having a great game against Moom Esports and having to run into Nemesis from NA, taking them down in a really exciting 2-1 series. They run into CACM. Now, DreamMax took them to the limit, but they were...
Take it to the limit.
That might be Song of the Year. They were dispatched in this best of 5, and what an insane series.
Yes.
3-2 in this best of 5. This is not the last we've seen of DreamMax, by the way.
No, it is
because they are still going to play after this matchup here for our 3-4 match. Because 3rd place in this tournament heads to ACL. I've talked a bit about the top of the bracket. Why don't you do the bottom of the bracket?
Of course, where we are right now, Force Gaming is up 1 game versus Dignitas. Let's rewind that back. Force Gaming 2-0 over Spinal on stage. Force Gaming 2-0.
Oh wait, so 3 teams go to ACL? I thought it was only 2.
Phenomenal game, and they are now, again, as I mentioned, currently up 1. Infamous Gaming 2-0 against Renegade. Dignitas 2-0 against Peru.
Oh, you know what that means?
Champions. Infamous Gaming goes down 2-0.
Actually, wait.
Dig, and now Dig again finds
what teams are part of ACL? I don't even remember what regions.
I apologize. 2Z Esports 2-0 against Underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, this was quite a run for both of these squads, Force and Dig. Not really having too many problems, even though they ran into great teams. They've had an incredible run. Well, now
finally, Jesus!
Game on Dig. We are heading
it only took 20 years, man.
Draft here for game number 2, and we took a lot of time talking about some of our bits and classic moments, but we also spent a good amount of time talking about what was going to happen in this draft because we have a lot of targeted bans that are being thrown at Dignitas, and we are going to see how they want to play it. They are going to ban the Clefable themselves, making Force decide how they want to play this, and it looks like they're going to get rid of the Suicune.
I think now's a great opportunity for Dig to lean into the Hoopa, right? You either make Force Gaming first pick it and you get a Mega back the other way and another strong pick, or you get that Hoopa And it looks like we're eyeing up an option here. We'll see what Dig locks in.
Yeah.
Slowbro again. I mean, it's what they've been doing.
Yeah, when you know the player has an insane Slowbro and you don't want one of your carries to be locked down by it, I think that's a great call. But now, Force Gaming obviously can't take both Megas right off the rip. We're going to have to see if they take either one of them. They first picked Char previously, and they go for it again. Mega Charizard X to the side of Force Gaming. Dignitas now, with a strategy that we talked about, possibly going to steal away the Mega Lucario right now, and they do.
Yeah, and Miraidon as well. Correct. For those of you
So they let the Megas through, but this time they took one. I think they realized that 2 Megas was a little too much.
A classic back-to-back here, Snorlax and Eldegoss, which means Zugrug and Ender have the opportunity to get that Mamoswine online, get themselves a Hoopa, make sure that they can take care of Toon and Otter and Zealot, and get themselves a Game 2 win here.
Here we go. Looks like we are getting the Latias and we are getting the Umbreon here. Force Gaming now with their final 2 picks. We have a lot of damage left to be picked here on the side of Force. Let's see what they go with. They are hovering the Blaziken. This is something I think that Dignitas tried to take away from them last game, but they decided, you know what, maybe the Mega Lucario was even scarier, and they bring a Alolan Raichu. Final pick over to Dignitas. How do they want to round out this squad? We're going to find out in just a moment here.
Well, the world is Toon's oyster, and they are currently, for just a split second, hovering green.
Do you think Latias is a good solo queue carry?
In this event itself.
By itself, no.
Being hovered, and I really enjoy this pick.
You know, I even thought in game 1, before they grabbed Darkrai, I thought he might be grabbing.
I think because there's so many toxic Pokemon, like, you know, Darkrai, the Megas, Delmise, Vaporeon.
Things that you get when you make a play like that is
there are too many things that threaten it.
Done enough damage to it, right? You also are taking time when it is Mega'd away from it, because it is in its Mega form for a considerable amount of time.
That kind of push out of favor.
Just limits that. As we can see, Ender now playing the Latias. They are still bringing this Pokemon into the game, but just in a different way. Otter now flexing over to the Miraidon. This has been an extremely popular Pokemon throughout the tournament, 74% encounter rate. Some teams banning it away from their opponents, other teams snapping it up the moment they have the opportunity to play it. And when our stats team finishes out with, you know, cataloging all of our jokes for Joke of the Year and figuring out bits per minute, they do need to handle the 100% on Lucario.
Yes, because it's wrong.
Because it's wrong. And there's one thing that we're never, and that's wrong.
Correct. I definitely haven't been calling Drop Kick Brassy Glide all day long.
Yeah.
Nobody did that.
You didn't do it.
I know I didn't. That's why I said I didn't do it.
I'm just agreeing with you. I got your back 100%. As we head into game number 2, Force Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team. Force Gaming out of Brazil, up 1 game to Dignitas.
All right.
Best of 5 semifinals.
Luke Lel up against Zealot and Ender in this top path. And again, you have to think the advantage in the early game goes to the side of Dig, but Force Gaming is scrapping incredibly well, and what a knockout that would be on Zealot early. They have the eject button to get back, and maybe Zealot feeling a little nervous. That first move just missed right there on the ball toy reposition. Fortunately, they still sealed it.
Yeah, still able to get it right there, but you saw the Meteor Mash just go a little bit wide, moving forward, trying to make this fight happen as Valve is already here in the top path, just seeing if they can do some damage. That red buff is really tricky to deal with on a Alolan Raichu. If they're a little overextended, they can pick up the KOs, and they are trying to peel back towards this goal zone and still get it, and they do.
Good
nice
secure.
Really nice secure for Dignitas.
That was incredibly relevant here. It prevented some evolutions on the side of Force, and it keeps Dignitas in the driver's seat right now because they were able to put their resources downstairs.
And look at this here, Toon, just moving forward onto this goal zone right here.
Oh, yo, this guy is not respecting the 3 versus 2.
With the same thing happening up top, they're going to see if they can score, and it's really hard to push them off of this goal zone, and they do manage to get some huge points in.
Good little Dragon Pulse there to at least get Dragon Pulse ticks on 3 members of the opposing team. That's invaluable to the late stages of Ender's game plan. Zealot very low on HP. Ender doesn't have anything in the tank to help.
Oh, that's a huge play.
Good one for Luke to Combuskin.
Yeah, it was a tough moment right there for Ender. I think he was playing Resident Guard, so depending on the cooldown on it, he could have maybe gotten it a shield at some point, but it looks like it was already gone if that was the case. Nice fight here from Force top, but also great fights from Dignitas bottom. And this Mimikyu from Toon has been an absolute monster today, as they may be heading back down to the bottom path here. Looks like they are. Soto moving in, trying to catch Otter right here. Ends up taking a little bit of a rest and lets Otter.
Look, that's great engagement there by Toon. Can't quite close the door, but immediately makes Force Gaming have to scatter.
That was a really good save from the Charmeleon. Raichu got tagged by the Shadow Sneak, and if honestly, if it wasn't for the Charmeleon there, they would have just died. The Fire Punch staggered Toon long enough for the Raichu to kite backwards, or like, you know, just walk away.
Some of these rocky outcroppings, it extends how long you can make it to an enemy. If you can set up a big play from far away, Toon can win a huge fight.
Shadow Sneak misses there, and Toon peels away, but it was just the presence of a Shadow Sneak existing in the area made all of Force Gaming go to their side of the map. So good pivot there, as we have Mega Luca and Mimikyu rolling downstairs. Mega Luca going to be getting some of that experience.
Here we go. Toon is already at level 9 here at the 7-minute mark, so it's going to be very scary around this fight. Can rip Regice pretty easily, and it looks like Force understands that. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. Nice, clean, secure here for Dignitas.
Now they're looking to push because Toon's Unite move is online, and this is a great
Good full heal from Charizard. Ooh, I don't know why they're trying. Why are they fighting this, or why are they even in? Bro, like, you know that there's 4 people there. You can see them even beforehand. Like, I don't know why they're just sitting there just waiting to just get engaged on. Like, Charizard shouldn't even be in mean look range. Like, it was a good full heal, but it doesn't change the fact that they're still close enough to get engaged on. They die anyways. If you're not going to hold that goal, you guys don't have Unite moves, you're outnumbered.
Dignitas, especially fight-wise, you look at the experience on their side, they are winning more of these engagements, but a huge factor has just entered this game. Charizard is now level 9, it's Mega Charizard X, and that Unite move is brutal.
It is indeed. Toon doesn't quite have their Unite move back, but they're going to be looking to poach Angel the moment they step up. Big block reposition on that, but they're caught in the
Bro, like, what is Snorlax doing? I'm genuinely so confused with how they're playing. I think Falp needs to pop his Unite move on that goal, by the way.
Ended up megaing and fighting Charizard in the bottom path, uses its Mega Unite move. We're going to see if there's anything it can do. They're pushing back big time to right on Unite move, and now it looks like we have a member, Zugrug, stuck right here, and they may be going down too, deciding whether or not they want to move in. They hit the Shadow Sneak, but no, they don't move in with the first one. The overheat picks up a KO, and now they're pushing.
Oh, okay, that's huge.
KO from Angel.
Fire Punch goes in, the rage continues. That's a quick knockout by Palm. And now Toon is trying to scrap here, but doesn't have a lot of support. Ender's going to go down in a heartbeat. Now Toon just dealing with a small shield. Re-engages, gets...
Oh my... Oh... That was scary. If Toon got that off, that would have been crazy.
But with multiple members of Force Gaming, they were able to push them back. That really felt.
But that is a shit ton of experience going over to Raichu, that's for sure.
And that is about it. Scoreline is almost the
same. Toon was ridiculously far ahead, but Raichu just tied for the highest level in the game.
This is one of those matches where I don't think either side has a distinct advantage. Just great fights from both teams.
Oof. I think, that Mimikyu Unite coming out when it did, to at least get some value on their way out was critical, but well leveraged Mega Charizard X Unite as well.
Yeah, when you get to Mega Charizard and you have that tier 2 goal zone you're fighting on, you just set up some big moments right here. Toon looking for the play, deciding what they want to do, catches a Shadow Sneak, but sometimes you just use this to scare them, right? As you talked about. It's, because you don't know what's about to happen here. Ender getting caught right now from Char, but it doesn't look like they're deciding to go in. No, they do take to the sky.
Let's see what they can do from here. Angel's on the backside. Otter is there for the cover. They are ripped apart instantly. Cotton Cloud Crash lands, tops off the team of their HP. Salto is getting ripped apart by Toon. The meteors are crashing to Earth, and the damage is undeniable. As up front, Toon continues. The rage continues. Can they get another one?
That Charizard, that was a very bad Unite move from Charizard. Very, very bad Unite move.
KO streak of 2 for the Mimikyu.
Toon is absolutely cruising through this Force Gaming squad right here, but there are big plays made by Force. Nice eject button there from Zealot. Maybe taking the Mega Lucario was the way to go here. Who would have thought in our semifinals both teams would be letting Megas through and playing them against each other? The way a tournament really does start to form up meta-wise is very exciting.
It really is, and it really shows that these teams in coordinated play do have strategies to contend with these powerful Pokemon. Falb takes care of Ender, and there goes Zealot. Now Toon has to peel back because he's looking at 4 individuals, and they could put pressure on the Central if they want to. Instead, they just go with the safe Swablu and Altaria.
Yeah, I mean, Toon in this situation is just, you know, having to not engage, recognizing that there are too many factors on the side of Force Gaming. But if Dignitas can start something, set up, yeah, it's a nice little catch right there. Maridon definitely going down, and Ender making the correct decision, just peeling away from this. That would be essentially the same thing.
At least Charizard managed to catch up with in levels after the last 2 picks. Ender might get caught out here too.
Another nice catch right here.
Yeah.
It's obviously not going to be a huge factor. Ender will be back, but just caught out in that Groudon pit, and now they have incredible positioning right here. However, Dignitas has a huge buff. Reggie's Steel, and if they can use that in this fight, if they can get a couple of KOs, it's going to be tough for Force to do anything about it.
Oh, Angel, please don't. Angel.
Tons of damage going back.
They're looking to rip.
Okay, I think they're flipping Groudon. I think. It looks like it.
Zugro gets back in the mix.
They're flipping.
Trying to draw everybody's attention. The meteors crash to Earth. Can Force Gaming secure 3 players down despite it, and they still pick it up. Power nap in the middle, but they have an opportunity to grab this shield. Take a deep breath, Dig. You still got a heck of a chance right now. Up by a bazillion, 2 of the Groudon shields, and they're
That was a really bad play. That was a really, really bad play. I'm not gonna lie.
Too much, right? They just gave up way too much in that fight, and Dignitas able to counter immediately, picking up 2 of these buffs here. And now they're so far ahead that I think they're deciding whether or not they even
Like they had a team, like they have the team comp for like.
don't need to, and they can defend.
So okay, I understand what they were trying to do. So basically,
completely over.
Angel forced the Unite move.
There's no amount
Angel forced it like the Mega Charizard X united immediately to buy time for the rest of the team to try to rip the Groudon. So basically, the Charizard was just a distraction, and the rest of the team was trying to do the objective. The problem is just that not only did one of them die even before, like basically everyone dies by the time the Groudon is secured, and the only one that had it was Snorlax, but then they died too.
There's the charge beam. They have to move deeper to deal with Dignitas, and it looks like they're not able to. Big time eject button. They move in. Char in the air.
Char's in the air. Mega Lucario's there as well. Quickly taking
It's over.
Mega counterpart. Southtow is getting ripped apart here. Has to power nap in the back line. Zealot tries to make a move forward. Falb and Lel on low HP. Southtow is getting ripped apart as well. The block serving platter is up. They are going to get some points in, but it is not enough. Let's see, they have to keep on pushing here. They're down by oodles.
Yeah, and the nice play there from Toon. As soon as they counted the players in the bottom path, they peeled off, scored in the tier 2, put them another 100 points ahead. There just aren't enough points that Force Gaming could score. We are going to bring this tied up here in our best of 5. 1 game, both teams.
Incredibly well done. I mean, I like what Force Gaming did. Tries to use the Mega Charizard as bait in the bottom right corner of your screen there. Good adjustment by Dignitas. The rip was happening, but it wasn't particularly quick, Cowboy.
Yeah, it seemed like, you know, they had Zugrug run up there, and I'm not sure how much they were able to do, but clearly they slowed them down enough to allow Dignitas to finish off the Charizard, make their way to the fight, and continue to attempt to KO them as quickly as they could. Even once they got Groudon, they were just able to clean up that final fight.
There's absolutely certain moments when you're a team like Dig that you say, listen, Groudon or not, we're looking for bodies here. And, you know, those Meteor Storm, that wasn't to secure Groudon. That was just to put damage on Force Gaming. And that's actually where Otter came through and got a dig, trio, KO streak of 3 for Dignitas.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there for Dig. And now they're right back in this thing, holding each other's hands. Look, I mean, there's a lot of emotions going on up there. Sometimes when you and I are casting and it gets crazy in here, we'll hold each other's fists, we'll embrace each other. You know, it can be tough, it can be stressful.
Power of friendship, undeniable.
Power of friendship, which is huge. Taking a look here at our MVP, Toon. 11 knockouts, 1 time going down, 1 feint, 6 assists. I have to say, this got target bans earlier, and I know that they're clearly targeting Zealot right now, but Toon's Mimikyu is insane.
It's very strong. It's very, very good. Somebody had to pick up the mantle of trainer in NA now that he is playing mostly tank for Nemesis, and Toon felt very comfortable stepping to that role, and you can see that the respect that teams are giving them and banning the Mimikyu is well deserved.
Yeah,
I hope they use this tournament as a reference that they need to buff the HP on Groudon / Kyogre, because I'm starting to get a little tired of the whole flipping meta. Well, like, it's not even meta. It's just I'm tired of the flipping strat. Because like if you look at the last several games or last handful of games, I want to say like 5 of the last like 6 matches were just Groudon flips. I think like 4 or 5 matches, and it's getting really old and really stale.
Battle on the least amount of fronts possible. Don't have your attention split too many different ways, and I think Dignitas adjusted very well given that the bans were almost identical. Not quite, but pretty close.
Here we have Toon. This is the player that you just saw, our player of the game, the MVP on Mimikyu. Give it a thumbs up. I think someone was asking about the Force joke, whether it would be in the joke of the year, and he said yes.
I disagree.
I think that's what he did. I can't lip read as well as I used to, obviously, for obvious reasons. But
what are those reasons?
It's obvious.
Well, if it's obvious, it should be.
If it's obvious, I don't need to say it. Okay? I think it's so clear that I don't need to say. Everyone knows that it gets harder to lip read the more you cast. This is just.
Is that true? Oh, perfect. That's what we do. On camera.
Producers just say, on camera. I mean, I don't know. Do whatever it is you're doing on camera. Force Gaming, Dignitas, 1-1 here, back into the draft. There it is. It's targeted. Serena, now Mimikyu, and I think they're right. You've got to take away these powerful weapons.
I agree. Clefable being on the chopping block makes a lot of sense to me too. Is a Blissey going to slide through here? Certainly the Megas don't seem to be getting any priority. Suicune, I mean, looked terrific, especially in the hands of Dignitas.
Yep.
So that makes a bunch of sense. And I doubt we're going to see a Tyranitar ban, so we're going to switch off that very quickly.
I mean, maybe in Zoink's dreams they're banning Tyranitar because it's actually useful, but we'll see. Force Gaming here now with their first pick. They've been going for Charizard. I could see them bringing Charizard back into this, but I mean, letting Zealot have that Mega Lucario was pretty scary.
It was indeed. And if you're trying to target down Zealot specifically, you don't just do it in the ban stage, you can do it in the pick stage, right? You deny by proxy, but Mega Char, again, the strength, it just feels so hard to push away.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Back on over to Dignitas here, and they're going right back at it. I mean, yeah, why not? It was great for them. They're taking the Miraidon, they're taking the Mega Lucario. The question is, what do they want to do about this Mimikyu? What do they want to get Toon on? You get a Darkrai essentially.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Your Toon, which could be pretty nice.
Look, I think Mega Charizard is a good pick, even for comp. I just don't like the way Angel's been playing it. I think a lot of the time he's either like, not only that, but so the Snorlax player as well, whoever the defender is. I think that bot lane is just. They don't offer a lot of value unless they're just playing from ahead. But when they're playing even or behind, they're either feeding or just giving up unnecessary kills for no reason that are avoidable.
And they do, and then they're also bringing the Eldegoss. So they're taking their defender, they're taking their support. Final 2 picks over to Force once again. They're going to be looking for that damage, and we'll see how they want to play it. Blaziken feels pretty good. No, but they are taking a Lucario here.
Yeah, regular Lucario, as we are calling it around the biz. And Alolan Raichu. I mean, Fall is incredibly comfortable here. I mean, they're like, I like what it's doing. I'm going to keep running it back. Toon on the selection, Toon on the button right now. And I'll tell you what, I would be interested to know what Dignitas is seeing on the other side to have gone from Hoopa is the best thing going to not even being on the radar anymore.
Wow,
yes,
we've got ourselves a Gengar. Amazing. I mean, we actually saw Gengar have some incredible games earlier, too.
It looked awesome.
So here we go. Toon on the Gengar. We have the original recipe Lucario on the side of Force Gaming, and we have extra.
Ooh, Gengar. Okay.
Here with Mega Char X on the side of Force Gaming. Both Megas, once again, making it here to our semifinals. The targeted bans are proving to be so much more impactful than the Megas, which is crazy. They're letting Megas get through so you can target a Mimikyu.
The draft is being remade. I'm not too sure. It felt like a pretty normal textured draft. Maybe just at Tune is when it went out, or maybe the last 2 picks for Force. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
We'll find out together. But as that's being remade, Dignitas with almost the exact same type of setup here, right? Eldegoss over Latias, without a doubt. But if Gengar is truly the pick from Tune, is that better than dragging someone into the Nightmare Realm with that Darkrai and being able to isolate targets?
Well, that really is the question, right? I mean, is this more ideal? And we're going to find out, hopefully. I would love to see that Gengar, but it's also possible they just ran into a game issue. They were in the Speedster section. They weren't able to make it over to Darkrai. We will see what they want to bring into this game. Most of the draft, I have to assume, is going to be 100% identical. I don't know exactly where the issue occurred, but as you mentioned, it looked pretty reasonable.
I legit think a lot of teams at Worlds sold by disrespecting Hoopa during the ban phase. I mean, Hoopa can do something that no other, like, Hoopa can do things that no other Pokemon in the game can do, period. It is the best Pokemon by far for macro plays. And micro plays, it's good as well, but when it comes to maneuvering around the map, nobody can do it better than Hoopa. And with when a coordinated team is doing it properly, you can just make cross map plays.
If you're thinking about something like Dream Eater Gengar, the Shadow Sneak and Dream Eater operate very similarly, and then if you pick up a KO with it, you are chaining those KOs. So
can you explain why Gengar is here?
A lot of similar vibes to them, but we will see if
it's because Toon hovered it with his controller, and then he pressed A and locked it in. That is why it's there.
These moments I always wonder, is this a nice moment where you kind of get to convene with the team a little bit and figure out what you want to do? Is this a nice moment to sort of center yourself? Or is this, when you're playing good, you're being put on ice and you're just kind of coming down from the high of winning that last match more and more and more until you kind of hit a baseline that you wish you didn't return to, basically?
I think Dignitas would rather be playing right now.
I agree. Yeah.
I think Force Gaming, maybe for them, it's dependent on the previous game. I don't think Force Gaming was far off, but maybe this additional time to crack the code or figure out what their actual next steps need to be, at least in execution, right? We don't know when the draft went sideways, so they're priced into pretty much everything that they've locked in my opinion. So maybe for them, it's like, okay, well, how do we execute against what we've seen? Because now they've kind of exposed a little bit what they're doing, and part of that, I believe, has to remain the same.
Yes.
So now Force gets to develop this a little bit more and a little bit more. Dig, on the other hand, they're like, well, we just tipped our hand. That's the advantage of drafting in that second spot, is you get more reactionary selections. Well, now, those have been exposed. So Dig would want to be playing right now.
Damn, bro, these intermissions, the Yappuccinos, man, the Yappuccinos.
Game to be remade here, and possibly these teams kind of figure out what they want to do heading into it. We're going to take a look at some of our predictions before this tournament started right here. Highest encounter rate, so
which is true.
Jake Sprague, which is my caster name, government name Spraggles, it picked Mega Charizard X. Now,
well, can we go back
blew
to the other
past
thing?
that.
Yeah, can we go back to the other thing?
I mean, all right, here we are.
And we know this is wrong.
Yeah, now you're.
I'm gonna go get a snack, guys. The fact that we can't get 3 good drafts in a row because this game is made so poorly is really something.
I don't know if that's true or not, but Josh, poor Josh Hebert. Why don't we have our tag
And
there?
they're bouncing around a ban right here.
So everybody was correct. Old Zoink's on a different galaxy.
And here we have the top ban rate, Mega Char X. It did get the top ban rate right here. It also has the top encounter rate. I'm not going to let this go.
Neither am I.
I don't understand how something that isn't 100% is at 100%. Hey, you might actually crush it here.
I think I might have gotten this one right.
Did he get it? Top win rate. He picked Zacian. What do we have
Show
it as?
me Zacian.
Oh! big wins for you, my friend. Huge.
Listen, sometimes Megamind pulls through for the squad. And honestly, if I was on the stats team, I know what I would be doing, which is correcting the misinformation that we've been broadcasting over and over and over again, knowing full well that Mega Charizard has the highest encounter rate, making every single one of your casters correct.
I'll tell you this right now. If they don't correct it, I'm never trusting a heat map again.
Bang.
Because if you can't get something that wasn't here 100% of the time, down from 100%, how do I even know your heat maps are accurate? I don't.
To be fair, what if the heat maps were just like Icarus, like you, on the pad?
Just illustrating, yeah, it's something like this.
Just scribbling wherever they want.
Show me the heat maps. Show me how they're made. Back into our draft right here between Force Gaming and Dignitas. We're going to see a lot of the same stuff up top, and then at some point, Dupes next, we are going to see where this kind of broke down and what that looks like. I believe at least half of our draft is going to be exactly the same as our players are locking in. We did see a moment where Zugrug possibly was having the issue, so maybe it was around the Umbreon pick.
Yeah, which, you know, would mean the last two picks, Falb, Alolan Raichu, they're not giving anything away. They've been doing that every single time. Original Recipe Lucario, you know, might have been the flex there. And then Toon, who knows if that Gengar was right or not. We will all find out together. But based on the bands being the exact same, Mega Char being selected first, we will see exactly where this fell apart.
Here we go. We are once again going to see the Miraidon and Mega Lucario, I have to assume, on the side of Dignitas. As they are getting ready for the next few picks. And yes, we do. Now back on over to Force Gaming.
Which was what, Snorlax and Blissey, right?
Yep.
Okay. See Lel lock that in.
And there we go. And now we're going to see kind of where this broke down. Over to Zugrug and Ender here. Oh! Toon wanted to take Alolan Raichu, so Toon was not the one who did not connect. Now the Gengar makes a lot more sense.
Correct. So that means that Falb doesn't get their preferred pick, and Ender at this point is fine with any supporter. If they get, I mean, Hoopa feels great here as well. I mean, Latias could do some work. Original Recipe Lucario was accurate, but Falb did pivot to the Empoleon earlier yesterday.
Yeah.
And it looked very solid.
I like it. I think it's looked really, really great. He's the only player playing it, and Ender is going with the Wigglytuff. Man, encounter rate of 1%. Fun fact, 1%, the exact number that's wrong on Mega Lucario's encounter rate.
Perfect, you did it. That's the reason that you are doing the math master class.
I speak truth to power, and I cast Pokemon Unite, and I refuse to stop doing either one.
I refuse to let this 100% slide.
It's gonna make me bad.
Because it's on screen right now, and in this match, we watched it not be true.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. It's just an egregious error. It's just, you know, if people at home in the chat are going, you know, this is absurd, this is outrageous, I demand a recount, things like that, I would fully support them. Fully reasonable reaction. If someone goes, if someone in the chat says, I'm never watching Pokemon Unite, I will never watch the Championship Series again because I know it has zero integrity, what am I supposed to say? I can't argue with them. That's me in the chat.
Exactly.
That's one of my burners in the chat.
Spraggles 2.0.
Spraggles fan. Spraggles fan 2019. This is not fair. By the way, joke of the year. Here we go. Force Gaming versus Dignitas, all tied up in our semifinals. Force Gaming, your purple team out of Brazil. Dignitas, your orange team out of North America as we head into game.
Oh yeah, of course when I finally decide to get up to leave for a snack, coincidentally, oh, it's time to start the match. Like surely. I was sitting down patiently waiting for the match. Through all the yapping and the breaks and the intermissions.
Ways, and it looks like that was secured possibly by Lel on the side of Force Gaming.
Carrying a lot of AO's energy right now from the early stages, and Blissey honestly has a great secure.
Yeah, Blissey has incredible secure. Nice big fight right here. Lel in a little bit of trouble, but they've gotten a ton of this experience, and Zealot goes down. They don't even need the help of Falb.
Falb rolls up just to see that all the work's been completed. Let's see what they do at the 9-minute mark. Are they going to scramble to score? Perhaps. Toon, Otter, and Zug trying to get some of that equity back in the bottom path here as quickly.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like okay.
Yeah, here we go. Into the top path.
I'm fine with everything except the Wigglytuff, I'll be honest with you.
We have Kylo just moving through the entirety of the enemy team there with that extreme speed, picking up a KO, moving right back in, maybe getting actually a little too confident here, and they could be going.
Oh, nice full heal.
Peel away from it. Fob almost punishing Otter.
Going straight in, but actually they get one back the other way. Otter on this Alolan Raichu. Lel, Kylo scrambling a little bit. Zealot needs to get this level up. Finally level 5 ready to go.
You know, I gotta say, I didn't expect to see Otter on the Alolan Raichu and Toon on the Miraidon just because of how the draft went. I actually didn't see them switch those Pokemon, so that's gonna be interesting to see because we've seen Otter on, of course, Raichu and Miraidon. I don't know if I've seen Toon on Miraidon in this tournament.
Is this to assume that there might be an Electro Drift Miraidon, or are we still just Charge Beam and, you know, just rocking and fire and going to work?
Yeah, it's a great question here as Zealot picks up a KO. Soto in some trouble right here. They are going to bed, but you know what? They were going to bed anyway, Ender, so it didn't really benefit you. Otter right now, level 8, as they're pushing up towards this fight. Highest level on the map, gonna try to assert some influence around this Regidrago.
Zugrug chasing Kylo because they are playing mean look Umbreon Spraggles, and that's going to be a great way to trap some of these players on Force Gaming. What's important is how Dig follows up on clutch mean looks.
Now, one thing I wonder is how is Dignitas going to deal with this Empoleon? One of the ways, of course, you can deal with it is if you can decide to fight it when it's not in that whirlpool that it's able to create there from its Hydro Cannon, it's going to lose a lot of its survivability. As they're moving in, once again, Kylo just trying to take some KOs right here, and Blissey picks up one.
I mean, nice engagement by Soto as well to just get that pop of stun. Now they're isolating Ender, eject through to try and save the rest of the team.
Wow. Bro, Raichu got melted by the Empoleon. Without the Raichu there, they have no damage, literally.
And here we go. They do have the
oh, okay. Miraidon's back. Oh my god, they got the kill.
Even if Toon goes down in that moment, taking that level 9
oh, there's level 9.
So worth it.
It was incredible. KO Streak of 2 for Angelzine as they use their Char Unite. They want this goal zone gone. Fire Punch comes through. Pressure is on Otter right now. Nice little sleep, though, and now the Mega Charizard's in danger, forcing out the Bliss Assistance.
Oh my god. Bro, the movement speed is real, and Umbreon is still not level 8, so they can't steal the shield either.
This has been happening. We have the secure in the top path from Dignitas, the Mega Lucario able to get that objective. That fight really going back and forth here. A ton of experience trading between these two teams. But at the end of it, it looks like it's a bit of a wash. Nice goal zone broken in the bottom path, though, for Force Gaming.
Oh, Moonlight Prance to try and get through this block, but it's just too stout. Zugrug gonna peel around. There's a Reggie.
What was that Zugrug Unite move? Bro, is this guy trolling? Is he lagging? That doesn't even make any sense. He's not even in range to steal, like, even go for a objective secure.
Because we have multiple members of Force Gaming that could start to move that way. They do peel back towards their side of the map. Soto trying to push the enemy team around. And of course, you can't put them to sleep when they're blocking. They are unstoppable in that moment. Big time power nap, and here comes Fob with the Unite move. They are diving onto Otter. They're looking for this KO. Charizard up into the air. It's Mega Charizard times. They're looking for that 1-2 punch, quite literally with the Fire Punch. And no, they are put to sleep here for a moment. Nice big full heal, though, so they don't actually go to bed, but they are still going to get KO'd.
Angel on the Razor's Edge, they finally go down. Ender is going to keep pushing with the team with an HP bar that is pretty much non-existent. Fob getting some value up top as they're trying to close this goal zone downstairs. And if there's one thing I've noticed, Mega Lucario is out. A good close combat can do a lot of damage here. Soto has the block. They have to peel back. Charge Beam Miraidon laying in tons of damage. Zugrug peels. Straight back in is the action. And now Toon is looking for the next opportunity for a big Charge Beam. Zealot going for a score. 35 doesn't quite make it. Otter finally shows up, and we've got a Charge Beam on Angel. Zealot with the engage gets the knockout, and now 2 players down for Force. They want some more. The Bliss Assistance is being carried by Fob, and they are able to take care of that Alolan Raichu. you. Zealot continues. Kyluk is running away. And Original Recipe Lucario is going to E-speed through the Swablu and Altaria as the close combat is going to try and get Kyluk. Now they're in the trap. A power-up punch and follow-up could do some good work. But no, they decide not to commit.
Ooh, what a brawl between these two teams. It feels so evenly matched. Now look at the scoreboard here, 172-176.
Angel, you need to farm, man. Brother, you spend too much time trying to fight, and you fall behind in experience.
On all fronts as Char back up into the air. Big time Unite move from the Wiggly, trying to make sure that they can keep their team alive. Angel does go down here in this fight, and we have them around.
Oh my god, bro. I'm getting so triggered watching freaking Angel play this Charizard. I think they should, like, honestly, it's not the Pokemon, it's the player. There's really bad in-game decision making.
Here comes Original Recipe Lucario.
At least Lucario got 2 kills. Like, they went from, what, level 10 to level 12, I think?
While all this is happening, Mega Lucario all by themselves, securing the bottom objective. Lucario, especially with that close combat power-up punch, can just rip through some of these objective Pokemon. And now it's something that Force Gaming has to deal with. It isn't going to be a huge factor, but it's a time waster. It's something they need to deal with.
I'm actually more iffy on the stored power choice. I feel it's scary to get close enough to fully use stored power.
To make sure that really Force Gaming has no opportunity to blink before those are taken care of. Heavy slam there. Looks like we're in a fight. Charge Beam is fully ready to go, and it has a lot of prime targets there. Burn down to the Swablu and Altaria. We'll see if they engage. Fob is on the backside. We got a Whirlpool down.
Yeah, and here we go. About 30 seconds now until we have Groudon hit the map, and these two teams are only separated by 10 points. Force Gaming's had some great fights. Dignitas has had some great fights. I think this is looking better for Dignitas than Game 1, and I think this is looking, I mean, just extremely close. Both of these teams are having huge moments. It's really going to depend on how some of these catches go. Do they decide to take out Falb and try to fight them in the world?
I get the feeling they're going to try to flip. I don't know why. But the way they're like, okay.
Looking for them, but both of these teams kind of trying to flank each other. Here comes the Snorlax, not able to set up the fight. They do have the mean look, and they decide to put down some damage. Kyluk moving in, and they're in a lot of trouble, Doom Snacks.
They're trying to E-speed out, but on the backside, we've got a block and engaged by the Empoleon, splitting Otter out, who's forced to use their Unite move. The Meteor Storm is down, but it's not really hitting anybody. Salto, oh, it clips the Empoleon. That's a big pickup. Power Nap right there into the Zugrub Unite move. Bliss assistance to grab the shield. Mega Charizard is up in the skies. Let's see what they can do. It's 2 players down on Force Gaming.
Why did Blissey unite the Umbreon? Oh, sorry, not the Umbreon, the Snorlax. That was such a troll play.
What a beautiful fight there from Dignitas, and this is some of what we've seen from...
That was just a really bad fight.
Team fights where they are actually able to win, even though it seems like all of their members are just a couple of hits away from being KO'd. They're going to put an easy 100 points in here. We're going to see who they...
Yeah, I mean, it's over now. That wasn't even a proper team fight. Empoleon is trying to 1v2. Snorlax is engaging, but there's no follow-up. And then finally, when the team gets close, the Blissey Unite moves the Snorlax in the Umbreon Unite move.
Broken is going to just absolutely shrink this lead right now, right? Yes. That Hundo Burger was quality, but it might not be enough. So they're starting to turtle up.
I think it's time to possibly send someone to look for a counter score, because even if they break this goal, a counter score means they're still ahead in this moment. They are moving in. Soto possibly trying to start the fight. We're looking for the Charge Beam. The Charge Beam is out. Here comes Mega Char, but they are not able to take it up into the air yet. It looks like Mega Char is going to go down, and they know.
Oh, Bob steps up, and they're going to pick up that. Mega Charizard does go down. There's still an opportunity here. Another great heavy slam. 3 players from Force Gaming. Wow. It's just too much. They gave up 1 shield, 1 Groudon buff, but that is...
Like, okay, I can rewind because the game's over. Okay. So, okay, first of all, like, what throws me off is, like, they want positioning on... They had positioning on Groudon, but I don't know why they're going in, like, to the enemy team jungle and, like, going away from their side. That's the first thing that kind of throws me off. Like, you can still maintain positioning. You can play, like, obviously this side. You can go up here as well. Like, hell, even up here. At least you'd be in a position to score afterwards if you're playing topside. If you want to go for, like, a really quick cap. But then, they go into the enemy team jungle, or at least on their side. The mean look goes on a Snorlax. There's Lucario bone rushing the Miraidon, then goes in, pops Unite move, gets the damage on Miraidon and Lucario. Angel's trying to... Like, okay, and now this is where things go bad, because you have two people up here, they're split up, you got two people over here, you got one person getting zoned out by Umbreon. It's like, it's a cluster, like, it's a clusterfuck of just everyone just splitting off now. So everyone has to make their own individual decisions because you're not team fighting anymore, you guys just got split up across the map. Empoleon is trying to 1v2 over here because he got split off. But unfortunately, he's getting zoned off by the Wigglytuff that has a lot of CC, already full healed. And now it's a 4 versus 5. Blissey, Charizard, and Snorlax all have Unite move. You can see Charizard up here, by the way. So Charizard's not even in a position to fight because he's over by the Lucario, over here. Like, you can't see Charizard, but he's off the screen in the bottom right. So now... Snorlax is trying to engage, off the Unite move. I don't know why Blissey would Unite the Snorlax. That is the worst person to Unite move. Especially in front of an Umbreon, too. Like, that's just dumb. So then Charizard pops Unite move, but as he, like, you gotta keep in mind, Lucario is just standing there, or the Mega Lucario to be specific. Lucario is just waiting for Mega Charizard. He uses close combat, waiting for this guy to finish his animation, so by the time he gets back down, he's just already dead. And you're hitting multiple people right here. And then Lucario's trying to go in again, trying to salvage this fight. Keep in mind, Otter's still alive because Empoleon didn't kill them. And then they just get Groudon for free. It wasn't even a proper team fight. Like, everyone just got split up across different sections of the Groudon pit.
It is fake. There are a lot of heat map truthers. We also have to question them when we know that some of them are clearly manipulated.
Yeah,
for nefarious means.
Without a doubt. I mean, there is nothing positive coming from lying to our wonderful fans that are tuning in here to watch great games of Pokemon Unite. They deserve better.
They deserve better, and I'll tell you what, I love more than anything of the fans.
Same. They're
love
terrific.
them more than anything.
Do you think they like us as much as we love them?
I think there's a
love-hate?
Probably a strong contingent that could do with less of us. I think there's a strong, there are a group of people who love the heat map and don't question it at all, even though where did it come from? Just came out of nowhere.
Right.
They love the heat map, and they're frankly sick and tired of someone trying to fight the system. You know?
Yep. I agree. Otter, great game there on that Alolan Raichu. I think the move of taking it out of Falb's hands and saying, play something else, figure it out.
Agreed.
And the difference between actually Falb's Alolan Raichu and what Empoleon does feels kind of night and day.
Yeah, the problem is that the people that are engaging are the support and the defender, and they have no damage dealer to follow up on any of their aggression. And then out of desperation, because they knew that Snorlax was going to die, Blissey tried uniting, but obviously Umbreon's standing right there waiting for that Unite move to pop off, so the moment they unite, they just steal half the shield.
Tricky things, right? Empoleon has some really exciting moments, and I like watching Force Gaming play this Pokemon, but
I mean, like, now it's game point for Dignitas, so it's literally just, can you get it together and keep the series alive, or you're probably just going to lose.
Like damage and stun. There are some similarities, but one of them is going to move in and start brawling, and the other one is going to sort of kite around the battlefield looking to deal damage. And we're going to see if they do need to sort of change their draft if they want to bring that Pokemon into this next battle. Right now, their backs against the wall. You know, they were able to take game one, but Dignitas is coming back here 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the lesson learned was clearly don't give them both Megas.
Yep.
And after that, I think they're doing pretty well.
I agree. Yeah, I think after that, they're doing solid. Dignitas had a really rocky game 1, a much more solid game 2 and 3. But without question, both of these squads are, I mean, it's neck and neck in all of these fights, in all of these moments. The score was just 10 between these two teams, and every battle was an absolute slugfest with one side barely making it out better than the other.
We're taking a look. Dignitas has dialed back in, and so has Force Gaming. Force Gaming down a game now.
Yeah.
Do they have to reassess what they're doing? Because we haven't seen a lot of variance from Force Gaming specifically, while we've seen a lot of adjustments on the fly by Dignitas.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do. I mean, I personally really like their strategy of target banning members of Dignitas and target banning certain Pokemon that they just either don't play or don't want to see the other side play, because of course if they play them they could take them for themselves, right? I love their strategy, but they have sort of walked into this draft situation where Dignitas is getting Mega Lucario, Force Gaming is not, and they are having to rely on Mega Charizard, which, you know, when you have a coordinated squad looking to fight Mega Char, it does feel like it's a lot worse than when you have no coordination in your solo, duo, trio Q games.
If you let Mega Char through as Force Gaming, right, assuming they're still going to be first pick, does Dig immediately snatch it up?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? I think they might. I think they believe in it, but they may believe in Mega Lucario more, and they may have, you know, it's tough. You have to try to prioritize which player needs a Pokemon more, and you may need Mega Lucario on Zealot more than you generally need Mega Charizard.
That's fair. If you pick up Mega Charizard, it's almost exclusively going in Toon's hands, right?
You'd assume, yeah.
Like Toon's flexibility is in the Pokemon they play, but not the role that they fill on the map.
Right.
Whereas Ender, Zug, and Otter have all rotated to do different things that we've seen just today. So with that being said, I think Mega Char would end up in the hands of Toon, but is it worth that investment? Because we saw them play it, and it didn't look great until the last 90 seconds.
Here we go. Force Gaming is going to have the first pick here. Dignitas will have the second pick. And since Force lost that last match, Dupstacks, for everyone at home, they may not know this, they are allowed to pick which they want, either first pick and ban or, you know, the second two picks right there. A lot of teams would take first pick. That's very, very common. But there are some teams that know how to kind of draft their opponents into a situation where sort of the 1-2 from the orange side is actually a little stronger. They are going to ban this Charizard, which puts Dignitas in a tough spot. They may have to ban Mega Lucario here.
Yeah, exactly right. Dignitas is one of the teams that prefers to be second. They lost that first game and they put themselves in that second position.
Interesting. They are banning the Leafeon. This allows Force to take Mega Luca, but it opens up Zarina for the side of Dignitas.
Okay.
And that's exactly what they're doing, it looks like.
Yeah, no pause. And finally, the encounter rate went down to 99%, thank goodness.
Oh, Spreggles fan 2019 in the chat says he's back. He loves the game now.
Perfect. Well
he
done.
believes in the heat map. The world's healing.
We saved
another burner account.
Zugrug, hovering Snorlax, really going to see what else SOLOQ can bring to the...
You know, I'm actually so glad that the Charizard was banned, because honestly, it was not working for Force. The way it was being played,
like the world is Toon's oyster right now, but not if
it was not it. So I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, these are really interesting picks. Possibly taking the Mimikyu away.
Oh, okay, so they're taking Mimikyu from Toon.
At this point, they won't need to, but they're going to grab it here in this fourth position.
Chan, can I apply to your future UCS team as a assistant alternate backup? Absolutely, 100%.
Very deep, so we'll see what he wants to bring out. Darkrai, of course, still an option, but the Mimikyu and Mega Lucario, two Pokemon I think Dignitas would like to be playing right now, are taken.
SOLOQ picking up the duck here, going to use that as a pseudo tank, as they have both original recipe and spicy versions of Lucario.
Toon now. Moving through the roster.
I like talent. I mean, Hoopa with Latias, Zarina, and even a Alolan Raichu is just vicious.
All right, well, we have a Alolan Raichu. I think Otter is going to stick on this Latias here. That's what I'd have to assume.
No, okay.
The Alolan Raichu.
Two Lucarios? That is interesting.
A lot of these sort of attackers here.
So they're opting out of the range. Okay, so they're opting out of the damage dealing attacker, like the caster. They're going for double all-rounder in the top and bottom line. Two Lucarios.
It's also, I'll say, the energy that gave was full-on creep.
Yeah,
that was creep.
The door was open, what, 5 inches?
Yeah.
And just a phone and a head poked in with 100% underlined. Not a fan of that.
We're in here trying to do our job. We're juggling multiple bits. And now all of a sudden, I have production coming in here trying to let me know that something that isn't 100% is 100%. They're gaslighting us.
Just like I do in my interviews.
It's just like you do in your interviews.
Full circle, we did it.
People like it.
Well,
people like a little Doob Snacks gaslighting up there on the big stage. They love it.
Well, I don't think that's true. Force Gaming Dignitas finally, I don't want to say finally with some fresh looks. That's what I was going to say, but that's not what I mean. I'm excited to see how these teams have materialized right now, given the information they have.
Force Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team. Dig one game away from making it to your grand finals, but more importantly, one game away from securing that invite to ACL. Force Gaming needs to win 2 in a row here.
Inder going on the invade. Hoopa terrific at doing this with that Pirate Hollowware. Falb working through their central area, and here comes Lel for the support.
Yeah, Lel coming down here, just going to bully Inder a little bit. Inder right now probably knows they're going down in this moment, but they want to continue to put pressure onto this Mimikyu, try to slow them down, see if they can stop them from getting their 5, and at least annoy them enough. Falb now having to peel back right here. Inder making it out unscathed.
One of the benefits of doing that is SOLOQ has a lot on their plate and can't quite register when that support player is.
Oh, I just realized it's Toonslim playing the Latias. Oh, that's interesting.
Toon's in some trouble right here.
Wait,
obviously. These points are going to go
Toon is playing the Latias, and who's playing the Serena? Otter?
Towards this experience with extreme speed. Lucario, it is gone.
Has this guy ever even played Serena in a competitive match? That's the real question. I don't think I've ever seen this guy play with Serena.
Doing pretty well. Also, on the side of Dignitas, we do not have some impressive level.
No, they're struggling already, right? I mean, leaving Toon alone with a good rotation by Force Gaming leaves Toon a bit under-leveled from where they would be compared to literally the Eldegoss across from them for just a moment, as SOLOQ is really far.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, Serena's the lot. I just saw Otter on the right side. I'm like, oh wait a minute.
Try to put some damage onto Zugrok here, but Otter is level 5. They have stored power.
I was about to say, like, I'm so confused. Like, what is happening?
All right, that headache kicks off, stuns Otter into the wall. Inder, good running cover with this.
Bro, where are the rotations, man? You guys are so slow.
On the duck, and now we've got the Trick Room sitting on pad. The pressure is there. They're looking for fights. A little bit of a combo here as Zealot needs to drop kick their way in and then right back out. One player down, and that's enough for Zealot to.
They win Trick Room? It's not that I think Trick Room is bad. It's just.
Also here, so I can imagine them leaving. Running the Trick Room is pretty exciting, especially because Latias and Alolan Raichu are not going to.
Well, you have a lot more mobility, so.
This just negates so much range damage when you're outside the confines.
Pogo just finished.
Really putting the pressure on Zealot to take care of this Mimikyu, right? With the isolating Unite move and those stomps.
How's it going here? Second last series of the day. We have one more after this, and then it's done. But honestly, there were so many technical difficulties that they should have finished. Like realistically, they should have finished already.
They can get a huge overcap in the bottom path. 134 to 26 already. Things are going great for Force here in game number 4. And again, they need it, Dupe Snacks. They have to win this.
Yeah, I mean, Falb immediately seeing Zugrog says, I'll put the pressure to make them leave so I can guarantee our team this base.
Too many delays today, man. Too many delays and technical issues over here. One small dispute, which was kind of bullshit. Bullshit in what way, though? Like, when you say bullshit, like, it wasn't warranted, or like it was a deserved dispute, or like it was like a legitimate dispute.
And here we go. They're gonna decide how.
Because I know some people dispute, and like it wouldn't change the outcome, but like obviously there's other disputes that, you know, people should do.
Toon with 23 points. They may have to just back away from this goal zone.
Nice little trick Phantom Force.
Okay. Okay, bullshit then. Bullshit.
how cheeky can they go in and out to these different engagements while simultaneously protecting themselves? Zealot is in the trick room, and so was Toon there for a minute. They're caught for a moment, and now they're back out. Heavy slam by Zug creates space, and we're still trying to fight. Now peeling back towards Pad is Dignitas. Zealot wants more action in this trick room as the headaches are popping. That is a
Bro, look at the Mimikyu, bro.
Zealot in the trick room.
Oh! Bad synergy, bad synergy. Did you guys see that? The Mimikyu actually saved the Serena from getting clipped by the Unite move. Oh, no. Not like that. Okay, well, they still get a kill. There's Mega Lucario. Shit! Let's go!
And that's a triple KO for Mimikyu.
Listen, I think Force Gaming cracked the code. They're figuring out that the key to success for Dignitas is getting down Ender. It's not fighting up front with Zarina. It's not dealing with the Alolan Raichu. It is getting Ender.
Who are we rooting for? I want Brazil to win. Fuck North America. I want these guys to get humbled. I want all of the North American region to get humbled. Nothing would bring me more satisfaction than to seeing NA lose.
Support goes down. It was a lot easier here as we have Zarina. Massive pick by the side of Dignitas. That was great. They know they don't have Unite moves on the side of Force Gaming here, so they can look for this Regirock. By the way, Mimikyu already level 12 here for the side of Force Gaming. Regirock goes down, and now the question is, are they going to try to push here? Fall is going to try to stop them. Hoopa Unite move back the other way. Otter goes down.
Trick right back through to save two players there as Zealot looks for some stomp.
Wait, what? How did Lucario get 1v1 by the Latias? That's crazy.
They're starting to find a couple. Fall puts somebody under the sheets, but now they find themselves getting woken up in a rough way. The trick room is there, and that is a solo Zarina Unite to guarantee the KO.
Yeah, I mean, a big Unite on the highest level Pokemon on the other team. You could absolutely see it here. Kyluk deciding whether or not they want to fight here. Soto also moving in towards this goal zone. Lel here takes to the sky. We have the Unite move from Lucario. We have Mega Lucario also.
Bro, this Lucario's doing no damage, man.
Mega Lucario is here. Their Unite move is out.
Oh, the Lucarios are doing no damage! And they keep on fighting! Guys!
In the middle of a meat grinder called Dignitas. And now this tier 1 goal zone is going to be attacked by Dig.
Yeah, beautiful fights here from Dig, and what an overcap. Bringing them with
Deefy and Phoebe were the fixed deal for the whole weekend?
236. These games are so unbelievably close between these two squads, and Force is going to need to make it a little better for themselves, because if they're not able to put another point on the board, they are going to be heading to the 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker match, and that will be their last chance at ACL. They need this game. A minute until Groudon, and everything is on the line for Force.
Close game indeed. Close game indeed. Zealot goes straight in, but they've got that Trick Phantom Force to save them. Trop kick going in, right back out. Nice little surf there to separate. A stomp, and Zealot Trop kicks away again. Ender Phantom Force is through.
Whoa.
Big stun right in the middle. Tries to block people back, but Force Gaming just escaping. Right back in is Zealot. Zugrug is there. Trick Room is down. We're putting in some damage here. Power Nap out of Zugrug on the 2-minute 30-second mark. And now we're trying to block it.
Oh no, not like this. Not like this.
It's not the mega version though.
And here we go.
I get, okay.
Ripped apart by Dignitas. It might start leashing right here. They're going to hope they can get it beforehand, and they do. 2 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock. Groudon is now spawning here in 10 seconds.
Both Lucarios are under-leveled. Neither one is 13. But level 13 for the regular Lucario is so important. Because you don't get, like, you get the Bone Rush. Oh, what is happening?
Trick Room is right down. We're going to have to battle in it. Tons of damage. Isolated is Lel. Zealot got the wrong target. We're going to have to see how they recover from that. The rings are unbound. We got to get some stuns. We're moving back forward. Otter is split. We just saw the Orchid.
Oh, they got the Raichu. That's a huge pick.
The knockout here. One player down on each side. Groudon's at half HP. Ender's getting shredded. So is Zealot. Toon on the backside gets hit up and knocked by this Zugrug. And now they're pivoting back. Ender goes down. 2 players on each side. Falb is trying to sustain. The big block shield is too much. Southtow with this side duck puts the surf down. They're trying.
Bro, they can't kill Toon or the Serena.
Zealot peels to the middle. Toon is on the chase. Southtow is trying to get away. The rest of
It's still a very close game. It can go either way.
Leaves the Groudon alone.
1 minute, 15 seconds, and still 2 points separate these teams. Force Gaming is up by 2. Groudon no longer being hit. Dignitas looking to possibly start this. Or
Lucario, please go to the middle. Lucario, positioning matters. Very important.
They're ready to try to take an engagement here. Angel
Okay, what? Which Lucario is that though? Oh, that's the Mega. That's the Mega. Mega Lucario. Okay.
They're moving in with the Mega.
Alolan Raichu's there with the sword power. Otter is low. Is Otter gonna go down? Not quite yet. Groudon's at half. We're going for the full rip here. Sato with the surf.
Oh! Go score! Go score! Oh my God! Let's go! Split up! Split!
Angel is stopped. Crash landing on top is the rest of Dignitas. If they can poach this Groudon shield, they're in good shape. Currently, Dignitas up by 60 points. No, now they're...
Oh, they win. They win. Bro, you got me on pins and needles over here, man.
Wow, amazing fight there from Force Gaming, coming right back in.
Okay, Force. Okay, let's go.
Up in our best of 5, and we are heading to a game 5. You wouldn't want it any other way. Force Gaming 2, Dignitas 2.
Yo, you guys can't lose to North America on your home crowd, man. Get it together. Game point.
Man, why ban Mimikyu when you can just take it? Bulb was humming, brother. That Mimikyu was
Oh look, Toon Slim's molding. Dude, he's molding. The mold. Oh, you don't see Zugrug smiling anymore.
You can have a Alolan Raichu. I got other bags or other tricks in my bag, and Mimikyu seems to be the right one.
Yeah, that was great for Force, and I love watching this evolve throughout this series, you know? Force Gaming had the answer early, Dignitas then countering it, and now Force Gaming right back was saying, all right, we kind of get what's going on here. We're not going to ban it away. We're taking the Mimikyu, and look how potent it was in game number 4.
Absolutely incredible. It was crazy to think that just moments ago before this this match started, you know, collectively, you and I were talking, man, a lot of 2-0s today. Yep. And now we have 2.
All right, we're gonna play an ad really quickly. You know, we got time.
Robust the skill level of these players are, and that anything can happen here in the UCS.
So exciting, and I know this crowd is excited. I can tell you, when that fight wasn't going well, start a Groudon there for Force Gaming, it was silent around us. You could feel it. The air was being sucked out of the room, and then all of a sudden Force Gaming is coming back here. 10 knockouts, only going down 2 times, 2 assists, player of the game, Bulb on the Mimikyu. Now what do you do, Dignitas? I mean, this is just, it's so back and forth with these 2 squads. Do they ban out the Mimikyu so that it can't be picked away from them?
Well, I think pick priorities change now, right? I don't think Mega Lucario seems to be like a pretty robust choice for
Feeling so much. Oh yeah, exactly, man. It's crazy. I got the secret superstar NA team that's gonna win Worlds this year. Period.
Battling on different fronts, asking different questions, forcing you to stress your resources in different ways. And when you can't just eye it down right here and you have to split your attention, both of those opportunities rise for those players, especially of this caliber.
And take a look at this. We have the heat map here from the Mimikyu. Recently found out this thing is very accurate. Oh yeah, fake. I forgot it's fake. Heat map right here where you can see where they spent most of their time. Unlike the Shadow Sneak version, you can see they don't get the opportunity to spend as much of their match in the enemy central area here. Trick Room, though, felt like it was quite powerful for Force, especially, you know, trying to deal with Latias and the Raichu.
The Raichu is the biggest question mark to me. When Force Gaming had it, they unfortunately lost some games. Dignitas now has it. They're losing some games.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's not a playmaker.
I think one thing to also recognize is these matches and these fights are so close.
They are.
You know? And you could say, you know, a pick here or there, a plan here or there. There are some very small moments that can change the outcome of some of these engagements. And I'm not shocked to see these 2 teams heading to Game 5 because they have felt the entire time like very on par skill-wise. This is such a great matchup here in our semifinals.
Something else to consider right now, between these two teams, they have gone to game number 5. We know we have the 3rd, 4th place decider after this, which is also a best of 5.
Yeah.
And you have to think that exhaustion is going to start kicking in.
Of course.
These are complicated games, both physical
All right,
and
guys.
stress coming through right here.
Yo, Howie.
It's gonna be a sharp,
Howie, word on the street is you got some beef with some casters, huh? Why you beefing, huh? I heard it from Mac. He sent me a DM. He's like, yo, Howie hates these casters with a passion. Like, he's ready to throw hands. Yo, you got Pogo beef? Spill the Howie tea.
away from locking their spot into ACL, punching their ticket into the grand finals on Championship Sunday, and the other team has to buckle up and do it all.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. Crazy.
I mean, you make a great point. For so many reasons, you want to shut this down right now.
Correct.
You need to end this. I don't know what their strategy is as they have to head into.
Let's go! Force Gaming! Force! Guys, I'm putting all my money on the Force BR team, man. Brazil on top. Mordekaiser numero uno. Wait.
Mega ban back to back, and now we're seeing Dignitas ban the Mimikyu. Final ban from Dig. I'm interested to see what it is. They decided to target ban that Leafeon. Force Gaming now. I'm wondering if they're going after Zealot, if they're going after Toon. And no, they're just going after the powerhouse that is Suicune.
Yeah, Force Gaming, they're on the backside. They don't want to first pick Mega on the other side of the map at all. So they went ahead and got rid of that. Dignitas might just take away this Snorlax. No, they go to Miraidon, which is a great pick. It's worked out phenomenal for them.
I think this Miraidon is amazing. Charge Beam Miraidon just seems incredibly good in this meta. There are a lot of teams that kind of want to brawl at medium range, and this thing has incredible long-range capability and that curse item. It provides so much unseen value. It's crazy.
It really, really does. Blaziken selected by Falb, a very reasonable choice here, and Dignitas has to see where they go next. Zugrug quickly gets to Umbreon, which I think is a fairly safe pick, and don't forget, Blissey is still on the table, and I'd have to think that Lel is either going to go to that or Eldegoss.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. They want to take the Hoopa away as an option, right? Because they had the opportunity to grab this arena right there, and they did not do it. Angel now grabbing the Alolan Raichu, and we have the Zacian for Kyluk. Couple of last picks right here. Real believers in the Latias on the side of Dignitas, and I'm with them. I think this thing is incredible, and no shocker to see Zealot on Zarina. I think it's their best Pokemon that they've played the entire tournament.
I agree. Lel gets their option of Blissey here. The only real choice would be Eldegoss if they want to go in that direction, and they do. We got to tune in a little bit. Dignitas switches stuff around after they draft. Force Gaming really kind of keeps it as is. So is Toon going to stay on this Latias, and is Otter going to stay on the Miraidon? Because those two specific Pokemon have switched between these two players.
Yeah, they definitely have. We're going to see what they want to do right here. Obviously, Ender and Zugrug should be staying exactly where they are. I can't imagine anyone's taken this arena away from Zealot. But so far, we do not have a switch. We have Latias in the hands of Toon, and we have Miraidon in the hands of Otter. The damage from both of these squads, it's interesting because they both have some pretty good secure options, definitely better on the side of Force Gaming with Overheat, and they both have some solid range.
Dan, pick one winner. I have chance to change your mind. One winner? Well, between these two, Force is going to win, man. I believe. Force on top. Brazil always on top. Brazil numero uno.
Especially just how strong and after those buffs it got, I feel like it's certainly being...
They got home ground advantage. There's no way they can lose.
Dignitas, one of the only teams we've really seen kind of repeatedly choose it when it's available and make sure that we can get something positive here out of it. So we'll see. Looks like Toon's going to be carrying this Latias, and we're going to go from there. Game number 5, baby.
Boy, it all comes down to this, everyone. Dignitas, your purple team. Force Gaming, your orange team. Game 5 of our semifinals. The winner will be heading to ACL to represent the West. The loser will have one more shot in the 3rd, 4th qualifier. But as we've talked about Dubsnacks, I don't know. You've just been...
All right, guys. Game number 5. We're locking in. We're ready.
It is going to be tough to do it all again. You want the win now.
Toon gonna have to work up, get these Latias stacks early as Hoopa is going.
Oh, we got the Snorlax invade. I want to see the invade. Go to the invade. Who cares? They're just farming. Go to the Snorlax. Camera person, go to the Snorlax. Jesus, what are you doing, Mike? Big steal. Big steal. Big kill. Let's go. Force. Force on top. Force. Goddamn. BR boys taking it home. Brazil on top. Oh my god. Got the buff. Got the jungler. Got the top lane. Yo, they're locking the fuck in, boys.
I believe an eject button was expended. Perhaps a follow-up tackle is what closed that knockout out. Regardless,
this is what you do. The secret tech to beating Dignitas, you just camp ToonSlim and you tilt him. You tilt him off the cliff. Camp ToonSlim and you win. Easy wins.
And you are going to try to exploit that. It's the same thing teams do when they head on in and try to invade Urshifu, right? They just know that this thing is terrible for a long time. If Zarina doesn't get 6, it is not a good Pokemon at all. Once it does, in the hands of a skilled player, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, that's Steenie going to go straight back and work on those ball toys in the central area for Dig, as Toon is just trying to get more and more of these stacks. Inder just letting Toon literally do all the work here, because for the wild Pokemon, they have to get that knockout.
That's right, you got to get that last hit on the wild Pokemon when you're playing Latios or Latias. That way you can charge up your Aeon stacks. Heading to the center here, 4 members of Force Gaming looking at this Reggie Drago, and we don't have a great setup here from Dignitas for a secure.
No, I mean, Charge Beam gives a valiant effort here, but it's pretty easy for Fob to make sure they line that up for Force Gaming. Dignitas says, okay, look, we threw what we could safely at it. Didn't fall our way, no big deal, we move on. Ender level 5, Kailuke low on HP. This might be a decent catch for Zealot, who is trying to get something going. Level 7, double stomp on Fob. This is an opportunity, overheats the wrong way, and that's a huge knockout.
Not like that. No, not like that, man. Oh my god.
One feels good as well, but taking care of those 2 characters was gigantic.
Bro, you just fed the Serena. Like, what are you guys doing? You guys had such a good start. What happened? I take my eyes off you for 1 second. Yo, you guys gotta bench this player, man. Actually, you know what? Bench the ball. You need a new bottom lane and you need a new top laner. Fab literally trying to 1v9. Maybe 1.5 if you include the support.
Being chipped up, the secure advantage is absolutely on the side of Force Gaming, and there you go, overheat, bang.
Yeah, good spacing by Salto to make sure Otter.
Okay, good pick, good pick. Nice, good shield.
Does go down after a big block, and this is an opportunity for Force Gaming to find some purchase. Nice Unite move on Fob, follow-up stomp rings true, as that's a great knockout for them. The pressure is on, and Zealot is working back to front now.
Bro, Zacian does no damage. Not only that, this guy has no points either. He can't combo.
Another quality knockout by Zealot.
Beautiful stuff here from Zealot. Already level 10. They tried to hold him down, and it didn't work. Highest level in the match, and absolutely skating on Force Gaming right now. 80-34. Another fight here in the center. We, of course, have...
Bro, they're getting Serena diff right now. Like, legit. Like, Serena is, like, winning these fights for them.
Dragon Pulse is there.
Okay, they got the Hoopa.
Zealot gets spaced again by Salto. Toon is getting chased.
Okay, they got a Toon as well. Break the goal, break the goal, break the goal, break the goal. Do math. There you go.
Force Gaming is fighting to shatter a goal zone.
Great job there from Force Gaming. They used that Unite move on Raichu.
No, fuck the bottom lane, man. You guys should just stay top.
Right there. I think Dig made a great call to peel.
Like, Hoopa's still not level 9. If they stayed bottom, you could have went top and push. What are you guys doing? Come on. Get your head in the game. Bad macro gamers. Bad macro flip bird. Why are we going bottom lane? What is Snorlax doing? He's uniting in a 1v3. Oh my god, bro. You're trolling. Like, unless you're just doing it to waste time, but like... Ah, man. These guys. Bro. Who's coach for this team, man?
Instead, deciding to head through the central area here of Dignitas and see what they can steal and possibly assault this tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path. We've got another objective.
Look, now you guys don't have a Snorlax Unite move. And now Hoopa has Unite move.
Zealot is just looking for its next target. Heavy Slim by South.
I'm disgusted. Disgusted.
All of a sudden, Zugrug's in the back line. They're putting pressure. Charge beam on that block, right into the middle. Another great Unite move by Zealot's going to purchase a knockout. Now they're putting the pressure. The Meteor Storm is landing, and they're using that to keep pushing forward. Charge beam is sitting right on top of the pad.
Okay, at least they got the Serena. Big pick, big pick.
Goes down. A great move by Force Gaming to retreat, but now the rings are unbound. We're getting some.
Where's the Eldegoss? Okay, Eldegoss has the Unite move. Keep that in mind.
Here we go. Dignitas has to peel back right here. They weren't able to get some of the big KOs they were looking for, but they did push them back to that tier 2 goal.
Wait.
179-106.
Wait.
Reggie Steele now possibly in the hands.
You killed the Serena and you had the Eldegoss Unite move. Why are we giving up the objective for free? Who gives a shit about middle? What happened? Who's making the shot calls of this team? You guys gave up an objective for free for Altaria? Oh my god, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? You're taking the fight. Like, you have a numbers advantage. Take it, take it, take it. Go. Disgusting fight. You missed your Unite move, brother. Oh my god, they're so bad. They're playing like shit, dude. They're playing like shit! You had a free objective! And then they ended up going bottom afterwards anyways! Oh my god, bro. Like, make it make sense. If you were gonna go back bottom, you could've just went for the objective. You had a numbers advantage. The most fed person on their team, which is the Serena, was dead. Eldegoss holding on to their Unite move for next fucking game. Except they're gonna be losing, so then there is no next game. Like, you got a level 14 Serena to deal with, a Zacian that does minus damage. This guy's auto attacks does more damage. Like, the auto attacks heal the enemy team at this point.
I don't think they're going to let it hit, as everybody on Dignitas is basing. Force Gaming can take care of it. They just let it go in?
Yeah, I think they already know they're behind, and they're not even worried about it. Zug is just going to break this goal with a very small break. This is just going to help Dignitas have better positioning around this Groudon pit, and Force Gaming recognized they weren't going to be able to get a huge cap here without them.
Raichu, at least get level 13, man. Like, come on.
This fight has not started yet, but Dignitas is getting extremely aggressive.
This guy just walked into an Umbreon. There's no way.
With the drop kick, they want some targets. The Meteor Storm is landing on all of Force Gaming. Tons of damage. Angel over the wall, and now the charge beams are out. We're looking at Soto. Zugrug and Toon have eyed them down, forcing out the block to get the shield, but all of Force Gaming has been bullied out.
They're doing the objective. Where's the Eldegoss Unite? Where's the... wait, did he already Unite?
On the verge of getting knocked out. Toon gets it done. Groudon is still low. Angel is there. They have the heavy slam opportunity.
Oh, you guys are so shit. You guys are so shit. You guys deserve to lose. You know what? Don't even be sad. Don't be upset. You guys play like absolute dog shit. My god, I've never seen such bad macro in a game 5 in my fucking life, brother.
And now we have Kylo having to peel away from this fight and head towards their center goal zone. Dignitas knows they
bro, legit, like, this was the most dog game 5 I've ever fucking seen in my life. Under-leveled, no macro, terrible team fighting, terrible gameplay. Like, my god, bro. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You should honestly get down on your hands and knees and apologize to the Brazilian crowd. Apologize that you subjected them to this horrendous gameplay.
Dignitas is eyeing up ACL. Dignitas is eyeing up Force Gaming, and Dignitas is going to win this game.
That's right. 638, 658, 119. Dignitas scoring in the home goal zone, and they know that they have done it. The 30 seconds on the clock are not enough. Force could not stop them in that fight. What an aggressive fight there from Dignitas. They moved in, they took the fight as quickly as they could, they caught Force Gaming when they weren't able to respond to them, and they take the win here in game number 5. Force Gaming is going to have one more shot at ACL, and it's going to come in another best-of-5 series.
What a game, what a bounce back set up by Dignitas. I mean, the first 2 minutes of this game belonged to Force Gaming. Dignitas keeping their composure.
Yeah.
Building on that, right? Getting Zealot online. Getting those 2 knockouts in the top path. Those were critical knockouts. That was the Zacian, that was the Blaziken, both going down.
And you can see the audience here. Obviously, this was an incredible battle, but this is the hometown.
I don't see you guys apologizing. Apologize right now to the Brazilian crowd.
And I know they're gutted.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm gonna roast these guys into oblivion. You wanna see all the fucking stupid shit that they did this game? And then you can look at my VOD. I'm gonna give you a free coaching session. Free of charge. And then you guys can learn how to play the fucking game because you guys didn't do jack shit. My god. I'm gonna play it back from the 9-minute mark. Alright? We're going all the way back. We got time. I have enough time to roast these guys and still watch the third place match. Alright, let's go from here. And I honestly feel bad that I even freaking said good job. You guys were doing well. You know what? You had the momentum. You got the invade. You got the buff. You got the kills. Like, look at this. This is the perfect early game start. And how did you fumble this? Let's find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Throws.
Was a great little move there. I believe an eject button was expended. Perhaps a follow-up tackle is what closed that knockout out. Regardless, Force Gaming taking the lead early. Fob level 6 already, man.
Incredible.
Okay, so Serena's going for the invade on their the blue buff because, well, no one's there to contest. Combuskin and Snorlax are doing the same thing on the opposing side. So they're just trading jungle. The difference is, because Snorlax is there, explain to me... Okay, someone needs to explain this to me. Alright? Raichu, what are you doing, brother? You have been playing like shit the entire series. Like, if there was one person I could pick out for being the worst, you know how you guys have the MVP of the series? You guys got the worst player of the series. And it's probably, honestly, they're probably in my top 2 picks. I haven't decided if it's them or the other person. But holy moly. Watch the Raichu. Okay, this guy's laning la-di-da-di-da. Guy, think about it like this. If your teammates are in the enemy jungle and you have no idea where the other people are, it's probably safe to assume that they're in your jungle. So you playing aggressive when you have no support is just dumb. Raichu thinks they're gonna 1v1 Miraidon, then they get caught out by Umbreon because Umbreon collapses on them, then they die. You know what's crazy? Umbreon didn't even assist here. They just straight up died in a 1v1. How are you letting that happen? Guys, do not let yourself get skill dipped in a straight up 1v1. If you can't kill the other person, and literally just don't fight them. That's it. Period. Walk away from them.
Zarina doesn't get 6, it is not a good Pokemon at all. Once it does, in the hands of a skilled player, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, that's Steenie gonna go straight.
At this point, we're kind of just chilling. Combuskin goes back to their jungle with the support. Obviously, they're going to get their level 7 here. So, despite the fact that it was a good start, things have kind of slowed down here. Alright?
That's right, you got to get that last hit on the wild Pokemon when you're playing Latios or Latias. That way you can charge up your Aeon stacks. Heading to the center here, 4 members of Force Gaming looking at this Regidrago.
Alright, so they're sending 5 people here for this Regidrago. They get it, they're chilling.
Here, but it's pretty easy for Fob to make sure they line that up for Force Gaming. Dignitas says, okay, look, we threw what we could safely at it, didn't fall our way, no big deal, we move on. And Fob to make sure they
okay, now if you pay attention to the Zacian, Zacian is not respecting the people in the top lane, because they're walking into lane. First of all, I don't even know why you even need to go that way. You can go through your jungle, and like there's no... Think about it like this, guys, alright? It's just common sense. Even if you save the time to walk through here, so you can go 2 ways, alright? Zacian's over here. Like, you know, when Zacian, like, after this fight finishes, they go like this, alright? They go like this, and then they go upwards. Why, though? There's literally no farm anywhere. You're half HP. You might as well just take the extra few times going through your jungle to your side of the map to reset, or better yet, just recall. Either or. You can take the long way around, which is the safe way, or you can literally go back to base from here. You don't walk into random bushes at half HP, face checking, expecting things to be, oh, don't worry guys, I'm sure this is a safe bush, even though I have no vision. And even like, once again, even if you manage to go through here, like there's no benefit. There's no farm, there's no nothing. You have no points to score either. What are we doing? So then Zacian is literally just like lack of map awareness, on top of the fact like literally Serena was right there. But like fast forward just 10 seconds, alright? So he's going back to lane, blah 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 blah, walking up. I don't even need to see what happens, because he walks into Toonslim that's sitting in the bush, and then he's forced to run away immediately. And then basically baits the team into taking this, well, not baits the team, just they get caught out of position, I should say, which is more accurate. And it's a 3 versus 2 while the Zacian is kind of doing nothing. And even then, they're still doing nothing. And then they're dead. And then it's the worst time to die, because not only are you allowing Serena to just get free stacks, the Altaria spawn top lane, and that's more farm denied. Your farm the lane, also spawning, denied.
Up to score right there. They kind of had it all set so they could get a bunch of stacks into that top path. But still, we have the Zarina online for Dignitas, and things are getting much, much better for them after a very rocky start. We have Zugrug just being pushed around by Soto here. Reggie Steele being chipped up. The secure advantage is absolutely on the side of Force Gaming. And there you go. Overheat. Bang.
Yeah, good spacing by Soto.
Okay, good pick on the... So here's the good pick on Rhydon. The problem is, Serena's so fed at this point, they don't have enough damage to deal with her because of the sustain and the damage that she's outputting. Zacian is literally has negative value. This guy has no points, so he can't reset his skills with the points. Or sorry, use an enhanced skill, I should say. And he's literally spending more time running away than actually auto-attacking, because he's literally just dying in the process.
Stuff here from Zealot, already level right here in the center. We of course have Falb with this Blaziken. Big time overheat. Looks like it was able to secure a lot of that. No, they move back in for another fight.
Dragon Pulse is there. We're trying to move forward.
Okay, so Raichu United. They trade. So they pick up 2 kills. Pretty good. They also get a 26-point overcap on the top goal. They're also going to get the Regieleki. And I was mauling at this part. Like, okay. So they can see Umbreon just scored. You can see the Miraidon on the map. Serena's going to show up on the map. Instead of wasting your time rotating bottom to defend something you can't defend, why didn't you just push the top lane?
The question is, are they going to be able to stop this in the top path? They don't yet have that hoop.
Like, I think the logic here was that they were trying to stop the recalls, but at the same time, if you just go top lane right away, they still have to walk to the tier 2. There are no springs at this time. It's not the halfway mark. You have a block. You have Snorlax with a block. You can literally just push them off the goal, and there's that. Instead, they go with the weird decision of going down to the bottom lane, burning their Unite move for nothing, and the rest of the team gets scared. Not to mention, you are the only front line for your team, by the way. So the rest of the team is too scared to move up because they have no front line to push with the Regieleki.
Where's Force gonna go?
Wow, I'm kind of shocked. I thought Force.
So they got absolutely nothing under that.
They just thought it was too much.
The only thing that happened was they lost bottom, and they lost the Snorlax Unite move. Okay, halfway point, alright? So they lost the point lead because they allowed, well, bottom lane went down in the process. And then I get triggered here. Like, such bad macro from, like when I look at the bad macro, guys, the reason why I get so pissed is when I see this is a top 4 team of this tournament, and they have just such shitty macro. Like, I'm sorry if that offends people, but like, come on. Like, someone needs to explain this to me. So right now, but I should also add, before I even progress any further, this would have been a prime time to push, because Hoopa is still level 8. So you can't even argue, oh, Hoopa has Unite move. That doesn't matter if the 3 people are bottom lane, because Hoopa can unite and bring them to the top lane. Hoopa's not even level 9 at this point. Just by the way, I thought I'd throw that in there because I mentioned it before. Alright, so now, in the meantime, now Hoopa's level 9. So even though Toonslim is top lane, if they need to bring Toonslim down, they can with the Unite move.
Zugrug's in the back line. They're putting pressure. Charge beam on that block.
They're overextending. They're getting caught out. Zacian wasn't there. Not like they're doing anything anyways.
Meteor Storm is landing, and they're using that to keep pushing forward. Charge beam is sitting right on top of the pad and falling.
Okay, so despite the fact it started off really badly for Force right here, they lost Eldegoss, they lost Snorlax. The thing is, now you have the spring pads, and their death timers are astronomically short because they're performing like shit. Alright? So it's like a... So when they die, it's a 10-second death timer. Alright? When Snorlax dies, 10 seconds. They get the Serena, which is good because that's the biggest threat on their team.
A great move by Force Gaming to retreat, but now the rings are unbound. We're getting some stuns, at least a little bit.
And then I don't know why they wouldn't take this opportunity to collectively fight for the objective when the Serena is dead. They have 5 people alive. They have Unite moves. Someone make it make sense. I don't give a shit if they're low HP. You have an Eldegoss with Poland Puff. You have an Eldegoss with Unite move. Please explain. And then you know what? Fine. They decide not to go bottom immediately when they have an advantage. Whatever, alright? I can overlook that, maybe. But then the stupid shit that I see afterwards makes absolutely no sense. Wait for it, wait for it. Okay, so Toon Slim and Inder are doing the Registeel. They get this for free. This goes uncontested.
And we have the Zarina on the side of Dignitas just getting as much experience as they can. Already level 12, which is very, very solid.
So they went middle for... What? Was Altaria even there? Yeah, okay, it was there. So they went middle for Altarias. Blaziken's farming their jungle, or Baltoy, whatever.
Very, very solid, but the higher level, the better, especially for that delete button of a Unite move.
Zugrug goes straight in towards it. You can already hear the fans starting to cheer. Heavy slam by Salto. Eject button by Otter.
Still a 5 versus 4, by the way. But now they're pushing onto the tier 1. Sorry, I should have said 5 versus 3, because Toon Slim and Serena are not there. Toon is in the bottom lane, but he's kind of out of position right now. Zacian whiffed their Unite move. And then they took so long. They took so long to try to make a proactive play that the guy that was farming Indinis in the top lane the entire time was able to clear the Indinis and then rotate bottom still in time to kill these guys. And by the way, Eldegoss still has Unite move. The support still has Unite move. He is saving Unite for next fucking season. Someone explain, please. I'm mauling. Like, honestly, watching you guys play this game gives me anxiety. Because I don't know how you guys even make your micro decisions. Like, they didn't Unite move in the previous fight. They're pushing a 5 versus 3. They still didn't Unite move. They died with Unite move. It's like, holy shit, brother. You're gonna get like 2 Unite moves off this entire game if you're lucky.
Angel looks like to be the next target. They can't close the gap. Drop kick back towards Fall.
And then, don't even get me started on this shit, by the way. So, they went for this bottom lane push. If they were gonna end up pushing bottom anyways, like, they left bottom, they let them get the Registeel for free, then they end up going back bottom. Why didn't you just fight for the objective to begin with? Someone explain! How does this make any sense? Like, for the love of God, if you guys have a coach, I want you to use this as a fucking visual representation of how you guys have no macro. Oh my, like, I kid you not. I genuinely don't understand what's going on. Like, whoever's making the calls is like probably a paid actor that got paid by Dignitas to throw this game as hard as they possibly can. So at this point, they lost the objective. They lost the fight. They gave up the experience of kills, the objective experience, the kill experience, and they lost any momentum that they possibly had. The Serena is basically a running freight train that's over-leveled, that is literally just stepping on everyone, period. Like, that's not a pun. This Serena is literally just gonna walk in front of 5 people and just step on them. That's how fed they are. Was this? I think this is one of the worst matches that I've watched today.
Even if Force Gaming scores,
but there's still one more best of 5 series, so we'll see.
They will be behind. We're going to see if they can score early in that tier 1. LAIC being eyed by both teams here.
Zealot going straight in with the drop kick, and that's great mobility for them. Ender, Trick, Phantom Force coming back through. LAIC ripped, and it's pretty much given for free.
Okay, so they get the LAIC, not the end of the world. You know, they let it walk, that's fine.
Yeah, I think they already know they're behind, and they're not even worried about it. Zug is just going to...
Zugrug breaks, it's an overcap of 5 points. Whoop-de-doo. They get some more farm. You know, at least they get a little bit more farm prior to Groudon.
Force Gaming recognized they weren't going to be able to get a huge cap here.
Angel's underleveled. Zacian hasn't done shit the entire game, no offense. Guy, okay, so someone needs to explain this to me, alright? It's literally... do you guys not communicate with each other? Like, okay, serious question. I'm looking at the minimap. We are looking at the same minimap, alright? I don't even, like, pretend I couldn't even see this part, alright? I'm gonna cross this out. I'm gonna cross all this out. You know, like, here. Let's use some visual representation. Don't worry. I'm trying to make a point right here, okay? Bear with me for like 60 seconds as I scribble this out. Okay. We are looking at the same minimap, alright? I know you guys can't see the minimap. But brother, people, you have voice comms. You have a minimap. If you see the Zacian farming before Groudon, why are we going forward to the 5 people that are setting up for Groudon? Somebody explain. Like, I want someone from this team or anyone with a half a brain to explain to me why they think this is a good idea. If you move up in a 5 versus 4, you are about to get rolled into the ground, and that's exactly what happened because you decided to overextend without your top laner, and then you basically throw the game before it even starts. This was the most anticlimactic endgame I have ever seen in my goddamn life. At least today. I've seen worse matches, but I've seen, like, this is probably the worst match I've watched.
Now we have 10 seconds until Groudon.
Alright, here we go, guys. Yeah, let's walk up to the 5 people when our Zacian's top lane. Surely this guy's gonna pull a Naruto. He's gonna flying Raijin Jutsu from the other side of the map to the middle. You guys don't have a Hoopa. Unless this guy's gonna teleport magically across the fucking rainbow into the middle of the team fight, I don't see how this is gonna work out in any way possible. Period. So now they get engaged on. Zacian finally shows up. Oh look guys, Zacian showed up and somehow, you know what's even crazier? Somehow, Zacian is the one that's not there, shows up late, and you know what the irony is? How is he the first one dead? That's the real question. What did you even do in this game, brother? Bro literally just got stepped on by 2 stomps, took 2 auto attacks, and he's just dead. I have never seen a more this Zacian in this game was absolutely useless. Like, just straight up useless. Did nothing the entire game. Wait, where did... Oh yeah, Eldegoss... Okay, Eldegoss finally united, by the way. I had to rewatch this because I didn't see where they united. And then at this point, the game's over. It's just over. There's not much else to say, guys. This is probably one of the worst matches of the tournament that I've seen by far. And honestly, do not misunderstand, like, Dignitas deserved to win in this game, specifically. But, like, Force Gaming were their own worst enemy. I kid you not, this is some of the worst macro of the tournament. And this is coming from the top 4 team that qualified. Like honestly, if I were to watch some of the match, like if I were to go back into the stream and probably watch some of their other matches, I'd probably see stuff that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Welcome to Pokemon Unite, guys. Even the UCS players don't know how to play the game.
Is it gluable?
You can work that out.
Right.
While our teams are getting...
But you know what? It's not over, guys. It's not over. If they win this match, they still go to ACL. So they have a second chance. The rapture is finally upon us. The second coming of Jesus. He's gonna bless this team with some holy water and say, "My children, you finally know how to play the game now. Go on and win." Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
At some point during this matchup, it's going to be very fun. But I mean, the match itself, this one is going to be amazing. So we are headed into a best of 5, and truly, the stakes have never been higher before in a third place match.
No, absolutely not. It's the first time unprecedented that we have such a huge prize for the third place. You always have the prize.
This is the woman caster?
The third and fourth, but there's no tiebreaker. There's no this match that we're going to have right now. Between Brazil to decide which of the 2 Brazilian teams will go to Asia Champions League finals.
We've been talking a lot about in-region rivalries and how those are going to develop going into the regional league format of the Unite Championship Series. And what a way to start off a series like this with a huge prize on the line. And we're already starting off draft. DreamHack are not going to be allowing those Mega Evolution Pokemon into this game. Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard are going to be the straightforward bans for number 1 and number 2.
Exactly. And we have one of the teams here that has just played, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, tops. Yep, it's pretty soon. So they're either warmed up or they're worn out.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that's going to affect the team as we have completed the ban phase, not the first round of ban. There's only 1 round.
Do they always do bans and picks off stage first? What do you mean off stage? I beg, please don't let whoever was the lax play defender our lax again.
I feel like the dedication and determination plus passion that Brazil has just really allows them to keep it going. But at the same time, it did feel like they were shaken, which honestly is only human, and that's where that's where we are. So right now, draft. We know that Suicune is that powerful, but so is that Darkrai. We've seen so much of Blissey as well that really helped Force Gaming in the previous games. So in this case, they're forced to get the Clefable as the healing supporter option instead. But I'm looking forward to seeing, well, we don't have a Blaziken available.
Damn, bro, they let the Darkrai and Blissey go through. I mean, Suicune is a good first pick, don't get me wrong, but Darkrai and Blissey is toxic, man. I mean, Darkrai by itself is just a toxic Pokemon. Period.
But I think in this best of 5 series, there's a very good chance that we see either Zacian or the Mega Lucario come out. But Pokemon that feels like we haven't seen in quite some time, the Leafeon is going to be picked up by Angel from Force Gaming. Such an incredible player on that squad, and a major reason they have made it this far in the tournament. DreamHack Esports hovering a Pokemon that was so influential in getting Force Gaming to force that Game 5, a Mimikyu.
Exactly, and it was so well utilized as well with that Trick Room and the Shadow Claw that you have been mentioning all throughout the day that you wish had more.
These table screens cover them a bit too well.
We have this, to me, the most important match.
Bro, you're not allowed to look at the audience while you're playing, man. They have small chairs and big desks.
I'd like to point out as well the fact that Force Gaming does pick the Alolan Raichu. Of course, it is very strong, but it was one of the Pokemon chosen by the side of Dignitas when they were playing this last series as a very viable and strong option. So they're trying to say, okay, we can do it as well, and we can definitely show.
All right, guys, let's do a prediction. All right. Well, let's do a prediction and.
Series in front of you. What a way to start if you could start off 1-0.
Hold on.
Alolan Raichu, by the way, has been one of my favorite players to pick it up because they do play a very unique moveset, using that stored power to enhance their auto attacks, but actually pairing it with the Thunderbolt as the other move, normally used to kind of explode those Electro Balls for early mind damage. Instead, just having an auto attack option and a last hit secure option.
DreamHack and what was the other team?
Versatile Pokemon coming to
oh yeah, Force.
As this is your last series of day 2 of Pokemon Unite.
Alright, I'll give you guys 15 minutes because this is for the entire series, alright?
It is.
Who wins this series, guys? Force or DreamMax? You guys got 15 minutes for this prediction because it's for the entire series. Best of 5.
Number 1 between Force Gaming and DreamMax. Let's see who gets that trip to Japan. Brazil's gonna be repping it.
Yes, Brazil are repping it regardless, and we're very happy. I am very happy and biased to see that, but it's going to be only either one of these teams. Here on, go on.
Yeah, no, I just completely agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up there, but lucky on this experience share, Crustle. I'm very excited for. It feels like
Alright, if I could vote on my own prediction, guys, I can't vote because it's my own prediction, it's my own channel. I basically have unlimited channel points. I would predict DreamMax. I predict a 3-1. That's me. 3-1 in favor of DreamMax. That's my guess.
On that mid objective, and as well as the Natus on the bottom side.
Only missing a couple of wild Pokemon for Leo to become a deck like Fable, as we have 4 members of DreamMax converging here to the top Altaria as they're gonna go in. The games doesn't quite commit, and then now they do because the damage of those
that was close. That was very close.
From the early game and every single stage of the game.
Yeah, those latent auto attacks, those boosted auto attacks are so scary to deal with. Currently, Desmond does not have access to Nasty Plot at the moment, but still, Dark Void is, scary enough to try to contend with. Again, those Min-Natus becoming more and more important as we just are getting to the elite level talent in this LAIC tournament. It feels like any Pokemon on the entire map. It used to be we just talk about the pathing phase being a contest for even normal wild Pokemon, but now we got Natu spawning in the middle. Reggie Drago about to spawn in 10 seconds. There are so many prized objectives for these teams to be rotating towards, and currently DreamMax is holding down the lead there.
Force Gaming, though, with 3 members versus 2 here on the top side. Kadzed has to go for the berry. Kashala using that eject button to get away, and a couple of scores coming through for Force Gaming. Now the help from Deozebon on DreamMax. Also there, DreamMax has to flash over the wall, and now they are...
Oh my god, the play rough! Jesus!
Now the numbers advantage for the side of DreamMax is huge.
Yeah, let's go DreamMax. Show them what's up. Better be our team wins.
Dash attaches to an enemy Pokemon and actually is invincible during that attack animation. It's usually used as an option into Leafeon to avoid those big bursts of damage. You can immediately just jump on top of the Leafeon when they try to return and jump on top of you.
And it's interesting as well because every time I see Play Rough, I think it's Play With Me, and every time I see Play With Me, I think it's Play Rough. They are very similar, but we know that these players do not confuse that. It's just your cursor on your screen. That's all right.
Yeah, they press the right buttons. We say the wrong things.
It happens.
We all have our job.
Yeah, we do. I'm not there. I'm just right here. I'm on the back. I'm on the backstage, and that's where we belong. Force Gaming is gonna get stuck here on the Rock Tomb by Lucky, still pushing out, and they're gonna take down 2 members already. DreamMax feeling very comfortable here, but Falber using that Unite move as well on this Alolan Raichu might be able to claim all 3 of them over the wall.
I think their overlay I'm gonna be honest, I think their overlay is screwed up.
Smart play from Lucky, understanding that Blissey Bite
very
able to
lucky.
buy a little bit of time, exactly, and is able to hide in that tall grass and just recall. Bob not knowing exactly where they are, and when all you have is your auto attacks to work with,
wait a minute.
You can just throw in that area. You need to have vision on an enemy Pokemon for your auto attacks to be able to hit them.
Reggie Drago still roaming around the central area. Your games doesn't.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's Leo instead.
Like DreamMax is the orange team, but the players are different.
Ooh, it doesn't really
Like it's inverted, or it's like it's swapped around.
Force Gaming out of the central area.
Yeah, Soto maybe in a dangerous spot. They do have Lel beside them, but that is a lot of stuns onto this Pokemon. Put to sleep, a lot of Darkrai damage, but Soto still walking away. Leafeon trying to back them up. Blitz assistance into the back line.
Looking good here for DreamMax as they have quite a lot of HP on those bars. They're going to take yet another one, and that becomes actually a 4 knockouts. The only
Let's go. Let's go, DreamMax.
Wow. It feels bad to be left out in that situation, but I think you're okay.
Yes.
Your team is going to take a big team fight win like that one. And of course, not only are you going to break that goal zone, that means you got a safe shot at Reggie Drago as well. Score speed buff going to be increased. And for DreamMax Esports, I think the thing they're most excited about is actually their defense. These goal zones holding strong, both tier 1s available, and only 32 points allowed from Force Gaming so far.
And DreamHack's accumulated so far 228, which is quite a lead in half the match, even before that, because we just reached the 5-minute mark. With a big rotation from Force Gaming here, going to the bot side.
It's not even just the points.
On the board. They're just trying
Because
to
like Mimikyu went play rough, which is really good against the Leafeon and the Raichu. They also can't deal with the numerous damage threats at once.
The long-range eject buttons are so satisfying. I love them a lot. There's a Reggie at the top side, but let's talk about it in a little bit because there's a bomb is almost taken down, and they force out that Blissey. No, he doesn't actually force out the Blissful Assistance. Just quite a bit of shielding that comes out here from this build with the Helping Hand and the Safeguard, and that's why you had the shielding.
Yeah, honestly, impressive patience to not utilize that Unite move, instead just use that Safeguard. However, if you are running the Safeguard option, they don't have that healing as much with the Soft Boiled, so they're not going to be able to get to that Regieleki in time to try to contend.
Ooh, okay, Hydro Typhoon to get...
Oh, look at that. That was a beautiful kill on the Raichu. Raichu just got deleted by Mimikyu. Shadow Sneak into play rough into Unite move. They don't even get to react.
Wow, that's one way to defend the goal zone. Just knock out every available scorer on the opposite.
They may have got the objective, but 4 people just got wiped for that. Well, across the map.
Are going to match that and then some into the tier 2 on the top side. So both scores on top and bottom now for DreamHack, but a little bit of counter scoring for Force Gaming on the bottom side.
It's an interesting rotation that we saw there for Force Gaming and how they were really treating that fight because they got the objective, maybe got a little lost in how they were going to play against DreamHack in that precise scenario. But here on the bot side, DreamHack taking the opportunity because they are on top, on control on the map to take down this Regis.
Yeah, DreamHack kind of have that flexibility right now with the level lead that they don't need to 5-player all in on some of these objectives in the team fights, which is a huge opportunity for them to defend both sides of the map. They can actually dedicate 4 players to some of these objectives and actually trust one of the either defender or maybe even the top path Pokemon to defend some of these goals.
Oh, Soto almost taken down, and instead it's going to be Force Gaming with a knockout for the Alolan Raichu. But DreamHack is okay for the moment. No yellow dots on the board, just spawning as we speak, so they don't actually lose that much.
Yeah, they don't lose too much. I mean, Mimikyu going down, a little scary, but great punish from Force Gaming, honestly. And with that, Falb's levels looking fantastic. Level
I mean,
14.
think of it like this. Force Gaming are down so much. Like, they're down by 199 points. That's too much of a point differential for them to backcap. They also can't rip Groudon reliably because they don't have DPS.
Now DreamHack trying to get the other option, which is
almost
taking down Leo. There's not a Hydro Typhoon to get lucky into the air. The Rumble Rounder with the eject button is absolutely insane, but DreamHack still is going to be taken down. Force Gaming with a very mighty force. I didn't mean that, but still continuing to push here with the 4 members against 3. The Psychic Celeste just to get DreamHack away and not continue this fight for the moment. There's a Shadow Sneak that connected, just like you said. I saw your face.
Yeah, but great counterplay from Soto, just throwing the Whirlpool down and standing on top of it. Says, yeah, go ahead, chase that Shadow Sneak. You're just going to be frozen immediately. Force Gaming going to take the aggressive play on Groudon, and already another fight.
Oh, that's lucky in the front line, already on 40% HP. Doesn't bode well for DreamHack, but maybe a good rush.
Oh, the Suicune! Oh, no.
Absolutely disgusting play from Soto. Back-to-back plays against Helly Truth, and Angel puts together a KO streak of 3. Groudon's at about half, and Lucky is so extremely low. That Espeon's up, but they're just playing defense right now. Gonna try to stop some of these scoring attempts. They have a 200-point lead. 2 scores for Force Gaming will give them that.
I cannot believe I just watched that.
I am baffled by that Whirlpool. I was already baffled.
Not over yet. It is not over.
But that was just perfect. 3 members on that Whirlpool, the Frozen.
Mimikyu still has Unite move, by the way. If they catch up the Leafeon, they could get the buff.
Force Gaming know they have a lead, and how dangerous do they play this offense.
I just noticed.
Another big freeze with the Mimikyu Unite move.
That is a huge pick.
Okay, there's that Bowen, very low HP. It's a 1-for-1. They're actually going to the Shadow Realm, but there's a bomb still standing. Now DreamHack is going to try to keep on chasing onto Soto. They managed to do so.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, they didn't get the Blastoise. But they can still push here.
And Fable was able to get a back cap as well, so they're sitting at 392. DreamHack's gonna need multiple scores at this point. Twisborn already under half HP. They got the ground on bump with a Blastoise. It's gonna take care of them. Amazing defense from this defender.
392, 387. There's still a couple of points.
Mimikyu can make the difference. Mimikyu can... Mimikyu! Mimikyu, you gotta score! Is that enough? It is really close. It is really damn close. DreamHack might have... Uh-oh. My quick math was not mathing because I was watching the match.
We'll have to wait to see how these players react between these two score lines, and I think currently DreamHack Esports...
Oh my god.
3 to 392 gets DreamHack their first game win in this series.
That is absolutely insane. That was game one. I mean,
Bro, Force Gaming are about to tilt off the stage, man. I kid you not. These guys are about to just go into a fetal position and just start crying on stage. Like, things are not looking good for them.
Energy, going for the 40, getting even more 6, 7, and that 2 as well that came from the Crystal. It just adds up so much.
Unbelievable work. I mean, Mimikyu picking up just a couple of points and that mad dash. A Lowland Raichu Unite move onto that goal zone, hoping those passive ticks of damage would happen in time to block. But the speed goals, or the goal speed increase is just too much to deal with. Mimikyu able to put it down, and what a counterpunch. This was one of the most difficult parts of the match, in my opinion, is Force Gaming not knowing they had the lead. It was only a 1-point lead, but in that situation, they felt like they had to still be aggressive, still be on the enemy side of the map, try to push for scores, and DreamHack able to counterpunch in such a brilliant way. Mimikyu with the MVP, this time with the Play Rough and Shadow Sneak build.
Very interesting to see this build getting used, as we had been mentioning before. The fact that Trick Room is effective, the fact that Shadow Sneak, the fact that Play Rough is effective. 8, 3, and 0 is your KFA. I'm gonna try to stick so many of these acronyms into Unite. It's gonna be just built into your brain.
Hey, that's fine. I'll take it, because Zera is gonna be the one leading the charge for that on this Mimikyu. What a crazy scoreline, truly. I mean, Groudon being knocked out for one team, and of course DreamHack, the defending team against those buffs, able to steal, and not only that, get the counter scores to barely pull ahead. Look how close that is to the end timer. Mimikyu scoring with maybe 3 seconds left in total on that one, and that is just, I mean, it's true cinema, and we're having it in game 1 again. Look at that scoring graph. That's what you want to see.
Look at this graph is where we are right now. And honestly, I feel like this is, wow.
We're going to karaoke after this. We're just practicing.
Absolutely, yes. That's what we're doing. And yeah, I have a thick mustache.
I just did up. It's not fake. It is real.
It is very real.
Of course, yes, it is. You know what you've earned is casting multiple international championships now. So
yeah, exactly. You know, you just grow a mustache when you do enough esports.
Exactly right. All right, folks, we are going to be getting ready for game number 2. I mean, I'm already out of breath. Again, this game 1 being that intense is brilliant. And this is the one she chose, folks.
Yes, it's the Casanova.
Like, of course.
If you picked it, good job.
Yeah, was it really an option? I mean, it screamed to you. And
it did.
It fits wonderfully.
Thank you so much.
Work.
Yours as well.
Oh,
it's a very good mustache.
Much. Yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. But all right, we are headed.
I'm just gonna like rip and get a bruise.
I might take another look at those options as well. We'll see what happens. But
maybe you should use one as eyebrow.
Oh yeah.
Like a unibrow.
I hope you guys are enjoying this 3rd place match. We're gonna use a lot of props.
That's difficult.
You're rocking the mustache.
I gotta say, like the actual plaster behind it. Anyways, right, game 2 is going to be on the way pretty soon. Force Gaming versus DreamHack.
I like that. I like those call to action from Fall. You can see on the player count down 0-1.
He's
but
on.
Still
He's
making sure the team knows we got some energy.
We do.
We may have lost that best of 5. We may have lost this game number 1. But I think you would be the most foolish person in the venue if you were counting out Force Gaming.
Exactly. And it was so close. It was insanely close at the point that they almost flipped it. But DreamHack, dedication, saying we know we need every single AOS energy that we can get.
I mean, just being able to take advantage of the confusion of those final moments. Who knows where the score is at? Just really, really important moments. And, well, that's what great teams rise to. Finding the perfect way to execute when who knows what's going to happen. But, all right, Force Gaming will be banning away the Miraidon as well as that Urshifu. Just such a terrifying threat from Dwesterborn. I mean, seriously, like winning games in game-winning
guys.
Pokemon in multiple matches during our single elimination bracket.
Yeah, I'm thinking Zacian or either Blaziken for this next ban here for DreamHack. We know that every team in Brazil ever plays the Blaziken, and we do it pretty well. But we're looking at supporter here. Instead, will be a Darkrai, also a great option.
Interesting. I mean, that Darkrai was pretty impactful. Obviously, it was on DreamMax, but maybe DreamMax worried that Force Gaming is going to consider that an early pick, but it's also letting us know we have a new central area threat going to be coming out for Do Games, so or Catazera, or whoever wants to flip around. Who wants to play what?
We're just versatile like that.
Exactly.
Suicune is going to be the P1 of Force Gaming, as this Pokemon is just as reliable as it can be, and it can never show the enemy what your strategy is because it can fit on any composition.
But guess what that relieves? Old reliable Catazera on the Blaziken. 75 encounter rate for a reason. Such a powerful Pokemon, and again, it feels like kind of the banner holder of this Brazil region.
It is, and these two teams, they could feel, and they do feel like that as well. And this is the opportunity for one of them to get to Asia Champions League. The Zacian we mentioned is going to be the next pick alongside Decla Fable. That was indeed hovered, but not going to be, well, actually, will be the pick in this case.
Yeah, I'm curious, with Miraidon out of this draft thanks to the banning phase of Force Gaming, what kind of Pokemon DreamHack wants to play in that attacker role? Often that's the Pokemon that will use that anti-heal option of the Cursed Incense, and with Miraidon kind of being the best user of that Pokemon, it's an interesting choice. They're not going to make it yet, though. Lucky's going to lock down that Crustle, which looked fantastic. And I was going to say, one of those options is Alolan Raichu, but Force Gaming going to pick that one up as well, and Bulb's turn on the Mimikyu.
I feel like it's getting narrowed down to potentially a Mew here, because if we're talking about that long range, it suits the category really well with a lot of damage with the solar beams, but they already have an option for secure with the Blaziken, so they stack up on it if they choose to go for a Psy Shock on this Espeon.
Okay, yeah, and having access to that,
I'm gonna be honest, if it were me, if I were on DreamHack, after seeing their entire team, I would have flexed the Leafeon to the side lane, and I actually probably would have brought Charizard to the table, like regular Charizard, not even Mega. And then just have the support clear the jungle with a Charmander. I actually think it'd be pretty solid against this team, especially against a Mimikyu. Because the thing is, Mimikyu thrives off of just getting resets and doing damage, but although it's an all-rounder, it relies on brawling for that sustain. Assuming it goes Shadow Claw. When it goes Play Rough, you're relying on that to kind of have a little bit of outplay potential. But I think in the not even just late game, just like a mid game, having that beefy front line with that Unite move, and also, if you do play Charizard, for example, Mimikyus feel compelled to Unite move you, but the duration of the Charizard Unite move is longer than that of the Mimikyu Unite. So even if you're playing the Unite move, you can still output some damage before it times out.
Heated up and very close up into the final minute.
Of course, yeah, the action is non-stop with these two teams. They want to take some early fights, and already we see Catazera and Cluck having a fantastic little battle of melee on the top side. Axela is able to make it back to that cool zone, but not without maybe considering some things.
They definitely consider, but Gossifleur still very weak compared to what you can get with the Elder Goss. Now, there's a bonus there as well, and with the numbers advantage, especially with the Leafeon on your side, Force Gaming has to be very careful.
Yeah, they know they have the timing advantage. Only taking the red buff means that their clear is going to be way faster than Fulb, since they never even went to the bottom side of their central area. It allows them to play really aggressive on the opposite side of the path, take the enemy wild Pokemon on the opposite side of the path, and know that the Mimikyu won't be a threat quite yet.
Exactly, and they can just stay here on the top side. A couple of experience is still missing on the both supporters as they go in here, and it's a double level up on either side of the team, but it's one takedown for this push of 4 people on the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, and DreamHack's the only one to make that 4-player push. I think a lot of this tournament we have been seeing the attackers kind of matching each other on that top pass slide, but I think with DreamHack's early game advantage, even though they just had a Torchic until moments ago, they knew they were probably going to be winning.
They're not respecting the Mimikyu Mimikyu.
Angel's turn to roam towards the top side and try to give some ranged backup for the squad.
Exactly, and because you have that cursed instance as well, as soon as the Elder Gods is online, we know that Kaishala will be denied a certain amount of that healing. And although they do secure at least one knockout there, Force Gaming on the top side, they don't overcommit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. However, they might actually get benefit from that as they try to push to the enemy side, but absolutely popping off, getting that.
Considering Combusken got the kill in the 2v2 and they still don't have an Eldegoss, that's actually pretty good.
Oh, Lel, gotta be careful there. You know, you have Moonlight, but still it's a 2v1, and it's a speedster against a supporter. They know that the station is right there, so they should be all right. But as you mentioned there, the Blaziken just basically 1v1ing, but still doing really well there. Force Gaming to at least take that.
I'm gonna be honest, if I didn't see that with my own eyes, I would have thought that
there's the trick room that comes from
Combusken was legit gonna lose that 2 versus 2.
Last game, they're still gonna continue pushing here, but Soto has to be careful.
Yeah, reducing that SP on Psyshock damage will be really nice for Fault to play around. Any kind of range damage from the outside of Trick Room gets reduced by just a ton. So being able to be a little more defensive on the Mimikyu, but also chase down some of these targets. One of my favorite things about
Leafeon is extremely underleveled. They're not even level 8. Here comes the Mimikyu though, level 9. Jesus.
That Leafeon down, Kaishala is going to get chased by Kiluki, and it's confirmed by Dization indeed. Now, you're going in already, Fab, with that Yunai move, using the play with me to get a double KO on that Blaziken.
Great time to force that push, right? Blaziken just shy at that level 8 when they have access to their stance changes. You know they're going to have to be a little more stationary with the kicking moveset, and that's a perfect time for Fault to take the advantage.
Ooh, and nicely done there by Force. What a lovely Rock Tomb plus the X's. Now, Soto is almost taken down, but the amount of healing that they can get from the Moonlight is huge. It's still 4v4, but Angel has arrived. The Blaziken is on the other side of the map, so the advantage is for Force Gaming, and they take that Crustle down.
Yeah, Lucky gets called out by that follow me from Lel and actually keeps them in place. And
Well, things are not looking good for DreamHack.
Very difficult to try to defend.
Some bad rotations from the Crustle and the Uspion. They wasted time going bottom for something that they wouldn't be able to defend. And then because they ended up rotating late, they also lose top as well.
286 for Force Gaming, as they have dominated the map pretty well in the last 2 minutes, and now they're using that advantage to get even more control around the map. Going here to the bot side onto Kaduzera. It's a 1v4, and there's no place for a Blaziken to be.
And when you have these early game leads, oftentimes players trying to play from behind are kind of forced into making disadvantageous pushes. Blaziken just really needing to get some scores, has to split push, can't try to take the wild Pokemon experience that the rest of their team are taking. And in that situation, you might get those scores, but you are probably going to go down, and it feels like at that point just feeding the beast that is Fault.
yeah, he really is. But we're seeing that come as well from exactly that. Alolan Raichu as well on Angel. Lel was caught off guard here trying to get some information in the enemy central, and we'll see this Whirlpool getting a lot of value with this freeze onto 2 members of DreamHack as they take them down.
Maybe Lel goes down there, but what a scouting mission if it translates into a 2 KO streak. Duisborn going to be pulled back in. Incredible work by
Leafeon is down. Leafeon is so underleveled right now. They are 3 levels down. 3 levels down on their opposing jungle counterpart, and they've had no impact in this entire game so far. I've said this so many times, but when you play an early game Pokemon like that, you need to make a difference early, because that's the whole premise of playing Evolution. You get your Unite sooner than other Pokemon, you scale fast, oh, okay, at least Blaziken got the overheat scare. Getting the Mimikyu is huge.
Lel just trying to get some of that space away from that tier 1, but they're not able to do so. Regieleki is coming. It will go into the score. There's the X-Scissor to push Force Gaming away as well, and the Rock Tomb to stop their retreat. Now Lucky taking some damage from Angel here, just at least trying to get 1 knockout into their own favor.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Eldegoss got the kill secure on the Raichu, which is not the greatest, because you would have wanted that experience going over to, or like the majority of the experience going over to your jungler, but they still pick up kills regardless, and they lower the deficit of points.
Rotate back again, just DreamHack finally have having a way to come back in this match a little bit thanks to that Reggie lucky push, but still trailing in a lot of important metrics, first of which, of course, is that experience. They need to return and farm, and that gives Force Gaming so much map position. Already, I feel like once or twice, this ambush here in the bottom right L bush has been fantastic for Force Gaming. It looks like they're trying to set it up yet again.
Yeah, they do, but DreamHack has spotted them using that focus blast there by Kaduzera to show that they are very much aware of that ambush. But there's a flank coming from Soto and Angel as well. Now Fab is going in with that Trick Room as well. A lot of damage that they can apply. Leo has to use that follow me away from the fight as they're still chasing it. Trick Room onto Lucky. There's quite a lot that the Mimic you can do when you're low HP, and they are going to keep on chasing. Fab takes one, and there's another one for Angel on that Alolan Raichu. It's going to be a full team wipe for Force Gaming.
All right, well, just for a moment, DreamHack thought they could.
What was a close game, they just lost so much momentum. And now the point deficit just got huge again.
In a very similar spot, but this time Fulb actually rotating around the top side and into the corridor on the enemy side of the central area. I feel like he's going to be spawning in, and DreamHack has spawned in time to try to contest this one.
There's a lot of pressure here that could be applied by DreamHack, but that Whirlpool really helped.
Okay, this is the fight. They're going for it. Clefable goes down.
Emerald two-step. He's going to get stopped in his tracks by that Whirlpool, and the amount of damage that the Suicune is doing is just absolutely great for the side of Force Gaming, although DreamHack does still confirm that Reggie Lucky. The chase is still going. Cotton Cloud Crash from Kaishala, healing quite a bit on the side of DreamHack as Force Gaming is still trying to find at least one knockout. They do onto the Blaziken, chasing out on Deuzebo as well. Kaishala does survive, but it's not going to be the same fate for the Blaziken.
Perfect trap by Sauto, by the way, putting the Whirlpool on one side and actually electing to use the Ice Beam on the other, making sure you just had no escape pincer maneuver.
There's an Altaria camp in the top lane. Leafeon, if they buy enough time, Leafeon can farm that and potentially get their Unite move back. But they're not wasting any time. They're actually just pulling.
Absolutely not, and Soto has that Whirlpool just to get them away.
Ooh.
It's Groudon off the board on the hands of Force Gaming as they can keep going for more overdunks.
Yeah, Force Gaming again in another position where they do have the lead, but they are going to try to push and score.
Well, I did say 3-1.
They have 4 players of their roster healthy and up, but they do have a Leafeon Unite move to try to work and try to burst down one of these targets.
All right, with one member down already for DreamHack and Fab going into the back line. This is Force Gaming's to take 420 to 174 as they keep on pushing. Yet another player goes down on the side of DreamHack, and there's more goals to be scored from Force Gaming. They managed to get all of them in. Take it as dunk.
Yeah, Force
All right.
Gaming, I mean, maybe
Game's over. We're going to a game 3. Now they tie up the series 1-1. I'm going to play an ad. I'm going to get a snack really quickly. I'll be back before the start of the next game. Oh my god, my freaking thing.
And we are going to be going to a tied situation in this best of 5.
1-1 is the record. 848 to 174, just insurmountable at this point for DreamHack. And we got to give props to Force Gaming for nailing ambushes.
Yeah, oh seriously, so many perfect planned setups, so much so that DreamHack started knowing exactly where they were. You called it a focus blast into a tall grass where they just knew where they would be. Same with a pollen puff from the Eldegoss, always trying to call these plays out, but it simply didn't matter. Force Game's early game advantage meant that they could push through even if the enemy had a read on them. And with, like I said, a 1-1 situation when everything is on the line.
There's still 2 matches to be played at least on this best of 5. We're going to game 4, absolutely, to go to game 5 as we had just seen with Force Gaming and Dignitas.
And this is so pivotal for Force Gaming at this moment, losing a really tough best of 5 into a first game loss. Finally, Slayles with 63,000 damage in the healing department as well.
Yup, it's just that good. Both when we don't have the Blissey, you gotta, or the Hooper, you gotta have Clefable, you gotta have your Eldergosses. Now, having a look at this graph here, it shows how we mentioned DreamHack a little bit behind on these rotations, leaving them around 100 points in regards to Force Gaming being in the lead. That just gets increased.
Oh my god, my internet is dying.
That final stretch.
No! Not like this, guys. Not like this.
For the scores, and it's just quite a bit that they scored 864.
And looking at that graph, that stat distribution graph we have for Alolan Raichu, you absolutely love to see that damage taken part of the graph just minimized completely. Not in the realm of
This Pokemon is powerful, but on the hands of a player like Angel, it just really makes a difference. Although we have been seeing flashy plays, really good, reliable plays from Blaziken's all around, this time it was not the case. And this Raichu just really looking good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pick. I would not be surprised to see it more in this draft as we get into games 3, into game 4. I mean, it's been a powerful pick for this tournament metagame, but it feels like both of these teams really relying on that huge damage from the Alolan Raichu in a lot of major situations. So I can see more of that Pokemon, but maybe the Miraidon starts to fall out of the banning phase for some of these Pokemon, for some of these teams. I don't know though. I don't know if I would exactly
okay, oh no, it's happening again. Fuck! I restarted my network adapter, but freaking yeah, my internet just cooked right now. I don't know what's going on. Sorry guys. Right at the end too. Right at the end. How could they do this to me? How, I tell you. Well, this is what happens.
Taking that P1, now focusing on the Mimikyu as their first ban, considering just how well Falb has been doing.
Yeah, I'm really curious on a lot of those top pack Pokemon. Maybe we see some flexible in the bans, like maybe Blaziken receives another one in this situation, but Pokemon like Buzzwole has not been seeing the light of day for quite some time, especially in this set, so we might have that to be considered, or even standard Lucario or Mega Lucario, however the latter being banned quite often. DreamHack Esports are going to be banning away Falb's Mimikyu, though. They both got a chance on the Mimikyu. 100% win rate in this third place match, by the way.
Yes.
No, my internet, guys, it's dying.
Yeah, that's
dying.
And the prediction department, right? Zoinks with the 100% Mimikyu.
Full of rage, I believe I said to
yes,
on
yes,
camera.
you did, you
but
did.
That is okay. Yeah, can we start the metric for win rate just at the start of this match?
Yeah, yeah, we can do that.
If that's the case, I'm laughing all the way to the bank. I
feel like that's as real as my mustache right now. Now, Force Gaming finishing that ban phase with that Suicune. Very good Pokemon on the hands of Force Gaming themselves, but also for DreamHack. It's going to be the first pick, the Darkrai, that we know just so well in all stages of the game, while Force Gaming will choose that Blaziken and the Zacian, which I mentioned.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, my internet is absolutely cooked.
I don't know if we've ever seen Lucky rotate onto that Pokemon throughout the tournament, but maybe just
unfortunately, guys, I think this might be the end of the road for me. My internet doesn't seem to be showing any signs of improving, so I might just have to end stream and like restart my router in the process. But if I'm gonna restart my router, then I'm probably not gonna turn stream back on because that's too much of a hassle.
Definitely is, and if you think about it, it's a very good choice to consider the Snorlax. Well, actually, if they 1, 2, 3, 4. So the Snorlax was actually picked after the Umbreon. So we got to think about the amount of shielding that's going to be denied by that Moonlight Bronze. That is usually what you can rely on quite a bit with that Buddy Barrier as well on the Snorlax. But they're going to have to play around it. They're still very confident by choosing that Blissey that they are going to be very well sustained. Yeah. While DreamHack now chooses 2 evolutions, the Espeon and the Leafeon.
All right, that might help out your early game. But yeah, great point about that Umbreon interaction with 2 Pokemon that rely on shields quite a bit in that Blissey and Snorlax. I think when you're looking at counterplay, it's just going to be Salto and Lel needing to communicate a lot about who is using their unit.
It is what it is, guys. Unfortunately, I will have to end stream.
The absolute best day they've ever had in their
you know what, guys?
You want to give Lucky that opportunity.
I will refund the points. I'm gonna cancel the prediction, alright, guys? I will refund the points. Just because my shitty internet is not gonna hold up for the rest of the series. So I'm gonna delete and return the points. Your points have been refunded.
Angel on this Alolan Raichu again. Let's see if they can put on a light show like they did in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Because as we have on our screen, it's a 1-1 best of 5 score at the moment Force Gaming taking the last victory, and looking pretty convincing at that. But DreamHack didn't look out of the equation whatsoever either. As we get into this game 3, I just love these shots of Thea Sky Runes. They are beautiful. Our game is really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes me nostalgic for a game I could play right now. I don't know why. I really do love Thea Sky Runes. We know these players do. Let's get into it. Game number 3, this Battle of Brazil 3rd place match. DreamHack's now going to be your purple team, Force Gaming on the orange team.
All right, looking to have a potential invade there from Snorlax on the side of Force Gaming, just trying to stall and annoy a little bit on the Darkrai. Do they steal it? They actually do. Oh, wow.
Already 6 points in pocket and a blue buff to work with. Salto actually going to be trying to take both the blue and red buffs away. Does not have the best way to burn down this Pokemon, but again, tackle secure is so difficult to out-secure at this moment. That's why we see Coxala actually trying to go in for the support. Salto looking for this one, and they take it.
That's crazy. Going for a quick nap here, but they are probably going to go down trying to escape. But there's still quite a lot of damage they were able to apply with Kaduzera coming here. It's at least another assist for the side of
all right, to the Discord.
Their buffs back.
Yeah, you see Fall.
What's on the Discord?
Looking to say maybe they could head to the enemy central area as well, but Salto going down, I think just moments before that would have been a good timing for that double flank.
I have to leave my stream on for so dumb.
In 17 points, very close to that Blaziken evolution, but DreamHack, they're elsewhere. They're pushing heavy into this top side. Do not want to allow Force Gaming to get this Zacian too out of control in terms of levels.
And DreamHack knows how valuable it is to get those early scores and guarantee that you're going to be at least in a
I need to check something very quickly.
position when you get into the
I have to pause this for a second. Let me, just because I have, it's gonna, I gotta look at some stuff, man. Confidential info. I don't want to DDoS myself. Fuck you, Howie. Yes, okay, wait, why is my... So I did a speed test right now. My internet's fine, at least on this site. Why is it just dying on frickin' OBS? That's crazy. Oh, maybe it's OBS. No, okay, never mind. The stream on YouTube is also dying as well. Oh, man. What's this saying?
To late game, you don't want to be that much behind because Force Gaming can be relentless around the ground on fights. Now a good tackle here from Soto, taking damage onto Lucky. Now over the wall.
It's crazy because I can see the stream, like I'm watching the stream no problem. My upload is bad, guys.
Saw those early invades, wanted the quick revenge, go in with multiple Pokemon, only lose one on the retreat, but still are pushed away by Force Gaming. Great read on where the enemy team is moving, good communication, of course, great coordination to shut it down.
And Force Gaming has the possibility to just go for Regidrago as we speak, and yet exactly they do. Caught in a mean look here, Soto takes quite a lot of damage from that side shock as they go in, popping out passives there on the evolutions. Angel slowed down by that boosted auto on the Espeon, but still going to survive. Now Leo chasing out this Leafeon, just trying to get some stacks. Might have been a little too greedy, Leo.
All right, Kaduzera is able to defend the enemy goal zone, I guess, in that situation. Able to get a couple of scores and steal both berries. However, the Zacian showing back up as a scary spot to be. Never mind. Leafeon Unite move available at level 8, and it's going to be well taken care of as they knock out the Zacian.
And Emerald step is just so good, especially at this point. With I would say it's a big power spike, right? Because
no, I'm watching my own stream. So I pulled up my stream on my phone and it's just flat out stuttering. It literally looks like a PowerPoint presentation. It's bad, guys.
We know that both of these teams could have.
All right, we leave it be, guys. We'll.
The early game advantage, have early access to Unite Moves, and they use it as quick as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have a chance to farm up
All right, guys.
another one before
I'm gonna head out. You guys take care. Enjoy the best of 5 if you're watching. I'll probably just watch it off stream and finish up, and then I'll probably like do something else. I'll chill. Alright, guys. You guys take care. Even if you guys are watching a PowerPoint presentation right now, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the matches. Go look at your matches if you're playing. All that, etc.
It's 4v3 as the numbers